Forgive me, chat, if I don't spend a lot of time talking to you on this one. Nothing but love for you. Are you guys ready? Let's go. Let's go.
So, on March 1st, 2022, the Walt Disney Company opened their newest experiment in themed entertainment, an immersive, multi day adventure set in the Star Wars universe. When this was first announced, everybody just called it the Star Wars Hotel. Disney World has a lot of themed hotels: safari themed hotel, New Orleans themed hotel, amusement park themed hotel. So people were like, okay, they're building another one, and this time the theme is Star Wars. But this project was never intended to be like Disney's other hotels. If you stay at the amusement park themed hotel, you're supposed to enjoy the ambiance while you're there, but you're expected to leave and spend 90% of the day outside at the actual amusement parks. Meanwhile, the Star Wars Galactic Star Cruiser was pitched as an all-inclusive resort, a landlocked cruise. Aside from a brief excursion into the Star Wars-themed section of Hollywood studios, you're not meant to leave the building. You wouldn't pick the length of your stay. It's always 2 nights, 2 days, and you're provided with a trip itinerary which blocks out pretty much everything almost down to the minute. You're better off thinking of it as a summer camp. Space camp, if you like. Or if you're
That's 100% true. They marketed this thing terrible. That and the more they talked about it, the more we were like, we are trapped in a building for 2 days. We're trapped here. And there was no release in sight, especially when they started to show what was available inside your trapped engagement. It's crazy. So I'll give her props on that. She's absolutely correct.
If you're sort of nerdy, you can think of it as LARP, live action roleplay. You aren't just doing Star Wars themed activities, you're supposed to feel like you're in the Star Wars universe. Everything is themed to look like you're on a spaceship, the common areas are populated by character actors, and you're encouraged to dress up and create a character as you're guided through a storyline. It would be Disney's most unique, most ambitious, and most immersive offering yet. And it would also go out of business. Yeah, on May 19th, 2023, Disney announced they would be calling it quits that September. Only 18 months after the hotel's grand opening, it would close forever. And I went to this hotel. So this video, which was initially just meant to be a deep dive of the hotel and a review, has instead become a kind of eulogy and a detailed archive of what the hotel was actually like.
Well, we predicted that it would close down in less than a year. So it kind of made it to like 18 months. But that's just where we are.
And together we will discover why it went out of business. That might sound daunting, but don't worry, I have organized it into an internet-friendly numbered list. So join me on this adventure. By the end, you'll feel like you were there too. And also, I think, feel other emotions. Part 1, why have they done this? I think immersion has been a prevailing buzzword in theme park marketing for at least a decade now.
I think this time we really raised the level of immersion.
The immersion into the Pacific Northwest is absolutely incredible.
Guests will be able to explore even more immersive worlds.
Disney Cruise Line ships have immersive activities.
The first immersive storyland that we built at Disney Hollywood Studios.
You immerse yourself into the culture of where you're visiting.
And really immerse themselves in the story.
We need to immerse the audience in the experience.
And immerse the guests in a world of fantasy.
A whole new world. It's immersive.
So immersive.
It's incredible. I mean, it's so immersive.
The most immersive. The most immersive.
The most immersive.
The Wizarding World of Harry Potter was pitched as immersive because everything looks like the set of the movie, they have themed food, and you can buy wizard robes and wear them around. Pandora, the World of Avatar was pitched as immersive because everything looks like the animation from the movie, they have themed food, and you can buy Avatar ears and wear them around. Star Wars Galaxy's Edge was pitched as immersive because it doesn't look like any particular movie, they have themed food, and you can buy Jedi robes, but you're not allowed to wear them inside the theme park. Yeah, that one kind of stumbled across the finish line. Anyway,
Yeah, that's true. How do you claim to be immersive and and they want you to buy like your robes and like buy our robes, but you can't wear them in the theme park. So yeah, the word of the day, Steiner Math, is immersive. Actually, I'm glad she brought this up because I never thought about that, like how much they have used this word to discuss everything Disney. That's pretty wild. I did not think about that. So good on her for the editing.
all of that is what you might call immersive. But I would also call it just a theme park. That's the definition of a theme park, a themed environment with rides. Compare this to something like a Six Flags, where it's like a crumbling gas station with roller coasters out back, and one of the roller coasters has a Superman logo on it. I can never help it. I'm always attacking Six Flags unprovoked. Six Flags I would call an amusement park and not even a theme park if I was in charge of the terminology, because theme parks are themed. I love that about them, but that's not revolutionary. That's just what they've always been. Disney has had these design principles forever. They just used other synonyms for immersion. It was called realism, maybe feeling transported, maybe escapism, maybe even this plaque that Walt Disney installed at the entrance to Disneyland when he built it. He didn't know about the word immersion yet, but if he had, it would probably be the only word on there. I mean, Pandora, the world of Avatar, isn't more immersive than Disneyland's Adventureland. If I go to Adventureland, it looks like I'm at a jungle outpost. I can eat themed food, and I can buy a safari helmet and wear it around.
Actually, she is correct here. She and being immersive in something, she's definitely correct. This is what a theme park is. That's why it's called themed, a themed park. This is themed for Harry Potter. This is themed for Avatar. This is themed for Star Wars. It's yeah, they changed the verbiage. So I agree with her on that point.
I've never seen anyone do that, but I have seen them for sale, so it's possible. Sure, Pandora has physically larger and grander set pieces, and it emulates a landscape more foreign to us, but that's in part because Pandora was built in 2017 with a budget of $500 million. Adventureland was built in 1955, and I'm pretty sure Walt Disney just paid the construction guys in soda pop and grilled cheese sandwiches. But at their core, the two lands are the same in that the immersion is purely aesthetic. There's no one specific narrative to be told. Nobody is really in character. The employees in Pandora may refer to the film Avatar as the documentary, but they're not going to speak fluent Na'vi back to me, no matter how angrily I shouted at them. So the word immersion is fairly new to the scene, but the practice isn't. But with competing parks building more and more detailed environments, we see the word immersion applied to basically everything as a one-word way to communicate that. And with this heavy marketing emphasis on immersion, it's no wonder that companies wanted to take it further.
This is the next phase. This is the next level of immersive storytelling, everything in the immersive field we've been dreaming of.
And once you've done themed environments, themed food, themed clothing, the only way to take it further is to move all the way into LARP. But an experience of this kind had never been offered by any theme park company before. The last thing you want is for your product to alienate the Thompsons from Iowa who love to spend money on Disney vacations but have never stepped foot inside a board game store. And while nerds are pretty aware of what LARP is, most normies have either not heard of it or have never considered it something they might enjoy.
If you don't know what LARPing is, basically is you become a character, you go out and you pretend to be that character. So some people might not know what that is. So I have never done it ever. But yeah, they probably should have said the Star Cruiser Hotel is just it's just LARPing. People are like, oh, the pause screen. I get it. Listen, this video is 4 hours long, so if this ain't your cup of tea, I totally get it. So
in fact, to most non-theater kids, the prospect seems kind of mortifying. It would take a savvy marketing team to pitch this to the average consumer.
There it is right there. Someone, thank you. LARP, live action role playing. Thank you so much. Thanks for clearing that up. Appreciate it. There's a lot to go on here. Wait till we get inside the hotel. She's just setting up the scene.
Part 2, the marketing. The marketing was extremely bad. The hotel concept was first accidentally leaked in April 2017. Disney had contracted a third-party survey company called Swagbucks to try to gauge interest for an immersive Star Wars experience. As with every theme park industry survey, the content was immediately posted to multiple fan sites, so the secret was out.
And tonight, only Eyewitness News has learned what may be one of the biggest talkers yet. Channel 9 anchor Jamie Holmes got a hold of a survey that has been sent out, wanting to know if fans would be interested in an entire Star Wars themed hotel.
The survey wants to know if fans would be interested in a Star Wars boutique hotel where you would spend 2 nights in a completely immersive Star Wars experience. The survey includes renderings like this, where the resort looks like a spacecraft, and rooms that have an interactive view out the virtual window on the Star Wars galaxy.
The survey specifically teased a multi-day experience with character performers, secret missions, a pool, a fitness area, robot butlers. The survey asked whether guests would be willing to pay $900 to $1,000 per person for such an experience. Initially, nobody was sure whether this was just a distant idea or if Disney was actually serious about it.
All right, let me stop right there because I'm telling you, with everything in me, I saw, because I talked about this multiple times, and I think people in the chat who've been with me for such a while, I saw that it was either the Disney parks or someone put up a poll about what hotel or resort experience would they like to have at Disney. And it was Haunted Mansion, Star Wars, and there was two, I think they threw in a pirate theme, something like that. But basically, when I saw that poll, it was the Haunted Mansion, like Haunted Mansion Tower of Terror Resort was like winning that poll at like 98%. I can't find it anywhere. I searched the internet high and low. I even went back to some of my old streams to see if I had screenshot it, but I think it was deleted, and I just kind of laughed at it. I didn't think, because at the time, it was years ago, I didn't know that they were planning on a Star Wars experience hotel. And the Haunted Mansion was just like, I think it got up to almost 3,000 votes, and the Haunted Mansion was like, it wasn't even, nothing was even close. It was like 98% Haunted Mansion, and then it was kind of like deleted. So and I'm not saying, because I don't have it in front of me, but if Disney put out a poll like that and their people are telling them we want a Haunted Mansion style resort, and they went with Star Wars that didn't even crack 10%, that just shows you the kind of people over there. Again, maybe it was a fan site or something. I'm just saying, I don't want to like go on record saying Disney did that if I didn't have it in front of me. But holy crap, I remember that because I talked about it over and over again as a joke, and then all of a sudden, here we have the Star Wars hotel was announced, and I was like, well, shoot. I didn't I didn't save that, and now I can't find it. It's like it was erased from existence, because I think what they were doing, they were just throwing out little teasers, just like in this survey she's talking about, to see if if the Star Wars hotel would be off the charts. But it's like, nope, they made the wrong decision. So
Got it. But just 3 months later at the 2017 D23 Expo, CEO Bob Chapek got up on stage and clumsily and uncharismatically announced it to the world.
So today, I am thrilled to confirm that we are working on our most experiential concept ever. It combines a luxury resort with an immersion in an authentic Star Wars environment.
Initially,
I want to I hope okay.
I remember the response being generally positive, but sort of muted. Like, people were curious what this would entail.
See, this is the concept art. Disney has a huge problem, and people are catching on. They are catching on like just as quick as possible. They're catching on to the fact that the concept art that they release is never the final product, right? Never the final product of what they release. They released this thing for Tiana's Bayou. We talked about it on Park Hoppin'. It's like, it's going to look like this. Now we see what it looks like. It looks terrible. It looks horrible. So they keep throwing these concept arts like, it's going to be great. It's going to be great. It's going to be great. And then that's it. Star Wars is what was one of the biggest IPs in the world. A Star Wars hotel, a Star Wars resort, whatever it is, it should be alive and well today, making money like no one's business. But it's closed. So,
But with just a couple of pieces of early concept art and vague marketing phrases like be immersed in your own Star Wars adventure, it was just too early to really even understand what it was. I mean, Disney will literally call a pizza parlor immersive, so that doesn't mean much. These days, a lot
100%. Disney will even call a pizza place immersive, so it doesn't mean much. That's right. It's the same thing that we've been talking about. When you overuse words and call everything the same word, when you call it like, you guys know what I'm talking about. When people point fingers at people they disagree with and call them the same word over and over and over again, the word becomes void, invalid, and it does not have the same weight or meaning at all. So she's absolutely correct. We're being immersive in this video. We're being immersive.
A lot of the stuff they announced at D23 doesn't even end up getting built, so I understand why the response was a little subdued. But
she's absolutely correct too. A lot of stuff that Disney announces at their big event never happens. So you're constantly like telling people, look what we got coming, look what we're gonna do, immersive, look what it's gonna look what's gonna happen, and then it never happens. We're going back in time, 700 people watching us, talking Star Cruiser.
But at the next D23 Expo in 2019, things were more concretely taking shape. It appeared the hotel was actually happening, and we got more of an outline of what it would entail. The audience gets to see some cool concept art of an arrival terminal. We'll put a pin in that. We're told about space windows, interactivity, branching story paths.
It is an opportunity to live your multi-day story as it.
That was the biggest marketing. It was like, here is your opportunity to live a Star Wars story, knowing if you have an imagination and a wiffle ball bat, you could have lived your own Star Wars story. How many people remember those days? You had a wiffle ball bat, that was your lightsaber, you were Luke Skywalker, all that stuff. I mean, you didn't have to spend $6,000 on a hotel to live a Star Wars story, which they told you everything that you had to do.
It unfolds and interweaves with the crew, other passengers, and those Star Wars characters.
Hold on a second. Hold on. Someone just congratulated me for being on the front page of Rumble. Man, our numbers on Rumble are starting to skyrocket a little bit. Thank you so much. Thank you, Rumble. Shout out, man. Shout out to you, Rumble. Thank you. Let's keep it moving.
At this point, the public's interest was piqued, but overall, there just wasn't enough information to know what to make of it. Okay, so what's next? Well, it's kind of weird, but the next info about the hotel they dropped was just showing us that they made this lightsaber.
Light, darkness, a balance.
They made a lot of commotion about this special lightsaber. See, it looks like one of those fancy effects lightsabers, but it actually comes out of the handle like the ones in the movies. And everybody was like, wow, we can buy that? And they were like, well, no.
Yes, that was the stupidest marketing ever. They literally had Rey, just like what you saw. Turner, I don't want to back up too much, but
well,
hold on. This was
whether this was just a distant idea or if Disney was actually serious about it. But just 3 months later at the 2017 D23 Expo, CEO Bob Chapek got up on stage and clumsily and uncharismatically announced it to the world.
So today, I am thrilled to confirm that we are working on our most experienced.
See, here's where I mess up.
Story as it unfolds.
Here's where I mess up. I can't like fast forward or like.
Crew, other passengers, and those Star Wars characters.
At this point, the public's interest was piqued, but overall, there just wasn't enough information to know what to make of it. Okay, so what's next? Well, it's kind of weird, but the next info about the hotel they dropped was just showing us that they made this lightsaber.
Light, darkness.
Correct. I remember when they released this video because everybody went crazy saying, I want to buy that, take my money, all that stuff. And then at the end of this video, it showed only available at the Galactic Star Cruiser. So then people were like, I'm going to go to that Star Cruiser just to buy this lightsaber. Now, not to toot my own horn, I made a video about this. Like, I was one of the first ones to talk about how this lightsaber would not be for sale. And I remember the comments over and over saying, Jay, you're freaking crazy. You're crazy. Why would they show that off if they're not going to sell it? Why would they even show this if they're not? If you got to pay money to go to the hotel and buy this lightsaber, people were going to do that, or they're going to wait to buy it on eBay and pay a lot of money. It's the first time they got a retractable lightsaber that you didn't have to like flick with your wrist. And I'm like, I'm telling you, I've been listening to this. And I had people that were building the freaking thing. I went through that with Galaxy's Edge. I was talking a lot about Galaxy's Edge on this channel. I'm like, the first video that I made that was negative was this. I said, when you go to Star Wars Galaxy's Edge, there will be no Darth Vader, Luke Skywalker, Han Solo walking around. That video got thumbed down to all crap and back, and people were like, that's the stupidest thing. This guy's just making stuff up, right? And I tried to tell people over and over, I have friends that are working on the construction. I live down the street. I'm telling you what's happening. I'm telling you what is about to go down. This was my first interaction with Pete from Around the Galaxy podcast. Well, something was starting to leak out online with some of the plans, and they were saying that this hotel is going to cost about $1,500 a night per person, right? I did a video on that, and that thing just blew up my channel. I'll never forget. And this guy from Around the Galaxy podcast went after me with everything that he had in me. This guy's a liar. He doesn't know what he's talking about. Who cares if they charge whatever? It's Star Wars. This guy just hates Star. And they just went on and on and on. That was the only information I had. I said, look, you're not going to be able to buy this lightsaber. And you're not going to, because I was told. And then a podcast came out literally a week later where the guy's like, yeah, we're not selling the lightsaber. It's part of the show, right? It's part of the show. But we just wanted to get people excited about the show. I showed off photos of the construct of inside the Star Cruiser construction. I don't know if Jeremy's still in chat or whatever. I said, look, all this stuff, like, I don't want to get my guy in trouble, but this is what they're building. It looks nothing like the concept art, right? And I said, if this is exactly what they're going for, this thing is going to be dead in a year. And sure enough, here we are. She's absolutely correct. You teased out a lightsaber that people wanted to buy, but you didn't want to sell it because you know it's a piece of trash. This is what the only thing they did with that lightsaber, right? It was such my guy told me, he's like, this thing is like, if you twist it too far to the right or left, it breaks. It basically was built, and she might explain this in the video, I'm not sure, because this is my first time watching it. You know, like one of those tape measures that you pull out, the metal and the tape measure. If you guys have ever used a tape measure, if you pull that thing up a little bit and it bends over really easy, right? And so she can only hold it like this when it ignites, you know, and maybe straight down when it ignites, because she can't move it around so much or it'll bend and break. And this is the video. Clearly see that she takes it and puts it on the ground to pick up the other one. They could have done something completely different. Like maybe she spins around a door or something. But when you literally just put it up and then you place it on the ground to pick up the battle ready one, I don't know, man, if it was even worth building something like this. So yeah, there's my rant. With Ray, they should have been yellow, right?
A balance.
They made a lot of commotion about this special lightsaber. See, it looks like one of those fancy effects lightsabers, but it actually comes out of the handle like the ones in the movies. And everybody was like, wow, we can buy that? And they were like, well, no, you can look at it exclusively on the Galactic Star Cruiser, which that's a little less exciting, right? If I just wanted to look at a convincing lightsaber, I could already do that by watching the film Star Wars.
My God, she's 100% correct. Hey, we built this lightsaber. You can come and look at it if you stay at the Star Cruiser. She's like, if I want to look at it, I'll watch one of the movies. I agree with her. Might not agree with every one of her takes, but I agree with her here. She's 100% correct.
To touch, but I can see why I can't touch it. People found the patent, and it basically works like an extendable tape measure with a spool of LED gamer lights glued onto it. It could never hold up to rough housing from a kid, and I also get the impression that it can't retract in an elegant way. Like maybe they have to take it apart and re-spool it or something. You can see everyone that does handle it acts like it's going to fall apart at any minute. When Josh D'Amaro shows it off at D23, he doesn't swish it around. He won't even gesticulate while he's holding it. He just holds it perfectly upright with both hands and then gingerly passes it off to his assistant, just like in the movies. In my opinion, it was monumentally stupid of them to advertise this ahead of time. I think it's the kind of parlor trick that's more dazzling if you aren't expecting it, and it's such a limited trick, right? Like,
man, she calls it a parlor trick. I love it. 100%. That's a parlor trick to try to get people to stay in your resort. Listen, you want to get people to come to your Star Wars hotel? You want to get people to come to your resort, right? Or your immersion? Give them Star Wars. Don't give them parlor tricks, right? Give them a set or a studio to walk around that will hit them right in the feels. Give them a Death Star. Give them Jabba's palace. Give them Coruscant. Give them, like, just give that to Star Wars fans. You gave them something we never heard of before, ever. And then you tried to make it relevant, which is the dumbest thing ever. You put the Galactic Star Cruiser in the High Republic. You tried to put it in books. You tried to change the lore because you wanted to make it relevant. It doesn't work like that, Disney. You actually made it worse. You made it a joke. You made it laughable when you did that kind of stuff. You know, that's all I'm saying. I see you, brother. I see you in the chat, man. Jay would rather watch your video 4 million times than hers. I appreciate that, man. I appreciate that. Maybe she discussed that. Let's keep going.
This thing we see in the ad and at the expo, that's the whole thing the lightsaber does. And now we've seen it. I think this would have gotten better online buzz if they'd saved it as a surprise for opening weekend. But to be honest, they might have showcased this out of desperation. It certainly seems like for several expos, they haven't had much to announce. On August 4th, 2021, Star Cruiser releases their first real ad.
For the first time, it's real. We've traveled to the far reaches of the galaxy. We got recruited by the Resistance. And now we're ready.
Come on, Dad. We gotta go save the ship.
No. We're gonna save the galaxy.
So that was pretty vague, but it at least communicated a few things. You see a family is on a spaceship, they've met a few people in alien makeup, and got to do some kind of resistance mission. It's a decent teaser, I guess. None of the characters in this ad will actually appear in the finished product, and you can tell from the way they shot it that they haven't completed any of the building interiors. But I think it's supposed to be more of a proof of concept. Unfortunately, on the same day they dropped this ad, Disney also dropped the sample pricing for the experience. And here's some foreshadowing for you. The news was not well received. People had already been skeptical about this project, and Disney being Disney, there was already a lot of speculation that it would cost a lot, but it actually cost a lot. And that'll be in our next chapter. But for now, let's just say it was expensive. From this point on, marketing will be fighting an uphill battle to start any positive conversation about the Galactic Star Cruiser, because now all anyone wants to talk about is the price tag. It isn't until November of that year that we get our next substantial info drop. In this promotional video, executive Josh D'Amaro walks over to the Star Cruiser to demo it. For the life of me, I cannot understand why they have this shot of him strolling in from outside.
100%. You wanted to get people excited about the Galactic Star Cruiser. You should have had a family like running through the Death Star and Darth Vader like walking behind them, right? Something like that, man. Like something. You gave us an entire commercial that didn't show anything Star Wars. Maybe the Jedi robe. Maybe. There was absolutely nothing Star Wars in the first commercial. And she's also correct. You don't get Josh D'Amaro, a guy that wears khakis and a sweater vest, to stroll in and say, look how immersive this is. Look how it looks like he's going into a bunker, a shelter bunker or something.
It's so unimmersive. And then they fade to him standing in the lightsaber training pod, and it looks so sad and featureless.
They filmed that thing with masks on. I get it at the time. I guess that's what they had to do. But I'm sorry, just pretty pathetic.
We have been working on this experience to have a whole brand new way for our guests to experience this ancient art of the lightsaber.
During normal operation, this room has ambient lighting, but here they've overlit it and made it look very cheap.
This looks unbelievable.
So the important context is that this was our first real look at what you would do on the Star Cruiser. People now knew what it cost, but not exactly what it was offering. A frankly insane order in which to release information. So for this video, Josh is going to demo the exclusive lightsaber training experience.
Oh. All right,
so you're right there.
Facing
your
here.
Face off against the remote.
This is so bad. This is the worst thing. I thought this was the worst thing that they ever released as far as promotion. This is horrible. You want to know how prideful Lucasfilm and Disney are? How prideful they are? They were like, it's Star Wars, man. It's gonna sell. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter what we show. It doesn't matter what we have. It doesn't matter. It's Star Wars. People will buy. That's what they thought. There might have been a time where that was true. There might have been a time where, they threw out anything with the Star Wars and people bought it because Star Wars was such a respected brand. People loved Star Wars. Now you had to sell someone if they were going to spend $6,000, you had to sell someone. You really did. And this ain't it, Buster. This ain't it. You could buy this toy and set it up in your house and just turn the light off and do the exact same thing. This is horrible. He looks all stiff and whatever. Here we go. Sweet Jesus, help us all. Man, do I remember this. I don't think I laughed. I so hard. I laughed so hard at this. This is crazy. How cheesy this is. All right.
Okay, so it looks bad. We can all see that it looks bad. He's moving so slowly, and I'm so secondhand embarrassed about how rigidly he's moving. Like, why is he moving his torso and not his arms? Why is it like that? Again, if they're marketing an immersive experience, why are they doing such unimmersive showcases? Why not have kids do the lightsaber experience and have everybody in costume and shoot and edit it to look a little more dynamic? Why do they think we want to see an executive trying it? I'm giving that ad a thumbs down. But let's move on to the next big promo video, released just a couple weeks later. Disney has pulled out all the stops for this one. They've got their most charismatic Imagineer giving a tour of the ship. They've got an actor from one of their ABC sitcoms here to try it out.
Hello there. I'm super excited to see what you and your team created.
Oh,
We
this.
cannot wait to have you aboard because Star Wars Galactic Star Cruiser is a first of its kind vacation experience where you get to spend 2 days and 2 nights living out your very
This
own
was
Star Wars
the
story.
one, man.
Oh, I'm just too excited. We got to go inside.
This is my favorite piece of marketing material. The ship looks empty and lifeless, like when you're in a mall past closing time. The delivery is stilted. The editing is supremely awkward. They constantly sound like they're being cut off.
It's like I'm walking straight into a Star Wars movie, except it's not a movie, right? You get to be in the middle of it all and in the middle of the action. And then there's activities you can do on here. Yeah, there are.
There's activities you can do on here. This killed it for real. There was probably some people on the fence. It was this commercial right here was the nail in the coffin. And you know why? Because and maybe she'll say it, after Disney released this, they unlisted it. They got rid of it because of it. It was so negatively hit, and people who already made reservations to stay at the hotel, they asked for a refund because you had to put down 20% to get a reservation. So my gosh, man, just give me a call. I could have done such a better job.
Activities on board the ship.
Actor Sean Giambroni looks briefly at the bridge, sends the ship into light speed.
Punch it.
And then he wanders away from his tour into this half-empty lounge where a Twi'lek singer sings at him.
What's going on? I just popped through that door and I have no idea.
This was awful. I mean,
Look
awful.
above and see the world slowly emerge before your eyes.
And once we're shown this character, the ad just kind of becomes a short music video. Like, this is not presented from the perspective of the sitcom actor as he marvels at this new world. The camera takes us physically away from him to a perfectly centered shot of the alien singer. He stumbles back out into the hallway. Was that all a dream? What does it mean? And the ad ends there. I can't even imagine what they were thinking with this one. Okay, first, let me do a compliment sandwich. I theoretically like this as theme park marketing material. Instead of just giving us practical information, they decided to do a little skit, which is always better. And I, for one, love Sean Giambroni's G. Willikers performance here. It's like if they got Mickey Rooney to do the ad.
All right, so that I'll disagree. His G. Willikers performance was god awful. It was terrible for a Star Wars theme, right? All of it was everybody in the chat. All I'm seeing is cringe, right? This is not how you promote Star Wars. Anything. If this maybe was something different, like some fun little sci-fi thing that you're doing, okay, maybe, yeah. No, that was awful. This is the worst ad that you could ever do. That whole, oh my gosh, there was a person singing and everything. Nothing, absolutely nothing in that ad said Star Wars. Nothing. And that's why they took it down.
To me, someone who's watched a lot of vintage theme park promotional materials, this all feels charmingly dorky and sort of retro. But ask yourself, is dorky and retro really what you're going for when you're promoting an infamously expensive, ostensibly groundbreaking
Correct.
experience?
There you go.
A project that already has a lot of naysayers? I would think you'd want to make it look as cool as possible. Really put your best foot forward. Not to mention, this video conveys next to nothing about what you actually do on the Star Cruiser. The Disney marketing department seems to think saying punch it is enough of a selling point for an attraction, and I think they're mistaken about that. The building doesn't even come across well because all the sets are overlit and underpopulated. They look cheap. Furthermore, why would you choose to do an ad that's centered around the fact that there's a singer? I think this character is a cool bit of world building, and a live singer does make a restaurant feel more expensive, but surely they didn't think that this would be the main selling point of a Star Wars roleplay experience. The performance itself is awkward, like it's not even a performance venue. She's just standing in the middle of a small lounge between tables singing loudly to like maybe 10 people.
And they'll launch the drunk 3PO channel with this singer. Oh my gosh. Sorry, I just had to laugh.
And she's not even doing a lounge singer song, which might have helped the vibe. She's just doing like a human pop song. It keeps cutting to the other patrons of the bar, and they're just kind of bobbing their heads in polite disinterest. If you're doing a skit anyway, why have the weird...
They're bobbing their heads in polite disinterest. I love that. That's pretty good. I love that. We're just bobbing our heads to polite disinterest. That's pretty good.
Weird framing narrative where Sean Jambroni walks in.
And sorry, guys, we're only 16 minutes in a 4-hour video. Sorry.
To a fake hotel to speak with an Imagineer. Why not just shoot a little skit where he's already living in the story of the hotel? They're trying to hook us on the idea that this will be an out-of-this-world adventure, but Sean's whole adventure was that he briefly saw a woman singing and she looked unusual. Anyway, this ad was poorly received and widely mocked. Allegedly, hotel dates which had previously been fully booked suddenly became available in the week following the ad. That would suggest that some people found the ad so discouraging that they went out of their way to cancel existing reservations. And I think these reports must have been true because within the week, Disney deleted this ad from all platforms. Yikes. If you're wondering how Disney tried to follow that, the answer is that they didn't. That ad went over so badly that I guess they just completely gave up on shooting new promotional material for the Star Cruiser. New Twitter promos would pop up, but they would just be stills of concept art or recuts of that first teaser ad supplemented with a little bit of new footage. To emphasize the choose your own adventure aspect of the experience, they would add in clips of each story path. So that
now this is where Disney thought, and Lucasfilm, with their pride, they thought, well, once we get a few people in here, the word of mouth will spread and everything will be fine. That is exactly what they thought. I'm telling you. The ad didn't work. It was a failure. People, they canceled. All right. Let's just stop the marketing. We're going to bring in a ton of free YouTubers that we got on salary, right? Remember, we went over this. We're going to bring in a ton of free TikTokers, Instagrammers, YouTubers that are going to say how wonderful it is. And I covered this. And I don't know if y'all remember. I don't know. But I did a 4-hour live stream of the backlash some of these influencers were getting on Twitter in their live stream One theme park channel started their live stream 2 days after they released their Star Cruiser video. It was so negative, they shut it down an hour. They went out and made an apology, and they sent me a freaking email not to talk about them. Please, they're like, please don't talk about us. Like, we're trying to deal with it. They came back later and did a live stream and said, yes, we went for free. Yes, all that stuff. Like, they did this whole thing about, yeah, we went for free, but we still gave our honest opinion. And yes, we'll go back and pay for it and do it again. Oh, it was crazy, man. It was crazy because the average people like me and you, we were like, there's no way you could say, like, people, like some of these influencers were literally saying, if you just charge it, right? Just charge it. Yeah, it's worth it. Just charge it. It's like unbelievable, man, how crazy that they thought that these YouTubers and influencers were going to like turn the tide of the perception of this Star Cruiser. I don't know if she'll bring it up, but here we
They
go.
had a Jedi ad, a smuggler ad, and they had an ad about how you can sell Chewbacca out to the First Order and get him thrown in jail, which was so poorly received that Disney would later delete it from all platforms. It's weird that that happened twice. The thing about these ads,
2 ads that they made were so poorly received that they deleted twice. The commercial and a TikTok/Twitter ad. Unbelievable. That's how poorly. If they didn't see what the freak, the writing on the wall, what the heck, they should have just paused this thing and rethought everything. Freaking crazy, man.
is anyone with a functioning brain sees this footage and is like, that feels improbable. Logistically, I doubt I'll be doing a solo run through a whole satisfying movie accurate adventure. But then, if my visit will look nothing like these ads, what will it look like? A question Disney seemed unable or unwilling to answer. Instead, they just kept showcasing the same limited roster of activities they'd already told us about. Like Good Morning America did a promotional segment, and surprise, it's pushing buttons on the bridge, it's the lightsaber game again, a chance to meet Chewbacca, which you can already do in Disneyland, and for some reason they let Bob Chapek wriggle out of his den and fumble his way through an interview. Once again, no real insight into the choose your own adventure aspect, despite it being the biggest selling point of the hotel. So I've pretty much covered all the ads intended for the general public, but since I'm a hardcore theme park fan, I did personally try to delve a little deeper. So through all this, I was watching all of Disney's social media channels, and they posted a few panels with their Imagineers. Maybe it's unfair to lump these in with the ads since they're only intended for nerds, but they did give me a little more info about what you do in the gameplay.
There might be someone that you help stow away. There might be someone that you help get thrown in a brig, right? Like
or break out.
Or break out of the brig, right? There could
They do not have any more imagination left. There is no imagination left. The fact that you think you could put someone in a little box is a good Star Wars hotel is a joke. It's a freaking joke. And the fact that you people sat around here and said this is a good idea, people will spend a lot of money on it, it's laughable. It's freaking laughable. And any real, maybe that's the wrong word, any Star Wars fan, like, did you even talk to a Star Wars fan? Like, any Star Wars fan and say, hey, does this look and feel like Star Wars? Maybe. There is so many things you could have done to make this a Star Wars hotel. There are so many things. And it's easy. It's like an easy fix.
be a galactic superstar who entertains you on the
A galactic superstar. You're not even using Star Wars verbiage at this point. You're not like, are you kidding me here? This is wild. Thanks for the 1,000 people hanging out with me. Holy crap. We're going to be here all night. Good luck.
the first night, but then also tasks you with helping her smuggle something.
Nice. Finally, we get a concrete example. I love that.
Or you might help someone get their luggage on board without somebody noticing.
You might help someone get their luggage on board. What? I did not, man. If I would have heard that back when I was making Star Cruiser videos, Are you freaking kidding me? If I had known that was part of the marketing, I would have did 10 videos alone. I totally missed this one. I'm glad she caught it. So you're telling me for $6,000, I could do a Star Wars adventure by smuggling someone's luggage on the ship? Are you freaking kidding me? My dreams are coming true. That's all I ever wanted to do in Star Wars. That's it. You cracked the case, man. You did it. You sat around a round table and you thought of everything Star Wars. This is it, man. Out of everything that we've ever seen in any 6 films, right? Maybe, hey, let me just put all 9 in there. You cracked the code. We want to smuggle someone's luggage on a ship so I can be a real star. Sorry, I'm starting to get revved up here. Starting to get a little revved up here. All right, here we go.
You never know.
Okay, I'm definitely getting the idea that we're going to smuggle luggage at some point.
I think about the fact that you might meet one of our characters. You might meet one of them on the bridge. You might meet them sort of on a screen first. Then you help them board. Then you smuggle their luggage.
Okay.
She said that twice. Are you freaking kidding me? She said, I am thinking about it. I'm thinking about people meeting one of our characters and smuggling their luggage. Man, I wish I had seen that interview back in the day. Are you kidding? This is glorious. Great job on the video so far.
A lot of smuggling luggage, perhaps.
Then they appear on the ship.
Physically, they walk into the room
while you're smuggling their luggage on board.
Yeah, that's pretty exciting.
Are you She said it 3 times. Smuggling luggage.
Then you see them later. They send you a message saying, thanks for your help with the luggage.
As the opening date approached, Disney, of course, pivoted to influencer marketing. And in my opinion, they managed to fumble this too.
Influencer marketing. Here we go. This is what I was talking about earlier. Here we go. Here we go. The TikTokers and YouTubers.
From what I saw, most of the people they invited were TikTokers who just stood in the atrium and did viral dances. Why would seeing the grown-up dancing girl from High School Musical dancing in the atrium make me want to book this trip unless...
Holy crap. If I had seen this, I watched a lot of video of the influencers, but mostly YouTube. I didn't watch the TikTok ones so much. The fact that Disney paid these people to go on the Star Cruiser. All right, so let me just say this. Maybe they didn't specifically give them a check. But if they're giving them a free trip, chat, help me out here because I don't want to misrepresent. I don't want to misrepresent. The fact that Disney gave them a free trip to post on their social media how great this is that being paid? Help me out here. Isn't that technically being paid? They're not spending the $6,000. They get special privileges, but all they have to do is yes. Yep. Okay. All right. I'm just saying. I don't want to misrepresent anyone. I personally think that's buying influence. So the fact that these TikTokers came in and they thought this was going to sell it with them doing this type of stuff is another joke. These people are so out of touch. They literally think because it has the Star Wars name that people were going to just eat this thing up. Eat it up. This is freaking hilarious. I never saw this.
Unless I also planned on dancing in the atrium, which statistically, I don't. I feel like even if that did successfully pique the interest of their audience, a lot of these people's fans are late high school and early college students who don't have the financial flexibility to book the Star Cruiser, even if they want to. Besides, if all you're looking for is an attractive backdrop for photos and dances, you could just go trample around in the Super Bloom or book any resort with an infinity pool. I think a more realistic demographic would have been to focus on Comic-Con types. Older nerds who have grown-up jobs and are already familiar with role-playing. So I think they would have been better off mixing in big fish from the smaller ponds of LARP, cosplay, probably
I
D&D
agree.
podcasts.
I
I
agree.
know these are marginally more obscure hobbies, but a lot of money is spent on them every year. And here's another general issue I've always had with Disney influencer marketing: naming conventions. In the olden days, Disney would call stuff by fairly natural, simple names. Tomorrowland, Space Mountain. The Alice in Wonderland ride is called Alice in Wonderland. They don't do that anymore. I think it's for copyright reasons or for search engine optimization, but it's so awkward. Now Disney products are called things like The Little Mermaid, Ariel's Undersea Adventure, Guardians of the Galaxy Cosmic Rewind, Star Wars Galaxy's Edge. So you end up with all these products which, colloquially, nobody calls by their actual registered names. People say Star Wars Land, they say the Star Wars Hotel. People say, I want to ride the Cars ride. They don't say, I want to ride Radiator Springs Racers. And the big problem here is if you make contracts with influencers and you require them to call your products by the full legal names, they're going to sound like you're paying them. Imagine
100%. I can't agree with this more. The marketing for Disney, Universal does it too. The Wizarding World of Harry Potter. We all go, let's go to Harry Potter Land. Star Wars Galaxy's Edge. Let's go to Star Wars Land. She is 100% correct. And then when you have people that, even in our videos and park hop and stuff like that, I literally say, we're going to Harry Potter World, right? We're going to Harry Potter Land. We're going to Star Wars Land, But when you see other people say, we're going to Star Wars Galaxy's Edge and go on the Batuu adventure, it's like, what? You know that there's some special stuff going on because nobody calls it that. And if they were smart, I'm sorry, if they were smart, and I'll say this for Universal too, they should lean into the gimmicky names every now and then. They really should. They should just lean into it from time to time. You know what I'm saying? The world of Pandora. No, we're going to Avatar Land. They should just lean into it because that's exactly what people call it. Now you got people saying Star Wars Hotel, and Disney fought people tooth and nail. It's not called the Star Wars Hotel. Stop calling it that. It's not called the Star. It's not a hotel. Stop calling it that. You need to lean into like the memes and stuff that are happening. It will make people will respect you more. They will. But of course, this is Disney. They don't need to trademark it. All right, they don't need to trademark it. They just need to lean into it. They just need to lean into it. They can do it on their TikTok and stuff like that. They need to let TikTokers and these influencers that they hire to lean into the memes. It makes it sound more real. When they don't, she's absolutely correct. When they don't, everyone can sniff it out. Everyone. You know what I'm saying? It's crazy. It's freaking crazy. She's absolutely correct.
And if I told you I went to Disney World and saw Star Wars Land, it was pretty fun. I saw the Star Wars bar and I went on the Millennium Falcon ride. Now imagine if I told you this summer I got to experience Star Wars Galaxy's Edge at Disney's Hollywood Studios. I loved seeing Oga's Cantina and blasting off on Millennium Falcon Smuggler's Run. Which one do you believe more? And yet Disney's marketing team is absolutely allergic to just letting people call things by their casual nicknames. And I think it makes all media they produce, host, and sponsor sound extremely insincere. This part
100. I can't scream this louder from the rooftops. Like that is 100%. McDonald's, there used to be like back in the day, people would call McDonald's Mickey D's. Y'all ever heard that before? Mickey D's. I'm going to Mickey D's, right? McDonald's leaned into that meme and they put that in some of their marketing. Like, we're going to Mickey D's. It's like, it's not that hard. It's not that hard. It's freaking crazy. Yeah, I know. I paused it on weird face. Sorry, Jenny. It's not that. I still call it Mickey D's. People in the chat saying, yeah, that's what I'm saying. It's just like they leaned into it.
Problem is especially present in this one marketing product I found, the Plan Disney podcast. I highly recommend giving this podcast a watch sometime, by which I mean it is fascinatingly bad.
We're only 22 minutes in the 4-hour video, so buckle up.
Basically, on this podcast, Disney brings in a rotating cast of real fans and social media personalities to give trip reports and offer advice to fellow guests. The podcast isn't secretive about being produced by Disney. It's shot inside the theme parks. They disclose that their panelists are compensated. So with that context, I don't think it's weird that the panelists would only have good things to say about Disney World. But what I do think is weird is the way they talk.
Do you have anything that's coming up that's exciting you about Disney destinations?
Okay, I am very excited. I'm a huge Star Wars fan. And my friend and fellow panelist was recently on the maiden voyage of Galactic Star Cruiser over at Walt Disney World Resort. I was just talking to her. She said that it's like being the main character in your own Star Wars story.
All of the
The reason why they talk that way, Jenny, is because they all get, like, they're holding him in their hand. If you look at this picture, maybe she says it. Like I said, they are holding the cue cards in their hand of what they have to say. They are literally given all the talking points on how to say it. That is what they do. This is how they promote it. It is all scripted. It's weird. Yes. They don't let people run into the memes. Like you said, the nicknames. It is fake excitement. It's fake. Nobody talks that way. We're going on the maiden voyage of the Galactic Star Cruiser located at Disney's Hollywood Studios at the Walt Disney World Resort. I was so excited. That sounds fake as fudge, man. They need to really, they need to fire everyone over there on their marketing and bring on other people. That's just what they need to do. It's cringe. Yes, this is cringe Disney 101. It's freaking weird. Look, you can see all of them got cue cards in their hand. All right, sorry. Maybe she brings it up. I don't know.
The terminology is so rigidly corporate. Half the time, the hosts are literally reading off a prompter, and the rest of the time, you can tell they've been briefed on the questions.
Holy crap. Holy crap. She's literally looking at her card. Oh, man. It's right there. Why would people watch this and think that this is real excitement? This is amazing. This is amazing. She's literally looking at her card. It's like when you're in school and you write the answers on your hand. And you're like this, like, hey, I'm doing okay. Hey, everything's good, By the way, the new Magic shirt is available at Nine Line Apparel. We sold out before, but they're back up in the store. If you want to get them, it's in the pinned comment. For the 1,100 people watching on YouTube and over there on Rumble, thank you guys for being here. I'm going to get to Super Chats in just a second. Let's get to her next point.
And prepared their answers ahead of time.
Guys, we cannot forget the ultimate Star Wars fans, right? I mean, what would be more intense than a 2-day stay at the Star Wars Galactic Star Cruiser?
Yes.
We're talking about an immersive experience.
And why? Disney has so many fans that will uncritically celebrate their products without getting paid. So why not just let them use their own words? Why make your own fake podcast in the first place? Nobody's watching this except me, and I'm only watching it as performance art.
After you check in, you jump into a launch pod.
Okay.
And in my opinion,
Launch
this is when
pod?
the adventure really begins.
It never used to be like this. Why does corporate mandate that they talk about the products this way? Why is all this marketing so bad? Are they really so out of touch? Could they be so naive?
Yes, they are out of touch, and they are so naive because they spent money on a Star Wars IP. And if they did go back and look at some of the numbers before, right? Star Wars was a brand that if you slap the name Star Wars on it, people bought it. And they probably have those numbers and they just don't care. And that's why they're so out of touch. Imagine making a fake podcast to try to sell your product and then paying everyone dude, the world don't look like it doesn't do that anymore, man. It's terrible. And she's absolutely correct.
In all fairness, I don't envy the marketing team for Star Cruiser. This experience is clearly intended to be more than the sum of its parts, a collection of fairly pedestrian activities dressed up with clever showmanship and put together in a high enough quantity that the overall experience will dazzle you. So how do you market something like that? Showing any one activity in isolation will look bad because it's not exciting enough on its own, but showing all the activities will ruin the product because it relies heavily on surprises. What's worse, this level of immersive activity has only been attempted by theme parks a handful of times before and has no real basis for comparison. They could compare it to LARP, but we've already covered how many normal people don't fully understand what that is. I'm sure everybody watching this video does, you freaks, but many people don't. I think Disney might have been better off comparing it to living in a video game, but maybe they knew that would have been overselling it. I can't really think of any video game that plays the way Star Cruiser does. We'll talk about that later. It might have been better to compare it to a murder mystery dinner, but those don't usually make you think of luxury and never before seen immersion. So instead, Disney compared it to nothing. They relied on their brand identity and loyal customer base to essentially buy a mystery box. They showed almost nothing of what the experience would entail. They defaulted to bloated marketing language like live your Star Wars story, step into the world of Star Wars, immerse yourself in a one-of-a-kind adventure. And, as I already foreshadowed, there was one more significant complication. Part 3, the cost.
There we go.
So let's break this down. For our two-person cabin, the total came to $6,066.88. So that's $3,033.44 per person.
All right. I'm glad she said that it was $6,000 because when we were saying it was 6,000, people people that were trying to, simp for Disney were like, no, it's not that much. It's only this much. When you break it down like this, it's only this much. When you break it down like that, it's only this much. When you break it down like that, give me a freaking break. It's $6,000 plus travel. All right. Plus travel.
The official website quoted $4,800 for a two-person cabin, so that's what a lot of people repeat when they're discussing pricing. But really, that's just the lowest possible price, so it's not really a reliable figure. Unlike other hotels, the room was not a flat rate, so the price went up for each person added to the booking, but it went up by smaller increments for each one. I'm just making up these numbers, but for instance, it's possible that when I went, if I had put 4 people in my cabin, it would have cost something like $7,500. But because that's now being split 4 ways, the cost per person would go down. I'm sorry.
You see how they tried to manipulate people? That to me is a terrible, terrible thing. And listen, that's awful. She said that the fact that they try to put the lowest, and a lot of companies do that, not just Disney. Let's just be honest. I freaking hate that, man. I hate that. Just tell us what it's going to cost. Just tell us. Just be upfront. Yeah, if you got 4 people, the grand total is going to be close to $8,000. Okay, plus your travel. Don't try to like nickel and dime and like just skim the bottom. If you don't drink water and you don't eat and you walk there from the airport and you don't buy this and you just eat crackers every day, it'll cost you this much. Give me a break.
Sorry if this sounds confusing. It is confusing. This was made more complicated by the lack of transparency on price points. To get a quote, you already had to know your number of travelers and all their names. You had to have a weekend in mind, and then you would call them on the phone. There was usually a long queue before you talked to someone. And then, assuming your ideal week happened to be available, the agent would tell you a price. I didn't have the freedom of clicking around on a digital calendar looking for the cheapest day. I didn't play with number of guests to see how much that would raise or lower the cost. They made it so you had to move pretty far into the booking process before you could get a quote. So because of this, I can't really guess an average or median price point for any given trip. When Disney said it was possible to book a 2-person room for $4,800, that might have just meant that there was a single day each year that it cost that little. The cabin might have averaged a $5,500 price tag or an $8,000 price tag.
See, that is, and I believe Universal does this too. But Disney, we've noticed this with Disney when they do their commercials, and they're not the only companies that do that. Let's just be honest. There's some kind of like way that companies get away with this, where they say you can get a ticket as cheap as $100 to get into the park. And she's absolutely correct. As long as there's one day on the calendar year that's like $100, they can advertise it till the cows come home that it's $100 to get into the park. But actually, different days throughout the years, it's more expensive, like a lot more expensive. So it's like it's so bizarre how they do that, you know? So it's like it's manipulating people where it's like, yeah, I can I can go and pay $100 to get in. No, only if you go September 4th, right? On that Wednesday. That's the only time that we're making it that price, but we're gonna advertise that all year long, you know, which it could be almost as double as the price. Yeah, another terrible pause. Sorry.
On the website. You check in at 1 p.m. on day 1 and check out at 10 a.m. on day 3. But obviously, I'm not going to include the hours I spent sleeping and showering in the value of the experience. You can see on the schedule that there's a certain time each night when you're essentially dismissed to go to bed, at which point exciting things will pause. I'm not going to be super pedantic and cut out things like meal times because, after all, some of those included entertainment. I'm also not going to bother cutting out the 10-minute gaps in the sample itinerary when they have you walking from place to place. Heck, I'll even be generous and include breakfast and the shuttle back to Earth on checkout day as entertainment hours. So as you can see, day 1 gives us 7 hours and 45 minutes of entertainment time. Day 2 is going to be a 16-hour day. That sounds exhausting. And day 3 offers just 1 hour and 30 minutes. That gives us a grand total of 25 hours and 15 minutes of entertainment time. Once again, that per person cost was $3,033.44 divided by 25.25 hours equals $120.14 per person per hour of entertainment, or about $2 per person per minute.
Holy
Better
crap.
not sleep in, kids. I should also clarify that I paid for the rock bottom, no frills package. There were multiple available add-ons, which I did not buy. Actually, I might have bought some of them, but they were not mentioned to me when I booked, so I didn't know they existed until it was too late. At the time I was booking our spot, the hotel had not yet opened to the public, so a lot of information was still being gate-kept, and it was just kind of expected that you would know what to ask for, but obviously I didn't. To be honest, that entire process was extremely confusing and frustrating and stressful. So we booked the standard room, which was the cheapest and the smallest, but there were actually options for 1-bedroom or 2-bedroom suites. The website didn't even list sample prices for these, but one fan blog took one for the team and called about booking the largest suite on a random day in September, and they were quoted a price of over $12,000. There were
Holy crap. $12,000? I know a lot of people don't like Jenny, right? I don't really know that much about her, but just judging by the chat, I know like she's a theme park person. She likes Disney and she likes like Disney Star Wars and stuff. But listen, I appreciate this information. I really appreciate this information, Jenny. Thank you. Because when I was telling people that some people were paying between $10,000 to $12,000, they were coming at me like no one's business, saying I'm making up numbers. The problem is I couldn't get specific lettering, just like what she said. I couldn't get the paperwork, like the small print, to show that people were paying that much, right? So if I didn't have that, they were telling me that I was wrong. You know what I'm saying? And they came after me hard, they were like, this guy's whatever, man. They just went on and on and on. It was laughable. And it's like, with no real proof, you're just making up numbers. This guy's retarded, right? This guy's this. And the fact that she's able to like say, no, it was $12,000. That's insanity, man. Who is this for? What else can you do with $12,000? Like, where else could you go? What other vacation could you afford with 12,000? Man, you could buy a car with that and drive around and go to like state parks. Holy crap, dude. Mike, see, this is where I'm at with Jenny. I don't know her, but she's doing good work here. That's where I'm at. That's where I'm at. Jay making stuff up again. But yeah. Anyway, what the freak can you do with $12,000 instead of Like, holy crap. I can't believe they thought they could get away with that. But I guess if somebody paid it, I guess that's where we are. Holy crap.
There were also less extravagant add-ons. For $30 per person, I could have upgraded our dinner seating to the captain's table experience. And again, I didn't know that existed when I booked, so I didn't get to book it. And I sure wish I had. We'll get to that. The only add-on I did pay for was the memory maker. This was the one thing they did recommend to me. Basically, when I was booking, they said there would be a bunch of roaming photographers on the ship taking both candid and posed photos of guests. The memory maker bundle was $169, and it would allow unlimited free downloads of those photos. I correctly predicted that I would be recording video the whole time and fail to get any photos of myself, so I bought it. However, after I bought it, and just a few weeks before my trip, they rolled out another different add-on where you could buy a private photo shoot for 30 minutes for $399. And from what I can
30-minute photo shoot for $300 when you could probably take better photos on your phone? Holy crap. You wonder why this thing failed? Holy crap, dude. Holy crap.
tell, once Disney rolled out this more expensive private photo session, they just reassigned all the photographers who would have been roaming the ship to do the private shoots instead because it made more money. So what I'm saying is that I paid the $169 for Memory Maker, and we didn't see any photographers the entire trip except for the ones actively engaged in private photo shoots. So I just kind of lit that money on fire, and I have pretty much no photos of my trip, but whatever. This didn't sit right with me, and I did like a sanity check on some fan groups and found out that the same thing had happened to a bunch of people where they just saw no photographers the whole time. So I actually called and emailed a couple different departments at Disney asking for a refund and wasn't able to get one. They just said no. But then I complained on my Twitter account, which has a lot of followers, and suddenly they personally called me and gave me my refund. They didn't even ask for my phone number. Like, someone at Disney did the legwork to go into the database, look up my booking info, and then find my phone number and call me within like a day of the tweet going out.
So that is the one thing having a large following on social media, I guess, will get you, is that Disney doesn't like the bad press. So they don't want the bad press. And I believe this person here has done a lot of positive Disney theme park videos, you know, things like that, a lot of positive ones. And so the fact that she has a large following and a lot of people look at her, I'm surprised that she didn't get a free trip. You know, I'm a little surprised at that. So, you know, but the fact that she called Disney and they didn't do it, the fact that she had to tweet something negative about her experience for them to, like, hey, get that tweet down, we'll refund your money. That's crazy to me. That's freaking crazy to me.
And the person who called me was really nice, and I'm thankful that he cared to resolve it. But I just always feel very cynical when I try to resolve issues through the appropriate channels available to all customers, and nobody will help me until they find out I'm an influencer. I spoke with several other guests who got Memory Maker and had the exact same problems as me, and they never got refunds. Another hidden cost was that Disney recommended Star Cruiser guests arrive one day before their booking date. Real cruises, the ones that are on boats, also recommend this because in both cases, time is of the essence, and you don't want your whole trip ruined because of a flight delay. Remember, $2 per person per minute, so we're not showing up late. But of course, this additional night in Florida is just another bonus expense for out-of-town guests. One thing that was included in the Star Cruiser price was admission to the theme park for up to 7 hours, and there were several suggested add-ons for that block of time, but those cost extra. You could book lightsaber building for $220, droid building for $100, or reserve a table at Oga's Cantina, food and drinks not included. For all of the above optional add-ons I've listed, there was not enough availability for every guest at the hotel to get them, even if everybody was interested in booking every single one. They were all pretty limited in quantity and first come, first serve, and you had to know to book them. I guess.
So everything that they just stated, the lightsaber building, the droid building, you can do that without going to the Star Cruiser. You could do that today. You could just book it when you go on your trip. It's still freaking expensive, but you could just do that without having to go to the Star Cruiser. That's insane. The biggest expense that people, even the people that swear that they love this, don't talk about is the fact that you need to be at the Star Cruiser. Maybe she'll bring it up at 1 o'clock, 1 p.m., the day of your voyage, right? How does that work if you're flying it? Let's say your flight comes in at 9 a.m. What are you supposed to do till 1? They wanted you to hang out like at Disney Springs or something with all your luggage, right? So that's why they were saying, why don't you come a day early? If you come a day early and stay at a Disney hotel, we'll give you a discount. That's what they were pushing. That's the discount that they gave. They were just like, come a day early so you don't miss boarding and stay at our resort. We'll give you like 20% off. Freaking insane, man. Like, this is the ultimate, let me squeeze every nickel and dime out of people we could possibly get. And they were found out, man. That's why this thing failed.
Some people got emails about these things, but because of a glitch, like half the people who booked just didn't get them. I was one of those. And even if everyone had known, they would have had to fight over these things. So it was kind of baked into the model that although all trips were expensive, the bulk of the trips would inherently be inferior in some way. Which brings me to my next point. Part 4, Spirit Airlines in Space.
Oh, man. We're not even an hour in this 4-hour video. Here we go.
In the United States, we have an airline called Spirit Airlines. Everybody makes fun of it, and it's just kind of universally acknowledged that this is the cheap, awful airline that you only fly on if you have no other choice. Basically, how Spirit's business model works is their base ticket cost is insanely low. It's usually about half the price of the other airlines, but that half price ticket is going to be the worst flight of your life in the tiniest chair you've ever sat in, bringing nothing with you but the clothes on your back. This is because Spirit makes every possible amenity cost extra. Diet Coke costs extra. The little bags of pretzels cost extra. Legroom costs extra. Bags cost extra. Even carry-on bags, even a purse. I actually don't think flying Spirit is a bad way to fly. If you pay for the Diet Coke and the extra legroom and the carry-on luggage, it just becomes a normal flight.
I disagree. The experience is horrible. People are asking what she's wearing. This is one of the costumes that you could buy at the Galactic Star Cruiser, where she's dressed as the captain of the Galactic Star Cruiser. She's doing this for the video. So there you go.
Just like you'd experience on any other airline. And with all that stuff added on, you're not ultimately paying more than another airline. You're usually paying around the same amount. So in a practical sense, Spirit is exactly the same as every other airline. They just present the prices in a different way up front. So why does everybody hate Spirit? Because of the psychology of it. Because you see that initial price, and then for each amenity you're forced to add along the way to get back to that baseline service you're used to, each thing the airline demands payment for, you feel like you're being scammed. It makes the airline look duplicitous and stingy. You're like, ugh, they really want money for a tiny bag of pretzels? Really, guys? And it's like, well, on United Airlines, the pretzels aren't really free either. They're just factored into the total cost. But you don't know that when you're paying for the ticket. So when you get the pretzels, it feels like a perk. Framing is everything. If you pay extra for every aspect of an experience across many steps of booking, you feel taken advantage of every time it happens. It makes your relationship with the company feel antagonistic, as if they're trying to get away with doing as little for you as possible. And on the other hand, if you opt out of those amenities, if you don't add them on, you get a lesser experience. You'll have saved money, but you'll also be sitting on the same plane with all the people who did opt into the slightly better experience, and you'll be watching them get this better service. And that doesn't feel good either. That makes you feel poor. And that is why everyone thinks Spirit Airlines is the scammy, trashy airline, and they feel negatively about flying on it. So that's already pretty bad. But now let's run a thought experiment where Spirit Airlines charges extra for everything, but that base ticket is no longer half price. In fact, it doesn't even cost the same as all the other airlines. It actually costs more than everyone else is charging, and yet all those amenities still cost extra. Extra square footage, extra activities, extra character interactions, your trip photos. Hey guys, we know you'll probably want all of these things, but each of them is going to cost you just a little bit extra. You don't have to buy any of them, but just be aware that if you don't, there is a non-zero chance that your already very expensive vacation is going to be just a little bit worse than it could have been. In my opinion, if the starting price is already so expensive that all anyone who brings up your product talks about is how expensive it is, it should then be all-inclusive. Add-ons should not exist. The already high price should cover everything. And there especially shouldn't be add-ons that can only accommodate a small fraction of the guests. If you're selling something as a once-in-a-lifetime experience, if an amenity cannot be provided for all guests, guests.
Basically, she's talking about the Star Cruiser nickel and dimes people. That's at least that's what I'm getting from it. You know, and she's right. If you're gonna pay $12,000 for a Star Wars hotel, why would you have to pay extra for all the little things added on? It should all be included.
It should not be sold to any of them. So what I'm saying is the price seems bad, and it is. But what matters is that generates a customer experience, which is also bad. Part 5, the ship. You'll be seeing glimpses of it in all my footage anyway, but I'm sure you're curious. So first, let me walk you through all of the physical environments in this experience. All the spaces accessible to guests. First stop, the arrival terminal. Driving up was kind of interesting. We actually went to the Hollywood Studios park and then traveled backstage. Doesn't even feel like we're supposed to be here.
That was like the sign. I think that's the sign.
No, that's definitely it. But it's like we're backstage. So we got to see the back of Star Wars Land and drive past what I think are cast parking lots.
Star Wars Land.
Yeah.
Star Cruiser.
Star Cruiser. Crazy. So because it was a restricted area, they had a security gate and they took our IDs to make sure we actually had a reservation before we could even drive up to the hotel. When we got to the terminal, it was pretty chaotic. The Star Cruiser set an arrival window of 1 p.m. to 4 p.m., but I've already shown you the cost per minute breakdown. Obviously, everybody is trying to get there and get inside as early as they can.
Man, I appreciate this because all the influencers that went that said it was great didn't show a lot of this behind the scenes stuff. So
in the story of the hotel, you must take a pod from the terminal up into space where the Star Cruiser Halcyon is waiting in orbit. So in the real world, you must take a themed elevator to the lobby of the hotel, which is on the 2nd floor. And I think that is fun. I think it's very cute. But that also means that they can only let like 10 guests into the hotel at a time, and the line has to stop for a minute in between. So with everybody arriving all at once, you can expect like a 40-minute wait before you can actually get inside.
holy crap. You paying $6,000 and you have to wait because they want you to experience the hotel. You have to wait 40 minutes just to get inside. I don't know about you, but if you've ever been to Florida, it's freaking hot outside, especially over the summer. What? Sorry.
For reasons I genuinely cannot understand, Disney decided not to build any kind of indoor lobby at street level. It's just a long wait in this sad outdoor queue area, and then a slightly shorter wait in this sad.
Holy crap, this is terrible. This is freaking terrible. You're making people wait outside for close to an hour? I can't that, man. I wish I had this information before. The other influencers never showed this ever. They were like, "Oh, you line up, you walk right in, you do this whole thing." She is 100% correct. Why is there not an indoor lobby? If you're going to the Star Cruiser in July with all that concrete, that's 100 degrees. What if it's pouring rain? What if it's freaking pouring? It's in Florida.
Concrete hallway. And again, in the story, you're not on the ship yet, so I didn't expect anything super fancy here. But like in story, this space is meant to emulate an airport terminal, so why does it look sadder than that? Surely they could have built an enclosed, air-conditioned lobby with some chairs, and then maybe guests could take a number instead of standing in line, just so everybody isn't waiting in a packed outdoor queue in the Florida heat in their Star Wars cosplays, which are also warm. And I do mean packed because there wasn't very much physical room for people to line up, which added to the chaotic vibe. I think Disney must have assumed during construction that not everybody would arrive at once, but why would they assume that? They knew how much money they were charging. I mean, they even advised everyone to get there an entire day early so they could arrive on time. The cast members brought around chilled bottles of the Space Dasani they sell in Galaxy's Edge to compensate for the heat, which was very nice. And obviously a 40-minute wait isn't the end of the world, but in every aspect of the hotel, I am keeping the price in mind.
That's it, man. That's freaking it. $6,000. Here is some bottled water to keep you cool when you paid $6,000 to go. This is insane, man. Everyone who put this thing together, Matt Martin and all these people, should be freaking fired. This is a disaster.
Again, this was billed as a luxury hotel, and in my opinion, this isn't a luxury hotel way to welcome guests. Plus, our trip was in March and we were sweating in the shade. Imagine going in August. I mean, you don't have to now because they're out of business, but whatever. Right before you get on your pod into space, you get a little out of character intro video. I think this video could have incorporated a little more guidance on the gameplay of the experience, but its primary function was to play a demo of the in-character emergency alarm.
As your adventure progresses, there will be special, highly dramatic moments that will ask for everyone's attention. They will be signaled with a ship-wide display that looks like this.
Then, for comparison, they play the out-of-character alarm and tell you the protocol for a real emergency. For example, if you're in your hotel room when a fire breaks out, the hotel doesn't have fire escapes, so you're meant to crouch in this little shame closet and press a panic button, then wait in the dark for help to arrive.
What? I didn't know that. Wow. Wait, so if the building's on fire, you're supposed to hide in a little closet? A shame closet. That, wow. We're not even 40 minutes in her video yet.
Comforting. I actually thought this was such a good idea. The intro video, not the shame closet. I have criticized certain other immersive experiences in the past for failing to distinguish between real and fake emergencies, but also fake emergencies are fun as long as you know that they're fake. So the idea of doing this video gets a chef's kiss from me. And it didn't feel like a spoiler. If anything, it made me more excited for the story because immediately you start wondering when the alarm is going to go off. Upon arrival, everyone's luggage has to go through a security check, and all the people also have to go through a security check. These happen separately because the bellhops take your luggage away as soon as you arrive. So they would confiscate pocket knives, scissors, and anything that looked like a gun, even if it was a prop.
And your journey begins.
Woo! Wow. Once we made it up to the ship, individual cast members were waiting to walk each guest to their rooms. They also gave like a little mini tour as they walked with little nuggets of ship lore.
That little door right there is from our founder, Chuck DeBoer. He wasn't in selling, so.
Oh, so he only needs a little.
Okay, again, I believe these are characters from the High Republic. So basically they're saying like that little creature might come out that door, which he won't come out that door. But I'm still waiting to see some Star Wars in their Star Wars hotel.
A little tiny.
Exactly. He's not with us anymore, unfortunately.
Oh.
And then they pointed out where everything was in the room. And our luggage was already waiting for us in our room by the time we got inside, which I loved. That whole part of the experience did feel very deluxe to me, so we were off to a positive start. We were also presented with our M bands, which in the rest of Disney World Resort are called magic bands. But these ones are special because they look different. The band has an RFID chip in it, so you can use it as a room key. You can attach a credit card to it and use it to make purchases, and it also stores fast passes for rides. This is not new technology for Disney. They've been doing it at all their hotels for a while now, but I do like it. I think it's handy. So now the trip has officially begun, and it's time to take a look around. The atrium, this is where we entered. It's a beautiful space. I like it a lot. It has a balcony, which is inaccessible to guests. Up there is where a lot of the major story elements are going to play out, so it's actors only. There are all these cushiony couches with end tables to set drinks on, and down at leg level they also have outlets and USB ports to charge your devices while you're sitting there. I will say everybody was tripping over these low tables the entire weekend. They are at shin height for maximum bruising. There's this little model of the Halcyon, the ship we're meant to be on, so it's a little visual aid. At various points throughout the day they also leave out pre-packaged snacks in the atrium, and
Oh, what? Goldfish? That's goldfish? You know where else you see that kind of stuff? At like Motel 6. Motel 6. Not luxurious resorts. Interesting. I mean, I like goldfish. Don't get me wrong. I'm just saying, you got to watch this with the price in the back of your mind. Some people paid 12,000 plus for this.
Leave out pre-packaged snacks in the atrium, and they have taps in the corner for chilled and sparkling water. There are two tiny windows way up high on one end through which you can kind of see neighboring planets, or when the ship jumps to light speed, you can see the stripes. To be honest, I don't think it's the best view. I kind of envisioned the common areas of the ship having a lot more ground level windows to space. I probably envisioned that because that's what all of the concept art showed before the hotel was constructed. Also, I got to eat at the space station themed restaurant in Epcot, which opened like a year before the Star Cruiser and has a ton of really large space windows, and I thought that left a much more breathtaking impression. Oh, I should also mention that when the ship jumps to light speed, I thought it would be cool if the atrium or the bridge was on some kind of hydraulic pad to give a little bit of movement when you make the jump. You know, nothing hard enough to make people stumble, but just like a little kick. And since that sounded pretty ambitious, I thought they would just put subwoofers under the floor and it would like vibrate or something. And they actually didn't do that either. When the ship jumps to light speed, it plays the sound effect, and you can see the hyperspace lines through those small distant windows, but it's not a horribly convincing effect. One feature I liked in the atrium are these big column things with projections inside. The projections are sort of rotating advertisements for things you can do on the ship, like an image of Gaia to promote her concert. Sometimes it's the Halcyon logo. And then at one point in the storyline, the First Order puts their logo up there because they've taken over. I've heard a lot of discourse about whether or not the ship looks like Star Wars, mostly people saying that it does not. Obviously, that's because everybody thinks of the Star Wars aesthetic as being dingy, lived in. Everything looks like it's from the future, but also at a yard sale. On the other hand, the prequel films were dominated by green screens with smooth 2000 CGI and had some strikingly sterile and plastic environments. The sequel trilogy mostly went back to the nostalgic, dingy sci-fi aesthetic, but then we also had films like Solo showing space opulence, and across all films, the villains' big star destroyers look pretty slick and generically futuristic. So given the breadth
All right, so I'm gonna disagree with her there. I think like the Star Destroyers and um, you know, the Death Star and some of that looked really good. Like, and even like the scenes in Coruscant, I don't think it looked plastic dingy. That's just my opinion, and that's hers. So I disagree with her on that. But if you're aiming for a Star Wars hotel, you would think you would want to hit a little bit of a nostalgia button for people so they could live out their star. When you want to live out your Star Wars dream, people want to be Luke Skywalker, Han Solo, right? They want to go out, Princess Leia. They want to live out their Star Wars adventure, not taken to a place that doesn't exist in anything Star Wars. That's like saying, like, let's go to Hogsmeade over at Universal, but it's not really Hogsmeade. It's some made up new place, Harry Potter, that no one's ever heard of before. It doesn't make any sense, right? It just doesn't make any sense that that would be a thing. So it's terrible.
breadth of aesthetics across the years of movies, I wouldn't necessarily call this environment un-Star Wars. However, I do think that in even approaching the concept for this hotel, Imagineers ran into a problem. If you're charging luxury prices and offering luxury service, you want to build a luxurious environment. But in Star Wars, our heroes are primarily poor people. In fact, the rich people are usually the bad guys. One choice I found interesting is that in story, the Halcyon is meant to be an extremely old luxury cruiser with a long legacy. So that's how they explain the High Republic stylings of it. This is kind of like the Titanic of the Star Wars universe if it hadn't sunk. I just mean it's an old ship. I don't know. And I speculate that that was not only done to justify the aesthetic, but to also leave the ship open for reworked storylines. Imagine an alternate timeline where this was a smashing success and tons of people went to it, and after several years, everybody who wanted to do it had already seen it. Since canonically the ship has existed for like the entire Star Wars timeline, they could just do a story overhaul every couple years, set it anywhere they wanted to, and not have to make any physical alterations to the building. So they could.
All right, so I'm gonna disagree. I I think if they recreated parts of like the Jabba's palace, different places in Tatooine, people would pay a lot of money to relive their Star Wars, even though it looked, in her words, poor. I think that it would. I just think it would be, people want to see what they saw on the big screen. That's my opinion. You know, you got Cloud City up in there. They could have made this Cloud City. You know, they turned Cloud City into a resort, and they're doing that. I would pay if they recreated like parts of the Death Star where you could go there and like do that kind of stuff and be a spy and all that. I think that people would pay money. I could be wrong. I could be wrong, but that's what I think. It doesn't matter that they even if they advertise it as luxurious, um, and they're trying like what she said that they were stumbling around and trying to make it a 5-star resort, then that's you shouldn't be serving goldfish. You know what I'm saying? You couldn't be serving gold. You can't be making people wait an hour out in the Florida heat and giving them a couple bottles of water. That just doesn't work. It just doesn't work. So, anyway, we're not even an hour in her video and we're 2 hours on my live.
Set it during the original trilogy. They could have new original characters. Luke is running around, and then at the end he fights Darth Vader, or like Jabba the Hutt. Personally, I would prefer Jabba, and then they could wheel him out on like a big bicycle-mounted puppet.
Yeah, 100% agree. That could be Jabba's resort on Tatooine. It could have a little bit of that dingy feel, but I bet people would pay. So,
Like the Ursula from the Little Mermaid show. He's like, "Oh, I'm here." Rah. That's not even what he sounds like. I just assumed that all of this was encompassed in the original pitch for the project, and it would have happened if it had existed long enough, but I guess now we'll never know. Anyway, through a pretty window at the front of the lobby, you can see into the bridge, which has the biggest space windows. So you can kind of see that view into space from the atrium if it's not crowded or you're on that end of the room. The bridge was not open at all times. It was mostly locked, and then they would use it for scheduled story moments for smaller groups of guests at a time. But in the evenings when the story was over, they left it open to guests.
Are we allowed to just wander in?
Probably not, but maybe we should.
We should try. Thank you.
The consoles were all turned off, so there was nothing to do in there during those times, but you could look around and use it as a photo op.
This is basically.
It's nice. I like it.
I want to try it.
It's very bendy.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
It's a good feel to it.
Off the lobby is a gift shop full of entirely in-universe items.
During your lightsaber training, you'll wield a lightsaber, of course. We also learned how to reflect laser blast with a shield just like this one.
I was gonna say it can't deflect a lightsaber, surely. Just lasers?
Yeah, it's more for laser blast.
Okay.
If you do a lightsaber, I think it would be some protection right
What
there
is
as
it
well.
made of? Is it fragile?
No, it's pretty durable.
I should get this. It's plastic. It can travel.
I thought the selection of souvenirs was pretty cool, although they had no plush, which I took personally. I love that the halcyon aesthetic has everything in gold and silver and black, and it has a cool logo.
that doesn't bother me because that's the gift shop is optional.
So our transports are driven by JDFA, so you might not see him.
She's got to be in there.
Ooh, okay.
They have all these in-universe clothes and accessories you can buy and immediately wear during your stay, and the quality varied, but I liked the variety. I thought there were some really clever pieces, and personally, I think that in-universe items and especially wearables are always my favorite merch for anything. They were sold out of a lot of stuff when I went though, so that's kind of sad. And I read online that was pretty much the case the entire time they were open. They never had everything in stock, and that sucks because you're probably only going to go once. I'm certainly not going to get anything else now. I should also mention that I got this big gigantic droid for like I think like $200 or something
What?
stupid. I don't want to talk about it. He's my best friend and I love him so much. Anyway, I used the Disney Resort shipping service to send him home, which they heavily advertise everywhere because he's really big and he wouldn't fit in my luggage. And I kept my receipt, so I know I wrote my own address down correctly. But I guess when they typed it into the computer to send it to the post office, they typed a totally different address and my droid went missing. I called a couple different departments trying to ask where my droid went and what I could do about it. And they said that there was nothing that could be done. But then after I tweeted about it on my Twitter account with a lot of followers, Disney suddenly resolved it. And they
That's insane. You spend $200 on a droid. Disney says they'll ship it to your house because they know it won't fit in your luggage. They lose it. Excuse me. They lose it. And then you call them and say, I have a receipt. I haven't found my droid. And they go, there's nothing you can do about it. Then she tweeted, that's insane, man. You cannot run a company freaking like that. What is that? This is wild, man. This is freaking wild. I had no idea like all this stuff like happening.
sent me a replacement. They actually overnighted it to me. And along with it, they sent a bunch of miscellaneous goodies, which I really appreciated.
Miscellaneous
So here again, I feel like if this
goodies.
had happened to anyone without a lot of Twitter followers, they would have had a significantly more frustrating experience. Anyway, on the other side of the atrium, we've got the lounge. I think this area is so cool. As soon as pictures came out, people were like, it's so small. And I agree, it's a very small space with only a few tables. But every time I went past it, it was never more than 50% full. More on that later. But anyway, at least it wasn't too small. I love all the glowing ingredient bottles behind the bar, the little inset nooks for the booths, and the quilted yellow velvet on the walls. I love quilting. It's so futuristic. This might be my favorite room on the whole ship. I really liked these weird creatures floating around in these tubes. I assume in the lore they're probably involved in making one of the drinks, but I didn't get to learn any of that stuff. And the last thing off the atrium is a little public restroom. I didn't film in there because I felt weird about it, but fortunately I did find a fan film which incorporated footage of it.
I need the sweetness right now to calm me, to bring me down. Ah! Oh no. Oh no. I have dropped the spice everywhere. If this is found, if I am discovered, I am ruined.
What?
I am trapped. Stay calm, get it all off the ground. This has all been happening. How am I here? I wanted to be erased.
So, as you can see, that was themed as well. Head downstairs and we've got a few story locations. There's the lightsaber training room, which is usually locked, but will be used for a couple story moments later. There's the climate simulator, which in actuality is a small courtyard. This is for the benefit of claustrophobic guests who need to be able to see the sky and breathe fresh air. I can't relate, but some people are like that. In the story of the Star Cruiser, we're in space, so obviously the sky is fake. I'm doing finger quotes. I'm showing my B-roll, but I'm doing finger quotes. The room is simply simulating the climate of our destination planet so that guests can acclimate before arrival. There isn't much to do out here. They have some plants and plaques describing the plants, which we're told are in universe, and they have all these piles of rocks.
I don't know how I did that.
There's a story moment that happens here, and I'll get to it later. There's a brig, which is fun because it foreshadows that there's probably going to be a jailbreak at some point.
I want to get thrown in the brig.
The brig?
And then there are two locked doors, the engineering room and the cargo hold.
That's going to be one of those areas on the ship that are special credentials required. I would recommend talking to some of our very important crew members or passengers through the messages on your data pad to maybe get some access to that throughout your voyage.
You have to unlock access to those doors over the course of the story. It's mysterious.
Ooh. The cargo hold. What do we have? We gotta go in.
It's pretty crazy because this is some of the stuff that was not shown in other videos for some reason. It just looks very generic and just whatever.
So those are all the common areas, and I'm sure you're wondering about the accommodations. Part 6, the room.
All right, part 6, the room. Let me catch up here. Lord of the Rion Rumble for $1. Her outfit looks like some kind of rejected wardrobe from the Pee-wee's Playhouse Christmas special. She's the cap. She's playing captain, the captain. Here we go. Let's see what's inside the room you stayed in.
I swear it always catches. I know, it's weird. I think maybe push it in slightly. Okay. Wow, the aesthetic of that shot was totally
It wasn't my fault. I was trying.
The rooms are little. I heard before I went that the rooms were going to be little, but I guess I wasn't expecting how little. And no, it being a simulation of a cruise ship is not an excuse. Rooms on cruise ships aren't small because it enhances the ambiance of the cruise. They're small for practical reasons because they're part of a massive craft that has to be able to move through water. This fake cruise isn't actually going anywhere, and in story, this ship is supposed to be a lot bigger than the parts we can access anyway, so it wouldn't shatter my immersion to have a slightly larger room. I guess there were bigger rooms available for higher prices. Those rooms actually weren't offered to me when I booked, or I might have gotten one of them for completion's sake. At the time I booked, they weren't even open yet, and there was very little info, so I had just sort of assumed that all rooms were equal. So it might have been nice if the booking agent warned me that I was getting the crummiest room for my extremely high price point. So to be fair, it would obviously be overly simplistic to say that I'm paying $3,000 per night for this little room. I've seen a lot of people compare this to the price of other Disney hotels, and that's simply not accurate because at most hotels you're only paying for the room, whereas this is more about the entire experience. But you know what I can compare it to? The thing that Disney is comparing it to, a cruise. Both come with all your food, with alcohol costing extra. Galactic Star Cruiser has actors performing little dramatic scenes, some with special effects. But Disney cruises have theaters on board showing what they claim to be Broadway caliber performances. And they also have roaming Disney characters to meet. Cruises are actually going somewhere, usually a private island, but the Galactic Star Cruiser does let you off into the theme park. Cruises have kids clubs with games and activities, and also have decks with giant pools and impressive water slides. So cruises do have a little more on offer, but Galactic Star Cruiser has novelty on its side, so let's just call it a wash and say they provide a roughly equivalent experience. So, okay, let's see what this price per guest per night gets you on a Disney cruise. For the Galactic Star Cruiser, it was $3K per night for 2 guests. So there's a 2-guest 3-night cruise to the Bahamas, and it's on the Disney Wish, their newest cruise ship. It's $97.30 total, including taxes and port fees. So that's $3,200 per night for 2 guests, or $6,400 for 2 nights. I think that's about as close as I can hope to get to the Star Cruiser's $6,000 2-night experience. So let's see what it gets us. A concierge level 1-bedroom suite with an extended private veranda. It looks like it's right at the front of the ship. The master bedroom has a king-size bed. There's a little table and chairs to sit down and have a meal, a living room lounge area with a fold-out sofa, 2 full bathrooms, and the master bathroom comes with a double vanity mirror and jacuzzi tub. And oh, cool, it looks like they've left this guy a little fruit basket and a bottle of chilled champagne to thank him for booking such an extravagant room. In case you haven't picked up on it yet, this is one of the fanciest ways you can ever do a Disney cruise. Given that a landlocked hotel doesn't even share the same space limitations and overhead costs as a room in a ship at sea, I can't imagine any justification for the Galactic Star Cruiser having smaller rooms. And I know they can make the argument that you're not meant to spend that much time in your room anyway, that all the fun stuff is in the rest of the hotel, but cruise ships make that same argument too, and apparently are still more generous with their space. Disney could have spent negligibly more in the construction phase to make every room a big room, and they decided not to. There is no justifiable reason for Disney to have limited the room size other than stinginess and to increase pressure to get you to pay extra for a little more space. Because again, we're on that Spirit Airlines model.
That is insane, man. She literally said if you get one of the cruises, you get all this, but if you stayed at the Star Cruiser, you get to stay in a little dot. It is wild to me that there's just one bed. Everything else is just bunk beds. But we've gone over that. We've gone over that before.
Anyway, it was only 2 of us in this room, and for 2 people, I would say it's perfectly adequate space. It didn't feel luxurious, but at least it didn't feel claustrophobic.
It's like a little mouse droid.
I have to ride around on it. It's actually as fun as you would think it would be.
Wait, really? I want to do it.
I'm serious.
Let's do it. Wait, there's another one. No, get out of the way. No way. Ooh. Okay, these are cool.
Yeah, this is your announcement. You're here as like a video you sitting out.
But this room we were in was advertised to fit up to 5 adults, and that to me is insane. I don't even know how you'd fit 5 people's luggage inside. One of the provided beds was a fold-down Murphy bed under.
What? If you put 5 people in one of those rooms, somebody has to sleep in the pullout. That's like getting in an expensive resort, and they bring up that you got to pull the bed out of the sofa, man. Holy crap, dude! No one wants that bed. No one wants to sleep on the sofa bed. You're gonna have back problems the whole time, man. What the freak? That's wild. That's freaking wild.
Under the TV, and we actually ended up folding it down like a shelf just to put our suitcases on because the floor space was pretty limited otherwise. Not to mention how limited time is to get ready each day with your one tiny little shared bathroom. I saw some people defending the Star Cruiser's pricing by being like, well, if you put 5 people in the tiny room, you may be able to get it for as cheap as $1,400 per person. To which I say, that is somehow an even worse deal. If you did that, you would still be paying luxury prices, but now you would also be miserable the whole time. It's like when I went to Comic-Con in college with my school friends and like half of us were sleeping on the floor of a Motel 6. Except at a Motel 6, you're going to pay like $20 a person, and you're probably going to get a room like twice the size of the one at Star Cruiser. The only demographic I can imagine happily splitting this room 5 ways is like 5 physically compact, able-bodied people, each an adult paying their own way, each of whom travels light with only like a backpack with.
So that's 2 people on the main bed, 2 people on the 2 bunk beds, and someone loses the bet and has to sleep on the Murphy bed. in one of those rooms.
2 extra t-shirts in it, none of whom wear makeup and only some of whom shower regularly. I'm sure there are groups of 5 friends who love Star Wars and fit that exact description. And even in their case, I feel like they'd be massively overpaying for what they'd be getting.
So it's just trailers. It's just like, yeah, I think it's just trailers for Disney Plus, and then the actual stuff you can watch is just like ads and trailers and stuff. Like this isn't the movie Eternals is an ad.
Wait, what? Are you serious? No, like, is there anything on this? It's a real movie.
What?
Oh my god. Is it like a storybook reading?
Oh no, it is.
That's actually like, how much would they lose just giving people access to Disney Plus?
Anyway, there are things I like about the room. The first one is just luck, but our room was extremely well positioned. The hallways with the guest rooms were super long, and ours was like right at the top of the hallway, I think because I booked so early. We were in room 4-103. The 4 means that in the story of the cruise, we were on the 4th deck of the ship, but the 103 means that in real life, we were on the ground floor of the building. That means that in a fire, we would probably live, which is always fortunate. And it also means that we shared a floor with
probably
a lot of
live
the
in a
amenities,
fire.
like the climate simulator, the dining room, and the transportation to the theme park. It was crazy convenient. I slept in the top bunk of the bunk beds, and I really loved my little space pod.
I kind of like the idea of being in a little space cubby.
Yeah, it does look pretty cozy. Wait, I want to see if these are squishy.
Man,
they
I'm
are.
6'4". I don't know if I can fit in that thing.
Wait, what is that? Oh, maybe it's a little reading light. Oh yeah, it is. See?
Oh, that's cute.
It's a little light.
Oh,
This is sick.
Wait, you should do it. It feels good.
Oh, I want to do it.
Wow.
Oh, it does. Nice.
It's padded all the way around, and it made me feel like I was in a little sci-fi cocoon. The mattresses were really firm, and that's what my back likes. I know some people like a soft mattress, and they may have not liked it, but I liked it. They left these quilts on the bunk beds. It's basically just a mattress with a fitted sheet, and then you drape a quilt over you. That's actually how I sleep at home because it's easier to make the bed that way, so no shade. I actually really wish they sold the quilts in the gift shop because that would have been like my favorite souvenir. I heard that some people just stole the quilts and then they charged the credit card attached to the room, and I should have done that. I should have stolen the quilt. I loved the overall aesthetics of the room. If they had made the room bigger or the price point smaller, it would have been an A+ from me.
Oh, look, little space details at the foot of the bed.
Little space details. Oh
And
my
then of course we've got
gosh.
the shame closet. I'm ambivalent about it. I just wanted to show it to you.
Oh, creepy.
The shame
No
closet.
storage. Yeah, that makes sense.
They left us a little souvenir tin with makeup remover wipes and bubbling face masks. I tried them and they were really nice, and I ordered more online. A+. Look, they're branded and everything. It's so cute. And the illustrations on the back show a Twi'lek using it. I love it. I would totally keep buying them, except now the Star Cruiser is going out of business, and the soap company that makes them is also going out of business. It's a curse. I should also mention that each guest room had this little terminal where you could talk to an AI droid character.
Cute. It's a map of the ship.
Well, I certainly didn't plan for stormtroopers to use the bunk beds.
I don't like this
It's a new
droid.
passenger.
Oh.
Hello and welcome aboard.
Look at this. Come see it.
That's-
Hi.
Is now a good time to discuss your journey?
Sure.
That's kind of weird.
No, I don't like it.
I'm sorry, I just don't find this kind of technology very interesting. It's cool
Yeah.
that she's animated, but this just feels so limited, at least at this point in time. Like, I have an Amazon device that turns on my lights for me, but I wouldn't do that on vacation as
So,
an
yeah, that's kinda
activity.
creepy.
Do you know what I'm saying? So I tried to give it a fair shot for a minute, but then I wanted to leave, and I'm afraid I never tried it again.
Before I forget, did you bring any Dianoga eggs with you on board?
Yeah.
I'm so pleased we found you.
That's
Found the
yeah.
eggs
That's I don't know
unattended in
about
the
that.
hydrolift and wondered where they came from. I'll move them to containment for our voyage. Now, as for what you can do first. Now, unless there's anything else, I'll let you go.
Okay.
Best journey.
Bye.
Yeah, that's
Okay.
move along.
Okay, so let's talk about the space window.
That is cute.
That's so cute. It doesn't read well on camera. It's literally just our reflections. Hello.
I saw a lot of people bashing the space window, and I think they're being sticks in the mud. One of the most common refrains was, "Who wants to pay thousands of dollars to sleep in a windowless coffin?" I don't know, I guess I'm built different, but in the short term, I don't really care about having windows or seeing the sun. Maybe this is why my sleep schedule is so broken.
We just hit light speed and we're somewhere new now. This is probably the best looking animation I've seen on TV. We're watching Ghost Adventures.
I think a space window is a cool substitute and prefer having a themed view to an ordinary one, and didn't feel claustrophobic about not having a real window. But I didn't think the effect was all the way there.
Why is it so smeary?
Doesn't do anything.
From every angle? Yeah.
What if it gets
Yes.
frozen?
Okay.
It never looked very convincing.
There's a little ship.
To be fair, they don't show up well on camera, but to be totally honest, they don't look much better in person. Worst of all, they've got these bright light strips pointed outward around the perimeter of the window. I assume there's some kind of optical illusion science at play here, like maybe the power of contrasts, or maybe keeping our pupils little is meant to make the effect look less bad. But unfortunately, at bedtime, most people find those light strips too bright to sleep with, and they're right next to the bed because the room is tiny. They do have this button you can press to close the window, so turn it off, and that shuts off the lights.
I'm just gonna do a lot of like slow pans. What'd you do?
That's freaking wild.
What'd you do?
Man.
I closed the.
What?
I closed the screen.
Oh my god.
Do it. Do it.
You just literally turn off the TV.
You broke it. It's never gonna open again.
But that means if you want those LED strips turned off, you have to turn off the space window, which I would have liked to leave on so I could enjoy it while settled down in my little cocoon.
Wow.
After the hotel had been open a few months, I started seeing posts pop up in Disney World fan groups being like, pro tip, bring gaffer's tape and manually cover all the light strips around the window so you can enjoy it at night. And
They're telling people if you want to enjoy the window, to bring your own tape just to like turn off the side lights. They didn't make that an option. That's crazy, man. Okay, so if you want to go back and enjoy it, bring tape and tape around the lights so you can see it at night. Oh my God, man.
First of all, most people would not know to do that, so that's not helpful for everyone staying at the hotel. And secondly, it's a little pathetic to be paying luxury prices for a hotel room where you have to then spend 20 minutes putting gaffer's tape on the walls to make its features functional. I really love the idea of a themed hotel room. In fact, whenever I go to a new place, one of the first things I do is Google city name plus themed hotel to see if there are any options. That's how I end up staying in train cars and tiny Western towns and goat themed suites. So while I think the demographic for a luxury priced themed hotel has got to be extremely small, I am squarely in that demographic. And even with that in mind, this room fell short of my expectations. So, C+ for the room. Part 7, the characters. Since this is a multi-branching story, I think the best way to explain it to you guys is just to explain each separate character and their arc. The following characters are the central cast walking around the ship for guests to freely interact with. Captain Kevin, she is a Resistance ally working undercover. I know she's generally trying to help the Resistance, but I'm not really sure what her overall goal is because I'm not really sure what the Resistance.
Holy crap. I think that's the Kathleen Kennedy insert. Man, that is just terrible. That would haunt my dreams. Someone said that's a man. That would haunt my dreams.
His goal is. I think it's something about getting coaxium, but I didn't hear any express purpose for it or like anything to give that mission a sense of urgency. In a lot of the publicity photos, this character's design looks whack, in my opinion.
She said it looks whack. Where's the Star Wars? This character looks whack. Everyone's saying that that's the Kathleen Kennedy insert. She's got to somehow insert herself everywhere. So I don't know. But yeah, it looks whack, yo. It's whack.
I think because you've got the very fake looking shiny red wig and the blue skin and the uncanny contact lenses. But in person under atmospheric lighting, it worked a lot better for me. The captain was probably my favorite character. I feel like we kept running into her. Lenka Mock, she's the cruise director. So like the second in command to the captain. We also never really...
2 women in charge.
We talked to her one-on-one. I think maybe she wasn't free roaming as much as the others. We tended to mostly see her pop up for scheduled story scenes, but I think her character's deal is maybe she starts out neutral and then becomes a resistance ally. But that was just my impression. I might be wrong. Maybe she was with the resistance the whole time. Lieutenant Croy is a first order officer investigating the ship.
Oh no!
White male's the bad guy. I was throwing that.
This was another of my favorite characters. This actor had such great villain energy.
I will use a restraining mode to disable him.
No!
We talked to him a lot too. We were actually trying to get the First Order storyline, but you'll hear more about that later. Croy also brought 2 stormtroopers with him. They don't have names, but I felt like I should mention them because they're also actors. I think their dialogue is pre-recorded, like the ones in the theme park, although they do have a whole soundboard to choose from, so there's still interactivity there.
Oh my god, he's got a gun. Very intimidating.
Look how clever you are. Good for you.
Wow. Sammy is the ship's engineer. He's like a bumbling newbie on the job and begins the story as a neutral character and a coward. On a couple occasions, he gets peer pressured into helping the First Order and then feels guilty about it. And ultimately, he becomes a resistance hero. SK-620 is the astromech on board,
Well,
and they are
I'm loud.
secretly sympathetic to the resistance.
Oh, it's SK. He's looking around.
SK, come in here. Get in here, buddy.
Oh man, where's
love
R2D2?
SK.
Where are
SK
these
is a free
people?
roaming droid. You can go right up to them and touch them and stuff.
He's going up the ramp.
I don't know that you'll all keep her safe.
You actually see more Star Wars characters at like Comic Cons. They have, Chopper going around. They have R2D2. They have people dressed up like C3PO. They have all that stuff going around. Here it's like, I don't know, man. You want to pay all that money to see Star Wars? Like, I want to see that. Actually, this droid is the closest thing to anything Star Wars I've seen in this video.
We will. I would die for him.
You don't have to do if you would go back and hide.
Why
I
is it
actually spotted the
dark?
dude controlling SK once. In the grand tradition of theme park robot puppeteers, he's disguised as a dad in street clothes with a bulky camera bag. I'm not showing you this because I think it's a bad thing that I spotted him, but just because it's a little movie magic for you guys. So I hope you enjoy that. I didn't spot him in any other scenes, so I think he generally blended in really well with the crowd and stayed pretty far away from SK most of the time, except for moments in the bridge where they were worried they were going to run over a child. Gaia is a Twi'lek pop star who's performing on the ship, but the performance is really just a ruse to steal an artifact the ship has on display. The ship is from Old Republic times, and in the lobby they've got a big gem which is sacred to the Twi'lek people, but was stolen by colonizers a long time ago. So Gaia wants to grab it and return it to her homeworld. I think
This
she's
is
also a
funny.
resistance sympathizer, or maybe she just hates the establishment. I'm not
What
sure.
is
Wraith
this?
Cole is Gaia's manager. I avoided him like the plague because you can tell just looking at him that this guy is the smuggler storyline, and I aggressively did not want to do the smuggler storyline. I'm sorry, that's my subjective taste. And I was right, and it worked. Mission accomplished. Anyway, he's helping Gaia steal the stone, I guess. Before my trip, I had actually heard some of the Star Cruiser designers saying that there were all these storylines you could explore, and that one of them was a romance.
Do you join the resistance? Do you join the First Order? Are you a scoundrel? There's a love story on board. There's everything you could.
That's Matt Martin. That's good old Matt Martin from the storyboard group who put this whole thing together. Good old Matt Martin. He said that there's a romance story on board. I don't know anything about the romance story. So, interesting.
Possibly want.
And there's this moment at dinner where
He also hates Gina Carano with a passion, by the way.
in my opinion, there was some sort of a sexual tension between Wraith Cole and Linka Mock. And at that moment, I was like, oh, we're not really interacting with either of those characters, but that must be the romance plot. And she's very by the book, and he's a scoundrel. It's kind of like a Han and Leia sort of dynamic. And my intuition was wrong. We'll get back to that later. Sandro is Gaia's guitarist. He has to learn to believe in himself or something.
He has to. Oh, sorry. It's just funny, man.
We didn't really talk to him. He's like that guy at a party who brings a guitar and takes requests. I saw in a lot of media preview photos that they had him in different makeup and just wearing a scarf on his head. But on our cruise, he was a Togruta. So he had that head thing that Ahsoka has. I kind of assume he's always meant to have the hat. And like, maybe they just ran out of time to put the hat on a couple times and they were like, well, we'll have to commit to this look for the rest of the cruise. I don't know. It's weird. It's weird that all the other characters are the same every time and this one isn't. Uani is my very favorite, so I left her for last.
What?
$6,000,
the same
baby.
species as Greedo, so the performer is wearing a full face animatronic mask. She speaks pre-recorded phrases in an alien language, and her mouth moves along with the skin around her eyes and her little antenna things.
Oh, thank you. My hat? I think it would look really good on you. Yeah. Right? It goes with the I can't wait to see your show. We're going to the 8 o'clock one. Yeah, you'll see us there. Chat with
I don't know. I don't speak our language. She's Gaia's backup singer and plays some kind of weird alien instrument. I think her main plot is that she's talented enough to be a star in her own right, but the manager doesn't see her potential. Maybe out of speciesism or something, since she's the most alien-looking character on the ship. Saja is either a character or a group. I couldn't figure out if this character was one individual named Saja or a religious order called the Saja, consisting of like 3 or 4 people. There were multiple characters wearing the same tunic and beads, and I'm like 90% sure that more than one of them called themselves Saja. But in the app, you can get texts from Saja, and then the icon is just an image of one lady. So I don't get
Wow.
it. Anyway, my impression is that these are sort of like the Chirrut Imwe character from Rogue One, who I'm sure nobody remembers by name.
Nobody remembers.
But he's the one who's like not a Jedi. He's a monk that studies the Force. So I think that's their deal. I think they're not Jedi.
Wait, is that Ray? Oh yeah. Ray does make an appearance on this thing. There you go.
I think they just study it and teach lightsaber training and can move things with the Force and dress kind of like Jedi. That's very similar to Jedi, what I'm describing. Don't ask me
That is the worst.
how it fits into canon. I don't have the
rock
answers
thing
you
is the
seek.
worst.
So all of the above cast members that I just listed will be on the ship for about 8 hours per day. Actually, the total length of time spans 9 hours because the performers are taking staggered lunch breaks in the middle, but they're staggered so you don't notice. They also kind of stagger when they send them out, so it doesn't feel so much like, oh, the character's shift has begun. Like you'll notice on day 1, Uani arrives a bit earlier than the others, and I think that's because Uani is probably split between 2 performers with overlapping shifts. That means they can stretch her time on the ship a little longer, and also she could take more frequent breaks because they probably overheat really fast in there. Similarly, SK is on stage a lot longer than the other actors, and I think that's just because droids have much worse labor unions. And then after all those guys, we have the movie characters. Chewbacca.
All right, we're gonna get into movie. All that. Finally, movie characters on a Star Wars hotel. All right. Thank you for the 1,200 people over here and the 900 people over on Rumble. Unbelievable. Thank you guys for the support and just hanging out, hanging out with me till the end of time.
I don't really know why he's here. Every Chewbacca story moment involves hiding Chewbacca or freeing Chewbacca from jail after failing to hide him. So I don't know what he was trying to accomplish. Rey, I have no idea what in the world Rey is doing on this ship.
Rey just ran through here.
What?
Yeah.
Are you kidding me?
She ran out of there and then pried open those doors and ran through.
I know that ultimately she finds a holocron. Spoilers.
Oh!
Yes. A Jedi holocron. But it seemed like that was a surprise to her. So I don't know why she showed up to begin with. Maybe she just wanted to take a cruise. Kylo Ren, I think he's just here to kill us. Like he heard there were resistance sympathizers and wants to kill and torture us. Admittedly, seems like a pretty small fish to fry when you're the supreme leader of the galaxy. But I won't pretend Kylo Ren was ever a reasonable guy. May he rest in peace. Interestingly, unlike the theme park, this version of Kylo Ren is actually performing his dialogue live through a voice changer. That feels like a little bit of extra effort on the part of the tech crew, which I appreciate. But I don't really see the point. Kylo Ren only appears in a couple short, pre-scripted scenes that seem super choreographed, so it's not like the actor has that much freedom in the performance anyway, and it can sometimes be hard to understand what he's saying. If anything, it would have been
Can't
cool to have
hear
the
anything
stormtroopers
he's
speaking through voice changers, since those are the ones you can actually interact with. But whatever. The movie characters do not wander freely like the central cast do. They appear in story moments as like cameos, usually paired with one of the cruise ship characters, but then when the scene is over, they make themselves scarce. So you won't be making small talk with these guys.
So
Oh, and of course, there's me. Since we're living our own Star Wars story, I thought we were supposed to come up with our own characters. I knew I would be filming.
So that's I think that's one of the dumbest things as well. It's like if you pay all that money to go to a Star Wars hotel, why would they not have like characters for you to like take photos with, take pictures with? I get it. Nobody really wants a picture with Ray or Kylo Ren, but it's like, I mean, even Chewbacca, which he looked a little messed up. I ain't gonna lie. Chewbacca looked a little rough. Looked a little rough in those photos, but it's like I don't get why like in other themed hotels, there's always time for you to take pictures with whatever they're theming with. So like that is just it's very odd that they would take for what it's worth, for what it's worth. Out of every character that she just showed, Chewbacca is probably the most popular out of all of them, right? And I would even say, like, as much as I mean, I don't have to say it, I don't like Ray or Kylo or any of that, but they were definitely more popular than the captain or the DJ or the guitarist or anything like that. The fact that you don't even have them like standing around for even a photo, like that's wild to me, man. Like that's wild. Like you wouldn't even like have that. And it's like you pay all that money. You know, they have character dining at Disney and at Universal where, you have dinner and the characters that you want to see come out to your table. Why would they not want to do that here for Star Wars? That's wild to me, man. Like that just makes no sense. It makes no sense. But pay that $300 and get that photo op experience. We're 2 hours and 30 minutes in and only an hour and 14 in this video.
Filming the whole time, and also that I was hoping to get the First Order story path. So I decided to be Amethea Taupe, an influencer from Coruscant. That's a core world, a wealthy planet, and a political center. I just thought being rich and from there would be as good a way as any to signal complacency with a fascist government. I even brought Skippy, my spoiled little handbag alien dog. See, I made him a little hat. It looks kind of bad, but I made it. I was going to only carry Skippy for one of the 2 days
rough
because
part of the
he's
video here.
real big, but people seem to really like him, and it occurred to me that maybe if I had him every day, he would be a good recognizable accessory so characters could remember who I was even though I was changing my clothes. If you're not familiar with Skippy, he's a character from a defunct Disney World attraction, and when Captain Keevan saw him, she called him by his name right away.
Is Skippy?
Skippy, exactly.
Yes.
You're a fan.
Well,
like I said, we love Captain Keevan. Isn't that right, Skippy? That means, yeah, that's how his kind agree. Anyway,
Well, okay.
having experienced the Star Cruiser, my takeaway is this. It's not really worth coming up with a character. The performers will ask you your name, but when you give an obviously fake name, they look at you funny and make you feel like you have committed a faux pas. All I can think is, even though I went pretty early, maybe the actors had already encountered too many guests who wanted to role play to a weird extent, like trying to be the main character or bringing too much emotional intensity to the game. But again, that's just the vibe I got from the frozen grimaces I received when I tried to use a fake name. It's also possible that the actors are being fed information which would be linked to the legal name that you booked your hotel under. I'll get to that later. So anyway, I dropped the character name within like an hour of arrival, but I do think it's handy to bring a memorable prop or accessory as a conversation piece. I like how I'm giving advice as if you're gonna book it. Part 8, the food. As on a real
Part
cruise,
8.
the food is included in the price, so it's all going to be free. Well,
The food is like this is where it's oh my gosh, the food's gonna get wild because we went over that like multiple times, like is what they showed. So it's gonna be interesting to see it in live action.
You've already paid. It's prepaid. The only refreshments that cost extra money are the alcoholic beverages, and they have some mocktails that cost money too. I know on some real cruises, the alcohol is free, but to my knowledge, on every Disney cruise, it's not free. So this was kind of expected for me. I was frankly overwhelmed by the amount of food. They do a scheduled breakfast, lunch, and dinner, and every meal is all you can eat. Outside of meal times, the bar in the atrium also has a whole separate appetizer menu you can order from, and those are also all complimentary. I loved this cloche filled with smoke, and then they lift it up and it's full of little cheese balls and crackers. They also leave out very simple snacks in the atrium between meals, like yogurt, fruit cups, Parmesan crisps, and then like some child pleasers like cake pops and goldfish crackers. I saw some haters online being like, wow, paying that much for goldfish crackers? And it's like, okay, guys, that's obviously for toddlers.
I'm a hater online. I don't care. You're paying a lot of money for goldfish cracker. I'll be the hater online, no problem.
But yes, they have goldfish crackers. I did actually eat a couple. But what I'm saying is, you will not be hungry on this trip. It's impossible. The breakfasts and lunches are buffet style, and they have these little space trays with squares and rectangles you can slot the food dishes onto. I saw some people complain about the tiny portions on these little plates, and I don't understand that because it's a buffet. If you really like something, you can grab 10. But I
Okay, so that is the one thing they never made clear that it was a buffet, right? That's the one thing I don't remember seeing it advertised anywhere that you can go and get as much as you want. So there's that.
liked that they were kind of sample sizes. It made it feel low commitment to try everything. They also have waiters wandering around to take drink orders at the buffet service meals. The dining room drinks menu is different from the lounge menu, but the waiters at meals can bring you anything from either menu. They can also bring you normal Earth cocktails if you don't want any of the crazy themed stuff, but in my opinion, you went all the way to space. You should get the themed stuff. They have a soda fountain with all the soda logos in Arabesh, just like in the theme park land, and they also have blue and green milk on tap. In the parks, blue and green milk is like a frozen
Oh, blue and green milk on tap. Oh man, that stuff is terrible. That stuff is gross, man. Oh,
in milkshakey texture, and because it's plant-based, it separates a little when it melts, which I think is kind of gross. The Star Cruiser versions of the milk are the texture of milk. I'd compare it to like an Odwalla smoothie, a drinkable yogurt. I don't really like frozen drinks, so I way preferred the Star Cruiser version. It's actually what I was hoping the theme park version would be. Flavor-wise, they're the same as the parks. The blue is fruity and the green is floral. Everyone hates the green milk, but I personally like them both. The dinners are both table service and brought out in courses on platters for the table to share. I think not everybody realized this, but the table service dinners are also all you can eat. If you have a favorite item you finished off, you can ask your waiter to bring out a whole new plate of it, and they will. Also, I'm pretty sure the dessert at the first dinner was literally the same dessert you can buy in Pandora, the World of Avatar. I love that dessert, so I was happy, but it is kind of weird that it was the same. One thing that's true of all Disney's table service restaurants is that they're really flexible about dietary needs. If you have an allergy, they'll bring the chef out to speak with you and make sure you're on the same page. And if they don't have any menu items that can accommodate it, they'll just like think of something special to make. Also, every meal offers the kids' picky eater trifecta of chicken nuggies, pizza, and mac and cheese. And if you're an adult with no allergies and you're just a picky eater, you can order off the kids' menu to your heart's content. But honestly, the space food had very unintimidating flavor profiles. It would be like, oh, this tastes like a grilled cheese. This tastes like a curry. This tastes like a pizza. It's a salad with ranch. I will say, though, that Night 2's table service dinner had pretty abysmal vegetarian offerings. I said all that stuff about bringing out the chef and, like, he'll make you something from scratch, but, like, it didn't even occur to me that I would have to do that because every other Disney restaurant I've been to, they always have at least one plant-based offering. In fact, that's true at most non-Disney restaurants as well. But no, when you show up to dinner on Night 2, that's very much not the case. Only the appetizer is vegetarian, and then courses 2 and 3 are both only meat options. Like, they have multiple options, but all the options are meat. And I know you're like, why didn't you just say something something, but like I felt like by the time I realized it was kind of too late to ask the chef to make me something from scratch. And also I'm shy, so I didn't say anything. So I didn't have any food, but I thought that was very unexpected and very strange. I did see somebody on Twitter that asked for a vegetarian option at this meal, and they said they were just like brought a plate of boiled cauliflower. Even though I didn't say anything to the waiter, he
All right. If you ask for a vegetarian meal and they bring you boiled cauliflower, I'm gonna say that's based. I'm gonna say that's a little base. Oh, all right, Disney, you got one. You got one. Here's your boiled cauliflower.
he did notice I wasn't eating anything from those courses, and he brought us an extra plate loaded down with Mustafarian bread and cheese, which was so kind. And honestly, I didn't even have much of an appetite at this meal. All the cumulative heavy meals were really getting to me, so I wasn't that bothered. Overall, though, I really liked the menus. On the off chance I had left dinner hungry on night 2, I could have just gone to the lounge and ordered some of those heavy apps and it would have been fine. One area where they really went above and beyond is that every single meal had unique items on offer. I thought the lunch on day 2 would be the same as lunch on day 1 because most guests go to eat in the theme park on day 2, so I would have kind of excused them for repeating a menu. But no, all new things. Same for breakfast on checkout day. I thought a lot of people are skipping breakfast and leaving. It'll probably be the same as yesterday's breakfast. Nope. New stuff. A couple favorite items returned, like the pastries and waffles, but most of the egg and meat options were unique. The muffin on the pastry plate is croissant dough filled with a tart passion.
So I have to disagree. I mean, I didn't eat these. I never went on this thing. I wasn't planning on going on this thing. But for a luxurious experience, that looks like gas station food and or like a school lunch. And trust me, I know all about gas station food. That looks like crap. Okay. That looks like something you pick up at the Pilot gas station. No offense, but that's just what that looks like. For for a luxurious experience, there should be like omelets and stuff like that, you know. And they did. And the thing is, too, it's like when you go to like themed hotel or whatever. When it comes to food, that's a very big deal, right? I don't think they had to like go out of their way to rename everything into some Star Wars name when it could confuse people. When you could literally just be like, all right, today you get steak, you get they usually put like the Star Wars or whatever name on top, and then they'll tell you exactly what it is. But so this I'm gonna disagree. I'm gonna disagree. Someone said it's immersive. So there you have it.
Passion fruit paste and was one of my favorite things on the whole spaceship. I wish I was eating it right now. So after all that stuff I just said, you might be surprised to hear that I have a pretty big complaint for this section of the video.
Oh,
I
here
said
it
I have no
comes.
issue with the food, and I don't, but dinner on night 1 was a dinner show. And I have a bone to pick with the dinner show. This is the big Gaia performance they've been hyping up from the beginning. I should tell you that a lot of people are mad about the character of Gaia, probably because she was first introduced in an ad that was extremely weird and badly shot and acted. The main issue people had with Gaia is that she didn't feel Star Wars enough, and I'm ambivalent on that. I mean, she looks Star Wars because she's a Twi'lek. I agree that her songs are not that Star Wars because many of them are in English. I mean, her hit single is called Rockstar Queen. I would never have imagined that the word rock star exists in the Star Wars universe. It barely even exists anymore on modern day Earth. But once they committed
Shout
to
out
having a
Yellow
live human
Flash.
singer, they were essentially forced to have the bulk of the lyrics be in a language she can understand and remember. She does have some songs with portions in Huttese, which is nice.
This is so bad.
Actually, I think Ula Shuka is entirely in Huttese.
This is so bad.
Also, Uwani brings us some alien squealing sounds for backing vocals, and that's fun. Initially, I was extremely disappointed when I learned that the dinner show wouldn't be a Chuck E. Cheese-esque animatronic band, which would have made the price tag of the whole thing worth it to me. But Iwani does have an animatronic head, so that's something. Some of the song lyrics are extremely hokey references to Star Wars things, like "Baby, let me light your Kyber," And there's a whole song about
What?
the power of coaxium.
Baby, let me light your Kyber. That can't be real. No. Just gets worse and worse. No way. Bro, all you have to do is just put someone there with a violin, maybe a harp, something, and play the John Williams music. Why, Disney, do you hate the John Williams music? That people love that. They love Star Wars. They love the John Williams music. Man, all you had to do for the first night, have someone with a trumpet and play that. Dun, 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 dun. That's it, man. That's it. That's it. You didn't have to remake songs. You didn't have to like hire singers or anything like that. You didn't have to like spend all this money and time and just put these things together. Freaking play the John Williams, man. It's part of Star Wars. People want to hear that. It's pretty simple. It's pretty simple. They could have played the Cantina Band. It's all part of the same thing, but oh well.
Honestly, I'm in favor of that. I wish they had just gone all in on that concept. Her song Gaia, which is one of my favorites, has a whole first verse where she's basically telling the audience her backstory, being born into slavery, working in the criminal underground, and then becoming a pop star. I love all.
What? She sings a song on how she was a slave working in the underground, and now she's a pop star. Bro. My God, no.
All that.
I wasn't chained to the sun, man. City slumming at the bottom of the line. I ran the streets with the twine, man. Purple stones were the only way I made my grind.
But then there are other lyrics in that same song that have no place in Star Wars. Singing my praise like a choir. Deep pockets. I make it rain.
There is no way she sings a song, I make it rain. There is no way. Oh my God. I make it rain.
Just weren't. I personally think they could have put like an additional 3 hours of work into refining the lyrics. I think that would have made a big difference. You may have noticed that up until this point in my review, I haven't really been too preoccupied with how Star Wars the whole thing is. To be quite honest, I don't really care about that. I care about how good it is. I like themed experiences, period. This kind of weird, immersive LARP hotel concept would have been interesting to me, even if it was just an unlicensed venture and the theme was spaceship. So all that to say, I was kind of cautiously excited for this dinner show from an alien band. I thought at worst I might be a little underwhelmed, but I like shows, I like kitsch, I like aliens. I did a whole video years ago about how much I love Sunny Eclipse, the singing alien animatronic in Magic Kingdom's burger restaurant. I figured it would probably be kind of irreverent and dorky, but I like stuff like that. And I think on the whole, I probably would have liked this show. I say probably because I couldn't see the show because they sat me behind a pole.
You got pole.
Oh, here she comes. Wow. Let's go see this one from the end.
I can't get over this. I really can't.
Now,
$6,000.
accustomed to sharing the spotlight with dinner.
Dinner seating is pre-assigned. We didn't get a choice in this. The dining room has like a recessed center area where most of the seating is, and then around the perimeter of the room, they have these elevated booths against the wall. And those two sections are separated by these fat support columns, which I don't even know if those serve a structural purpose. They might just be for atmosphere.
Okay, like, I'm sure it's fine, but this probably is the worst seat in the house, right? Yeah.
Well, it was the worst seat in the house, and it was not fine. I couldn't see a thing. I was at the very edge of the booth trying to peer out, and I couldn't see anything. My sister was at the back of the booth, all the way against the wall, trying to see around the other
That's terrible. You would think like they would test all the seats to make sure everyone could see everything properly. That is crazy, man. You would pay all that money. You got stuck behind the pole. Oh my god.
side of the pole, and her view was even worse.
Okay, there's that song again. That poll might have done you a favor. Let's be honest. It might have saved you from some like more cringe you didn't need to see.
Gaia walked around the main dining area a couple times, so we could a little bit see the top of her head for some moments.
It's hypnotic. It's magnetic. It's life-changing. It's me.
In one song, she even came up on the outer perimeter and walked past our booth. But for literally 90% of the show, pole footage. I hope you guys like my quality pole footage. Just trust me, there's aliens singing behind that big old pole. Wani is my favorite character and the most whimsical, spacey thing happening in the show, but she had her weird alien instrument up on the stage, so she mostly stayed planted there. There's even this choreography where they're like leaning back and forth, and it feels like they're making fun of me because they keep kind of leaning in view and then back away.
Jeez.
I
Jay,
mentioned
show
there's
us
one
your
song
poll
where Wani
footage.
makes alien sound backing vocals in the chorus. Well, I didn't realize she was doing that until I got home and watched other people's vlog footage because we couldn't see her face most of the time. At the time, I just thought it was like a synth noise on the track. I think it's really delightful that she's singing, so I wish I could have enjoyed that experience real time. To be frank, I think it's pathetic that I paid $6,000 to go to the Star Wars hotel, and I sat in the room where this show is happening, and I had to go on YouTube in order to see what was going on. Another guest replied to me on Twitter that was at the same table as me, and she was trying to be very glass half full about it. She was like, well, since I couldn't see from my table, I had to stand up.
That's the excuse. I got to look at the glass half full. Yeah, you pay too much money. You should be able to see everything for $6,000. No, we got to stand up and we got to stand up. I always pause it at the worst. Oh well, whatever.
And just go awkwardly like walk toward the stage and stand there the whole meal. And that was great because I had such a good view once I did that. And it's like, it's a dinner show. You're supposed to be seated and eating. I mentioned earlier that I failed to book the captain's table because I didn't know about it. So the captain's table experience is basically that you're in the center table down on the floor, and theoretically the captain will come by and hang out with you a bit. Or on different nights, it's different characters. Sometimes I think Lieutenant Croy sits with you for a minute. We could see the captain's table from afar, and it looked like they didn't actually get that much extra time with.
So here's the thing. With all this, I'm still like waiting for what would entice me as a Star Wars fan to be here. That's all I'm saying. Like, what would entice a Star Wars fan to go to this? There is nothing yet. The only thing that I saw that was anything Star Wars so far was a Wish costume of Chewbacca and an R2 droid. That's it. Like, that is it so far. And that is something that you could go to a Comic-Con and see walking around. And they look better than what I see here. These fan expos that I go to with Gina, there's always a huge Star Wars section, and people spend a lot of time and money to make their costumes look amazing. Absolutely amazing. So, you know what I'm saying?
characters. I've read that they also got a couple unique extra food items, but that's not a super big deal. But in my opinion, the main benefit to the captain's table is that you're positioned at a table where you'll definitely be able to see the show. So in my opinion, you kind of do have to book the captain's table. Like, it is necessary for a good experience. That's not the way it should be, but that's the way it is. And that makes me feel angry. When I go someplace like this
Makes
and I
her
know I'm
feel
doing a
angry.
review, I don't have to feel like so much of an idiot when I waste a bunch of money because I know I'm going to earn it back on the video anyway. So it does lend a sort of comedy of errors vibe.
That's the one thing too. She said that I could spend a lot of money because I will make it back on the video. So I do know like certain people went because if they were there early, they would get number one. I think if you would get a tax write off. Number two, she's got almost 5 million views, like 5 million views on this video. She's definitely made her $6,000 plus back. A 4-hour video with 5 million views is a lot of money. So
When things go wrong, like in a narrative sense, it is kind of funny that they put me behind a pole. Here she comes. Like, I didn't go on the media weekend. I was probably the only person in that whole room that was filming a review. They really played themselves here. But I have to admit, I genuinely was really disappointed that this happened. Part 9, Choose Your Own Adventure. Okay, let's get into the gameplay. First, let's recall how this was promoted as an interactive experience where you become the hero of your own Star Wars story. Choose your own team, choose your own path, live your Star Wars story.
And be wary of who you make allegiances with, because the choices you make affect the course of your journey and ultimately determines how your Star Wars story unfolds.
And it's your story.
That's right.
It's your story.
And live out all the different storylines.
They get to choose who they want to be loyal to.
The story will depend on what you do. Choose your own path.
As a passenger, you get to choose your own path. Do you join the Resistance? Do you join the First Order? Are you a scoundrel? There's a love story on board.
Do you want to help the light side of the Force? Do you want to tap into your dark side?
We're going to invite guests to become the hero of their own Star Wars adventure, and you can do it in whatever way you like.
Ad materials showed kids helping Chewbacca or snitching Chewbacca out to the cops and getting him arrested. The possibilities are endless. That was probably the most advertised aspect of the experience, that you would choose between a number of branching paths. As it got closer to launch, it became clearer what those paths were going to be: First Order, Resistance, or Smuggler. I've seen some people say Jedi was also a path, and I would argue that it was not. You could unlock a couple Jedi scenes, but they were tangential to whatever main path you were already on.
You couldn't
They
even
weren't
be a
their own
Jedi
story track.
in a
So
Star
first I'm
Wars
going to tell you
hotel.
how all this is supposed to work to the best of my knowledge. The gameplay is actually split into two halves: actor-based gameplay and app-based gameplay. The small cast of actors are the NPCs for this experience, the non-player characters. Each individual character has their own schedule set in stone, and then there is a corresponding, seemingly algorithm-driven app working in tandem with the human performers, which is why this schedule is so important. The same computer program that's organizing the actors is also guiding the itinerary of the hotel guests. You can interact with the characters in person, but you also use the app to receive text messages from them. So obviously these texts aren't really coming from the actor, they're from the app, and you
This is horrible. If you want to be immersive, wouldn't you want to be off your phone? Is that just me? We're on our phones all the time. I get it. I guess that's the only way they could get stuff. They could do it differently. So they want you to download an app where you get text messages from the captain. Right here, I guess is a text message from the captain. $6,000 for a texting story? That's why, man. Man, when I go on vacation to the beach, but I like to turn my phone off. Right? I want my big fat belly out in the sun. I want a coconut, okay, with a straw in it. I don't want to be bothered. I don't want Jeremy to call me. I don't want anyone to call me and call me gay. I don't want any of that stuff. I want to relax and enjoy my immersive experience. This seems like more work. I feel like if you do this, you're gonna come out more exhausted. Like you're gonna need a vacation from your Star Wars experience, and you're paying money to do this. Let's continue.
You can reply with a menu of choices from a dialogue tree to get pre-written answers. In this way, you can build affiliations with different characters, which theoretically sets you on one of the available story paths. I feel like my viewers know that whenever I use the word theoretical, things are about to take a turn. This information has not been publicly released, but allegedly the actors have some way of syncing real time to the data in the app. Allegedly, this may be done via earpieces. I said earlier that all the guests are wearing these little wristbands with RFID chips, so allegedly the characters all have proximity readers wired into their clothing. When you approach them, their reader detects your bracelet, identifies your profile in the app, and then their earpiece can feed them information about you. So we don't know exactly what would be said in these alleged earpieces, but for example, maybe it says trust level high, and then the actor knows to greet you warmly. They could even use this tech to remind the actors of your name if they wanted to. The proximity readers could also theoretically send data back to the app, so if you spent a long time interacting with a particular character, that would boost your trust score with them and impact your story path. So let's say you've been texting a lot in the app with the AI version of the First Order General. The AI can ask you if you want to help him in his mission. You can say yes. The app can assign you tasks that don't require any actor involvement, like check that computer terminal for me, and then track whether you fulfill these tasks. The app knows the actor's schedules, so the AI version of the General can text you, meet me in the atrium at 4:30, knowing that the actor will actually be there at that time. Then when you see the actor, his earpiece tells him, name, Jenny, trust level, 80%. And then the actor knows to say, Jenny, you've been very helpful to me. Well done. Thus marrying the two halves of the gameplay in a way that feels seamless on the user end. From there, the characters you've been loyal to can pull you into unique in-person story moments to involve you further.
Oh, here's me tricking some stormtroopers into going into the brig so that we could lock them inside.
Day one's schedule is already programmed in for you before you arrive. You'll have training on the bridge, lightsaber training, and be seated for one of two possible dinner times. And in between those activities, you're meant to be utilizing the app and talking with the AI versions of the characters. You may also have interactions with the actors while doing so. At the end of day one, the app checks all your loyalty scores to figure out which story path you're on. It then uses that information to create your day two schedule, which is more personalized and storyline specific.
So what if you never use the app? Like, so now they're forcing you to text AI characters and do things so it can create your story. So that's Dean H for $5 says, I don't recall any characters of the Star Wars films walking around with their phones to get their instructions. It's like, I guess that's like, so it's got to be part, you have to get a loyalty score. And if you're more loyal to the resistance or the rebellion or whatever, that's the path that you're going to be on. So everything dictates from your phone. It's wild.
So when you wake up, you'll see that you already have mission assignments waiting for you for the side you're affiliated with, and you'll also be put in corresponding story scenes. So for example, if you're on the First Order side, you might be asked to locate contraband cargo and then be dropped into a couple First Order cutscenes, and maybe they even mention the cargo as a reward for the task you completed. Or maybe you'll get invited to a meeting with the stormtroopers, or see the general get a call from the supreme leader, or something like that, something that makes you feel more directly involved with the story. I imagine there are probably 5 or 6 possible cutscenes running for each story path, so the app just schedules you into, let's say, 2 of those per person. Then everyone gets the same finale, which is a big performance in the atrium and wraps up all the story threads. And if you've been a particularly proactive player, there are moments when the actors can shout you out by name, integrated into the finale. That all sounds...
So if you are a bigger player on your phone, you might get a shout out from an actor. Holy crap.
conceptually very clever. And if it works, sounds like a pretty fun experience, right? I think so too. Part 10, living my Star Wars story. Okay, so I'm going to be frank, the gameplay did not work for us at all. At some point, there was some kind of critical logistical failure which broke every aspect of it. I was continually frustrated the entire time I was there, and I left extremely disappointed. In our particular experience, none of the actions we took at any point directed the course of our story in any way.
That's wow. That is wow. Wow. Holy crap. Uh what is it? I see shout out. That's freaking wild, man. So you can do all the work that they tell you to do, and then with all the hold on, let me get this straight. They tell you to do all this work on the app. They tell you to do all this work so you can live out a story, but it doesn't matter what you do. It doesn't dictate anything. That's part of the story. It's already pre-planned no matter what. That's pretty wild. And you paid I say 15,000 because 12,000 was the low end for the double bed, but 6,000 for a shout out. Wow.
And I have guesses as to how that happened, but I'm going to get to that later. So here's how it went for us. I knew going in that I wanted to pick one story path because that would be the best way to gauge how well the experience works. They say it's a choose your own adventure, so I would attempt to choose. A while before the trip, I decided that I was pretty set on getting First Order because it had been met with the most skepticism as a story path. And also, Disney is a family experience and presumably motivated not to have a losing team, so I was very curious how they would handle a villain side of the story. So at first, when they turned us loose in the ship, I had no idea what to do with myself. They don't really give you any guidance, which I was initially optimistic about because I'm a pretty big escape room enthusiast, and you're pretty much always dropped into those cold, and then you just figure out what you're supposed to do through environmental clues. I figured they would probably be using the RFID bracelets as part of the gameplay, and I envisioned there being loads of like tap points that you have to hunt for. So like maybe if you tapped a panel in the captain's area, you could download a secret file, or you could tap a touchpad next to an item to add that item to your inventory, and then you could use it later. So I guess I was envisioning something like a point and click adventure game, but in real life.
We found another purple sea urchin.
A point and click adventure game
You
at
know,
a
like the
$6,000
NPCs
Star
ask you
Wars
to
hotel.
fetch something for them, and then you explore a ship full of set dressing details and Easter eggs. Maybe you see an access card glued to a table, tap your band on it to collect it, and then you gain the ability to open a new door. Or you read a clue in a memo posted on a wall, and then text the code word to the proper character in the app, and then they give you your next task. Through that, I feel you could have some sense of discovery and forward momentum. I'm picturing something like, you need the Kyber crystal, but it fell in a crate with the alien frog monster and he's guarding it. You'll need to get the droid parts to trade for the Jogan fruit to distract the alien. And then once you've collected the Jogan fruit by tapping your band on it, you tap your band next to the frog's cage, the little frog animatronic wiggles around and makes eating sounds, and it backs away from a prop of a Kyber crystal, which you can see through the bars of the cage, and then the app is like, you got the crystal. Sorry, Skippy heard me saying the name.
Is that real? Did they really think that that would be something so cool? Again, where is the Star Wars? You literally are. This is what you do. Wait, you got your phone. You got your band. So you're like, all right, let me do this. And you put your band on. Let me do this. Let me put your band on. Let me do this. Let me put your band on. What? How? That I could, man, I'll say this. If all this was maybe $590, $600 to go play with, to go into this playhouse area, all right. But when it's 6,000, I mean, it's come on, man. This is crazy. Let me catch up since I made another beautiful pause. Casey, yo, what's up, Casey? All of this is giving major "We Have Star Wars at Home" vibes. Crazy. Warren B for 2. Time for a pirate ship themed hotel, Jay. I can't believe like that's an adventure pack with your magic band and text messages. That is, and people sat around and went, "This is a good idea."
Name of his favorite snack. I had to go get one for him. I imagine the kind of gameplay I'm describing would also inspire a cooperative spirit between the guests. Are you helping the Saja? Have you found the droid processor? Sure, friend. It's over here. That's what they walk like. But no, they didn't have anything like that in the gameplay. They did have an item collecting mechanic, but it was bad. See, the app they had us using is actually an extension of an existing Disney app, the Disney Parks Play app. This app was heavily promoted in the early days of Galaxy's Edge because they said you could use the app for interactive gameplay in the land. They called it the Star Wars Datapad Experience. You probably haven't heard of it because nobody ever talks about it because it isn't any fun. Okay, wait, something's gonna happen.
It did nothing.
Okay. That was your reward.
It's just so quiet.
It made a little
It's so quiet.
You got $9.
Why don't they blast the volume on this?
You know, in Rogue One, when they have to go out and then hack a panel and receive $9. Do you think anything's gonna move or happen? I'm beginning to lose hope.
It's the same sound.
Yeah.
Courtyard antenna.
Oh, maybe it'll do something.
Yeah, please do something. Maybe it's just not working yet.
I got it!
Oh, jeez!
Oh my god!
Oh my god!
Basically, all it lets you do is scan QR codes on crates scattered around Star Wars land.
Wait, there's loads of cargo.
So many things to scan.
There's so many things to scan. And all you get is a little beep if you've solved the puzzle on your phone. Are you kidding me? There's so many things to scan. Hey, I got something to scan in the top right corner. Or maybe it's your left, depending on what you're watching this live stream on. And they sat around and said this was a good idea. And obviously the commercial makes it look so much different than what it is in actual like real life. You know, they just said you get a couple beeps while here. It looked like things might have exploded. Holy crap.
Scan one and the app will present you with a rudimentary puzzle. Then when you solve it, it'll be like, there's a hyperdrive in this crate. And superficially, the hyperdrive will be added to the inventory in your profile. You can't do anything with it, so you know, that's it. That's the game. It's like collecting virtual postage stamps. So anyway, since the Star Cruiser app is built out of the Star Wars Datapad game, they also have crates in the hotel with QR codes on them. So if you like, you may scan those crates. I wouldn't really call this part of the gameplay. It was just something you could do. As in the theme park land, you can't use the items later. They're not connected to the story. And I've seen no evidence that they affect loyalty scores or anything else. There's no find the key, find the antidote, trade this item away to the NPC to get the item you need. It was just busy work, or maybe you could call it Easter eggs if you get joy from seeing small icons.
Busy work. They're giving you busy work. That's a term we used when I was teaching. When your lesson plans wouldn't like go like, so like you put like lesson plans together for school, and it didn't, like, people got, like, the students got the work done a lot quicker. You always had a stack of busy work to hand the students if either one, they lost privilege to go outside or something like that. It's like, here's busy work. It didn't really mean anything. It just kept the person busy for, literally it means keeping someone busy for nothing. Keeping someone busy for nothing. That's wow.
On your phone of things from Star Wars. But I assume this part of the gameplay was just put in to occupy the really little kids who wouldn't sense the futility of what they were doing. I noticed immediately that there are these computer terminals throughout the ship. I think there are 6 to 8 of them total, and I believe they all work the same as each other. They just have multiple so they can be used by more guests simultaneously. But like, you don't have different options at different terminals. They're all the same. By the way, the terminals are not touch screens. They use a few large buttons that are below the screen. Touch screens probably would have taken too much wear and tear, so that's fine. I'm not complaining about that. I'm just mentioning this because you'll notice in my footage that every time I walk up to the screens, I start trying to slap my fingers against them. I just feel like it makes me look kind of stupid, and I know someone that's been is going to remark on how I'm doing it wrong, so I'm getting ahead of that now. It's reflex. I promise I did also use the buttons. It's just often when I'm slapping the screen, that's when my camera is pointed at the screen. My camera is looking where my fingers are slapping. That's how I film everything. I slap everything. You just don't see it because I edit around it. Okay.
I slap everything. All right.
Anyway, moving on. You tap your band first to begin utilizing a terminal, which at first seemed promising. These terminals are presented in story like they're intended for the guests. Like they show the map of the ship and other innocuous stuff. But then there's also a password locked section of the computer that you're clearly supposed to break into.
Enter access code.
Let's hack it. Let's hack it.
Okay, what do you think the access code is?
Jenny, you have to earn it.
But how?
You have to hack.
But how?
Okay, I found the first thread to pull at, the first puzzle to solve. I figured if there's a password, there's a way to get the password. We must have to look around. Maybe it's written down, like it's on a post-it next to the captain's chair. Maybe we have to talk to the captain. Maybe she uses her pet's name as the password. Maybe there's a clue hidden in one of the plaques next to all these artifacts in the atrium, or a puzzle we can unscramble.
During the...
This is like a
I'm
headache,
rusty.
man.
I'm a little rusty.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Dedication. During the ship's dedication.
I found out later that that's not the case. According to other players' accounts, sometimes when you tap your band on the terminal next to the computer and try to go in the restricted files, you then receive a text in your app from the smuggler character. He says something to the effect of, "It looks like you're trying to hack into the terminal. You must be sneaky like me. Let me give you the password and you can help me with a job." And yeah, then he just tells you the password. It's kind of anticlimactic in a way I don't like. Maybe I'm the crazy one, but to me, that doesn't really feel like earning the password. Imagine if a video game worked like that. Like you try to open a door, you find that it's locked, and then an NPC immediately sprints over and just hands you the key. I wouldn't even really call that gameplay. I actually saw some fans saying online that this is how you triggered the smuggler storyline. They were like, if you want to be a smuggler, first thing, go to the computer terminal and try to get into the restricted files. Then you'll get a text from Wraith Cole. And no, you won't. I did that, and that didn't happen. And some people online tried to victim blame me when I pointed that out and were like, no, you have to do it first thing. And like,
If I'm paying $6,000 for an experience, I don't want to do that. You know? I want to walk through the Death Star. I want to walk through Hoth. I want to go to Jabba's palace. I want to go to Coruscant, maybe have dinner in Coruscant. I want someone to offer me death sticks. I don't want to walk up to a panel and try to figure out a 4-number code when all you got to do is text the person on your AI phone and he gives you something to read with the number. And that's it. Holy crap. This is horrible, man. It's horrible.
I don't know. I feel like I did it pretty much as soon as gameplay
And now
started.
she's rambling
In my
on.
opinion, it seems like sometimes it happens and sometimes it just doesn't. And if it doesn't, you just don't have the password. Sorry. This also undermines any ability for guests to work together, like I was saying earlier would be cute.
Wait, what's this? What is steering wheel? Oh!
Don't get hit by the
It almost killed me.
Oh my God.
Oh, sorry.
In fact, at one point we asked these other passengers how they'd ended up on their mission thread, and they were so nice. They literally dropped what they were doing and walked us physically over to the computer they had used and tried to walk us through all the same steps they had taken. And when we did the same thing, it didn't work for us, so we gave up. I saw a lot of this online, guests confidently telling others the exact action to perform to get a certain outcome. But anecdotally, it doesn't seem like the game works that way. It seems like it's actually a lot more luck-based than many of the participants realize. So we felt we had very quickly hit a dead end, and worse yet, we could see other players around us who had gotten the text with the computer password, or at least had gotten some other intro point.
Yeah,
to
it
the
was
story.
random. Sounds just random.
Oh, yeah,
You're right.
We just hacked in.
Was it hard?
It was easy.
There were kids happily tapping away at the restricted files, and I'm just standing in the middle of the atrium like, what did I miss? What am I doing wrong?
I don't understand what people are doing. Class, it's 4 letters.
Yeah.
South.
Thank you.
How frustrating.
I don't know. How did they get in? I'm so confused. I feel like we're missing something.
It just made me think there was some obvious clue I had failed to find, which was really demoralizing.
It's just like everyone else is like deep in missions and I don't even know what they're doing. Oh, we're supposed to touch this for good luck.
Okay, we did it. Maybe that'll help. There are so
What?
many points in my footage where I'm just wandering aimlessly, wondering aloud what to do. You'll recall this experience is $2 per person per minute, so just keep that in mind. At some point, having hit a dead end in both the app and the computers, we just kind of started doing laps around the ship, hoping we'd encounter an activity.
Are we missing something? See, people are like hacking and stuff. I already feel behind.
So now you're just
The climate
wandering
simulator
around
still-
because you don't
Well,
know what to
I guess it's
do.
the same. There's nothing going on. I don't know if there's something going on, but I want to get in the cargo.
Still waiting for some Star Wars stuff.
Wow. Yeah, I don't know what else to do. We can take the elevator. We haven't done that yet.
I should have just taken the fire extinguisher off the wall and started spraying it around. You know, make my own fun. Occasionally, we'd see a computer where a kid had accidentally stayed signed in, and we could see all the stuff that had been unlocked for them and presume that probably that represented some fun story thing they got to do, which made us feel even worse.
Christopher didn't log out, and he has the access to the alarms. Brig access. And I guess you guessed the last one.
So some kid just left this up.
And he's
So some kid just left this up because they got bored and didn't want to do this anymore. Some kid, she said, some kid just left this up. That's wonderful. They're like, it's boring. Whatever. I'm pushing buttons. I figured it out. I'm done. Holy crap, dude.
he's not into the cargo hold either. Well, all right.
So now they're taking
want
somebody
enough cargo
adventure
hold.
because they don't know what
Other
to
than
do.
using them to log into the computer terminals, there wasn't actually much functionality to the bracelets. There's a tap point on the droid, which is fun. I tapped my band on him, but I don't think anything happened when I did that. Also, a lot of Star Cruiser nerds are going to be like, that tap point doesn't do anything unless you ask his permission first, and he likes you. So this is a skill issue. But I did ask permission first. I have proof.
Yo, thanks for the raid, man. Appreciate it.
I didn't even have to be told to do that. I'm just polite to droids, so there. But anyway, yeah, it didn't do anything. There were also the rooms with restricted access, like the engineering bay and the cargo hold. You would tap your bracelet on the pad next to the door and it would say, access denied. That was very tantalizing because it suggested you could accomplish something to unlock that room, like a real-life video game.
We take a lot of tools from screen-based RPGs and move them into the physical space. So we have literal locked doors. So we know that they're locked in a couple ways. That's an invitation if you're in a screen-based RPG, and also in our experience, to try and get into a lock.
So she spent her time wandering around, not doing any of the excursions or experiences because they couldn't figure out the first part, which was to unlock the code using your band. You would think they would have someone to help if something went wrong. 6K well spent. Agreed. What? That's so freaking wild to me, man. So now you've got 8 hours of like looking at your phone because you don't have a mission to accomplish.
Locked door. There's something interesting on the other side of that door.
It's actually just like the computer password. After enough time passes, you'll get a text from a character, and it seems like it's random which one. And the character will be like, hey, I've got a job for you. Go to the engineering bay. I'm giving you access. And then you just have access. Also, near the end of day one, we noticed that the restricted files on the computer just stopped requiring a password.
Look, I'm in the restricted systems. I'm authorized now. Wow. We still can't get in the cargo hold though.
And when we looked, there wasn't like anything to do. Like they showed switches to shut off various systems. And I thought, I guess if you're on the right story path, you might have an opportunity to use that and trigger a cool story event. But we weren't. So it wasn't interactive. We could just like look at the menu, but not do anything with it.
Look, I can sound the alarm. Aw, I can't. Oh, see, this is how I would have opened the door. Not that it matters now.
It seemed like the door locks worked that way too. Eventually, they just gave us access to the engineering room. And actually, the app didn't even tell us it had happened. We had to notice on our own.
I bet I can get into this. Well, Maybe it'll just let me in now. Wait, yeah.
It all just felt so arbitrary. While exploring, we would occasionally run into characters, and we tried to take every available opportunity to talk to them. And just in case our interactions might affect our storyline, I wanted to be polite, but make it clear that we were on the First Order path.
We really want to identify the issue, cut out the rot, as it were, and then let everyone get on with their.
Good. I love it.
Imagine these TikTok and YouTubers that went there and came out telling everyone to spend their money to go to this disaster. Like, I'm sitting here like, this is, I can't believe that these people went there and came out saying, like, this is a great experience. This is one of the best things I've ever done. If what I'm watching is the best thing you've ever done in your life, you got to do more things, man. Like, you got to just go to a regular park. You need to get a fishing pole, man, and stick it in some water. You need to fly first class to another city, man. You need to have a nice steak somewhere, because all that stuff is better than what I'm watching here. This is crazy.
I'm always saying cut out the rot.
And basically what she said is, if you don't figure out how to do this, right? When you don't figure out how to do this, they just basically give it to you for free. Like, they unlock it for you after your time has passed. Then you go into these rooms to actually do something, but there's nothing for you to do. All you could do is look. Crazy, man.
That is something you're always
I'm always saying
You're
that.
always saying that. Is that, do you work with fruit? Is that something?
Yes. Yeah, but I'm also referring to like fugitives and things like that. Yeah.
When I talked to the captain, who I could tell was connected to the resistance path, I emphasized that I was afraid the resistance fugitives would ruin my luxurious trip, which doesn't sound very heroic to me. We never talked to Sammy, the main resistance hero, because he was really popular with the kids and he was constantly swarmed.
Are you guys smuggling luggage?
No, guy is not here. We just showed him in the atrium.
It looks like you're smuggling some kind of luggage.
No, we're putting it in the cargo. This is the cargo hold.
We never talked to the smuggler, Wraith Cole. I didn't want to talk to him because I didn't want the smuggler storyline, but we also just organically never had an opportunity to talk to him. We talked to Gaia and Iwani a lot, and I think they're both affiliated with the smuggler storyline, but we only really talked about Gaia's music, and neither of them ever asked us for anything.
Very excited for Gaia tonight.
Gaia, ¿qué con Kuta?
What's your favorite song?
Buddha?
Yeah,
Look at this dude back here. He does not care. He is literally on his phone watching a YouTube video the way the phone is held like that. He does not care what's going on.
I mean, I liked her like when she was just single songs on the HoloNet.
I hope she plays Rockstar Queen, her new single. Oh, we'll see you. Wow.
I don't know how you talk to her.
I believe Lieutenant Croy was the only actor affiliated with the First Order storyline, but we did bump into him several times. And every time we tried to be very direct. We supported his mission. Those resistance fugitives sounded frightening. We wanted to help.
If we notice anything, what should we do?
Well, obviously report it to myself or one of the stormtroopers, although I suspect you'll get more sense out of me.
Likewise, we both texted Croy in the app, hoping to double our chances. At one point, I thought I was making real progress because the AI of Croy directly asked, "Can I trust you to help the First Order?" And of course, I clicked yes. But then he just stopped texting me. He ghosted me. It was so embarrassing. While we were eating dinner on night one, Lindsay did receive a text in the app from Lieutenant Croy asking her to go to the engineering room right away and scan some schematic for him or something. Obviously, we couldn't at that moment because we were eating a formal multi-course dinner with a show, theoretically. And in my opinion, it's a little weird the app sent us that because, like, the app knew we were at dinner, right? Like, the dinner was at a specific time and for a set duration, and that was loaded into the schedule before anything else. But I figured maybe that meant the task wasn't time sensitive and we would just go when we got the chance. In the middle of the dinner show, Sammy showed up with Chewbacca, trying to smuggle him across the dining room without the First Order noticing. This was our first direct encounter with Sammy. When he reached our table, we tried to get in his way.
They tried to smuggle Chewbacca So you went to the Star Cruiser Hotel hoping that you would be part of the First Order storyline, and everything that you did, even talking to the actors, using the app and everything, they literally ghosted you and you had to wander around the place for some time because you had nothing to do. Holy cannoli, man. I mean, it just gets from bad to worse, and there's no other words to describe. This is horrible.
And get Lieutenant Croy's attention.
No, this is just a normal Wookiee named Tom. He's just... It's okay. Don't be scared.
He and Chewbacca did get caught, which was obviously a pre-scripted event that happens on every cruise, but it's the thought that counts. Sorry, I know my footage isn't very good, but Chewbacca is getting arrested behind that pole. Then when our check came, the waiter was like, "It looks like there's something extra with your check." And it was a torn up piece of a secret message, which was very exciting. We realized that the two tables next to us also received pieces of the message, and I thought we'd have to put all our pieces together to get the message, which would be a fun bit of cooperative play. But when we put them together, we realized that it was unnecessary because they all contained equivalent information. I also looked around the room and I think
They all contain the same message. They didn't even put any thought into that. Oh my gosh.
Saw at least one other trio of tables that got these notes. For all I know, everybody got them, or maybe people got different ones from different characters. The secret message turned out to be, weirdly, from Sammy. He was like, "Meet me at 9:40 p.m. in the atrium. I'm trying to get Chewbacca out of jail and I need your help." And I'm like, "Our help? We're the ones that got you into this mess." Clearly, we had been put on the resistance path, which made no sense. But frankly, after an evening of non-starters, I was just happy to have any task at all. And it sounded like we were getting some kind of exclusive story moment. So of course we decided we should go. But when the time came, on our way to the atrium to meet Sammy, who should we run into in the stairwell but Chewbacca, already walking around free, and a gaggle of kids around him. I'm not sure if they handed out dozens of those secret notes or if this was just the crowd of kids that always follows Sammy around. According to my footage's metadata, this clip was filmed 3 minutes before the time we were supposed to meet Sammy in the atrium. So we weren't super early, but we wouldn't have been late. So I don't know what happened with Chewbacca. I guess they started early or something. Honestly, it must have been pretty early because, like, he had been in the brig downstairs. We were going to meet in the atrium, all walk down to the brig, get him out. But when we saw him, he was coming down the stairs, which means at some point he had already been broken out of the brig, gone up to the atrium, and was now descending again.
So they gave you an assignment. You went there at the proper time, and it was already done by the time you got there. $6,000. So much fun.
And presumably in that time, a meeting happened to discuss how they were going to break Chewbacca out. So, like, what, did they start 40 minutes early? But anyway, it seemed like the exciting part was already over. And it was so crowded, we had no hope of getting a word with anybody anyway. So we just headed out. No big deal. I guess we weren't even trying to get that storyline. It just would have been nice to do something. Next, we decided to try following up on that text we had gotten during dinner from Croy. So we went back downstairs to the engineering bay to scan the thing that he wanted. When we got there, we were really surprised to see that the Croy actor was actually physically there. I'm immediately optimistic that this is going to put us in some story moment. So I'm just like, Chewbacca is walking free. I'm sorry, I never liked Chewbacca. I have no reason to keep his secrets. But Croy is just like, why should I trust you?
We saw him in the brig, and then he was walking around. It was the weirdest thing.
I see. You've come here to further the cause of the younglings who've been trying to run me around the houses.
Oh.
No,
we really saw it.
But you will not get one around me this time.
Wow. And like, come on, dude, we're on your side. But obviously the actor doesn't know that. It's not really his fault. And obviously he hasn't got a job for us. I figured at the time maybe the actors just aren't fully aware what's going on in the app, but whatever. We can at least do what the AI version of Croy wanted from us. Neither of us remembered exactly what that entailed, so
you know why you're watching? Because we are literally witnessing a slow motion disaster before our eyes. Literally watching a disaster unfold before our eyes. It just gets worse and worse and worse.
So I asked Lindsay to look at the app again, but when she pulled open her text thread with Croy, the text in question had actually been deleted.
What should we do? What was the task in the app for you?
Yeah, I can pull it out.
It's weird because it kind of like, I think it like overrode.
Maybe it's because we took too long to act on it, but if that mattered, why would it have sent it to us in the middle of a dinner that it knew we were at? Isn't that the whole point of the micromanaged schedule and the app and everything? So why would it have given us that task if it knew we couldn't complete it in time? I think that's probably another clue that the technology was not working as it should. So with nothing to do, we poked around a little in the engineering bay and then we got bored and we left.
We should do these, whatever they are.
We got bored and we left. That's key. Kid got bored, left the computer open. I got bored. I had nothing to do. I didn't know what to do. They finished it before I got there. I was sitting behind a pole. Oh my gosh, dude. This is wild. Freaking wild.
Oh wait, we did. We'll do something.
I really felt like I couldn't catch a break all day. Mind you, at this point, the $6,000 experience was already half over, and I felt like I hadn't even been able to dip my toes into the story. Just thwarted at every turn. Even watching back my footage now is secondhand frustrating because I so viscerally remember spending the whole day so badly wanting to engage with the game I had been promised and not being able to. Like I said, I had hoped to be first order, but really I'd been prepared to say yes to anything a character asked me. But obviously I hadn't been given anything to say yes to. And whenever I thought I was being given an intro into some plot thread, it didn't work out for one reason or another. Not only did I feel like I was barred from participating, I was even barred from watching by a literal bar. After the characters went to bed and we returned to our room, Lindsay noticed that in the app there's a tab with all the different characters. It tracks how familiar they are with you and how much they trust you. So I would imagine it's scored based on how long you spend interacting with them in person and in the app, and then whether you respond to them positively or negatively. And this screen really explained the day I was having. Okay, so mine looked like this. You'll notice that my trust score with literally every character was neutral.
I guess, like, what if you're like extremely introverted? I guess this isn't the place for you, right? Like, I guess that's just not what you should do. So now she has a trust score with all the members: high, low, low, medium, medium. And that's all generated by the AI. That is just, I don't know, man. This just seems like so complicated, and that so much work, you have to put so much work into this just to do something. If not, you're going to be bored eating freaking goldfish, right? Just to get any interaction so they don't ghost you. Yellow Flash is like, they give you a social credit. Yeah, they give you a credit score to see if you can like pull off an adventure, like an excursion. Not an adventure, like an excursion. So if you don't have one, like she doesn't have one with anyone. They don't, she walked around bored and didn't do anything. It's freaking crazy. This is crazy. You wonder why this thing failed. This is the blueprint for everything not to do on an immerse experience. This is everything you should not have done. And I don't care what anybody says. They're going to be like, well, there were certain people that went on it that really had a great time. Some people have a great time going to Walmart at 3 a.m. or Taco Bell. They ain't spending $6,000 for it. All right. Or going to Waffle House at 4 a.m. I mean, I'm just saying.
So, despite my best efforts, it was basically as if I hadn't been playing at all. Okay, now let's look at my familiarity scores, which are even more interesting to me. Lenka Mock and Wraith Cole look about right. They both say low familiarity. I was briefly greeted by Lenka Mock and I never spoke to Wraith Cole at all, so that makes sense to me. Sasha says medium familiarity, and I only met her once at lightsaber training, but she did ask me my name and interact with me a couple times, so okay, I guess that feels medium. But Lieutenant Croy also says medium, even though I've been trying to talk to him all day, both on the app and in person. And there was that time I pledged my loyalty to him and he left me on red. My familiarity with Sammy was high, even though I hadn't exchanged words with him ever at any point. Meanwhile, my familiarity score with Captain Keevan was low, even though I'd made pleasant small talk with her at least 3 separate times that day. In the app, the AI version of Captain Keevan actually sent me a text that night saying, "Sorry, I know we haven't gotten much time together today." But yes, we have. What's going on here? When we woke up on day 2 and it had given us all our missions, we had a few different options. We had texts from Sammy, Captain Kevin, and Saja. And you'll notice that not only do those missions not line up with how I'd been trying to play out the story, they don't even really make sense with my stats in the app. At that point, we just had to surrender ourselves to the idea that nothing in the story was going to make sense and try to invest ourselves in the path we had been arbitrarily placed onto for the time we had left. Okay, so why did...
Wow. None of this is making sense. We're forced to do something that we didn't want to do. There it is. Star Wars, everyone. Star Wars!
this happen? What broke? I have a few guesses. Scenario 1, the gameplay didn't actually work at all for anyone, and it was a big scam.
Big scam! Right there. Big scam.
You're all just assigned to a story path at random. With only 3 major story threads, it's possible that for some guests, their story path would match up with the actions they're taking by pure coincidence. The broken clock being right twice a day kind of thing. Confirmation bias would then convince them that the story was a direct result of their actions. They get a message from the Resistance and say, wow, that must be because I told Captain Kevin I was a fan of Princess Leia. But in actuality, it's just what would have happened anyway, predetermined by an algorithm. That would be obviously pretty bad. I have seen other guests with the same feedback as me, that they consciously tried to get one specific path and it didn't work at all and they left disappointed. But I don't have like statistical data on how often this occurred, and I highly doubt Disney will ever release that information, if they even tracked it at all. So
They
it's
will
impossible
not
to really
release that
know.
information.
But I think if this problem was more widespread, it would have become more apparent, so I'm going to charitably rule this one out. Scenario 2. The gameplay worked for the majority of guests, but each story path had a finite number of players it could accommodate, and so the algorithm was trained to move some players into open slots in the schedule, regardless of their story choices. The idea here is that we were just the sacrificial lambs of our trip, shuffled into open spots to maintain even distribution of guests across...
All right, if that's the case, if that is the case, you should not be spending $6,000 to be a sacrificial lamb in a story that you didn't want to do. That's insane. That's insane.
across all story scenes at the expense of our own experience, but facilitating other people's choose your own adventure gameplay. The idea of this one makes me so angry. Like, I would be so upset if I found out that at this price point, they were knowingly sacrificing the interactivity for some unlucky guests just to keep the game running smoothly. But to be honest, I wouldn't be surprised at all to find out that this was the case, especially considering they designed the dining room so that some unlucky tables were behind poles. Scenario 3, random glitch. It worked for some people, it didn't work for other people, bad luck, etc. This is my main theory. It coincides really well with what I've heard about the way the app worked in tandem with the actors. I mean, I showed you our loyalty scores, and it certainly appears that ours wasn't tracked.
I got to disagree with you. I think this is I'm going to go with pay to play. I disagree. I know you're trying to sound, optimistic about your stay. I believe that's a pay to play thing. It's always been that way with Disney under Chapek. It's always a pay to play. When you go to the theme parks, they want you on that Genie Plus. They want you to spend more money that way. They want you to do it's a pay to play. So it wouldn't surprise me if the people that paid the most got to do what they want over the people that paid the least. That's what I think. That's my opinion. And of course, we'll never see that real data, maybe unless there's new management and they release it 10 years down the road.
Tracking anything we did at all. The designers probably programmed in some kind of grandma mode where a guest who doesn't participate in the gameplay at all and just sleeps in the room all day is randomly assigned a story path in case they want to play later. It seems to me like whatever actions we took in the app or in person, the system just wasn't registering it ever. So maybe the app saw a lack of data, put us in grandma mode, and then randomly put us on the resistance path. I don't know how such a critical failure could happen, and honestly, this one makes me pretty mad to think about too. Like, for an experience that's so dependent on an app, glitches do feel inevitable. To be honest, anyone who's familiar with Disney parks will know that they're extremely bad at building apps and always have tons of glitches. But in the theme parks, the apps just determine whether you can get through the turnstiles in a timely fashion, or if you can book your next fast pass. On the Star Cruiser, the app determines whether your $6,000 experience will work at all in the way it was advertised to, or whether you'll be sitting on the sidelines all day with nothing to do.
That is insane. And again, Where is the Star Wars?
In my opinion, if this glitch is something that could happen, they needed a better failsafe. Like, I'm just spitballing here, but maybe if the system detected 0 input from a player, it could flag that as a problem in the system, at which point a human employee could try to intervene and gauge what story that person was trying to do. And, you know, make sure by brute force that they got put in some kind of story event. Ideally, I think this concierge employee should have been dressed as Yoda and kind of shamble in like a scary suit and be like, no, I must. With which side do your loyalties lie? I'm always just looking for an excuse to do my Yoda impression because it's so good. Having a person
Oh my.
intervene would obviously be a little immersion breaking and kind of a clunky solution, but it's better than what they had, which was no solution at all. I heard after my trip that a lot of guests had similar problems to us. One mom that went with her kids said that on day 2, she went to the front desk in tears.
I sort of cried at guest services and they unlocked them all for me. Wait, my daughter has a video of the first order scene. I have the smuggling scene. The Jedi scene doesn't video well, but I have some photos. I maybe sort of cried at guest services and they unlocked them all for me. Dear God. Again, I mean, you're going to pay that kind of money. This should not or never be your experience. Never be your experience. I'll get to super chats when she gets to the next chapter. I mean, we're only 2 hours in the video of 4 hours live. Holy crap.
And pointed out that their story mechanic wasn't working. And then she said the people at the front desk basically just pulled out a tablet and were like, I'm so sorry, just tell us what story scenes you want to be in and we'll put you in those. And it's good to know that such a solution existed, but obviously by the time you get to that point, the experience you've been sold on has already been ruined because that's not immersive. Also, because of the nature of the experience and the cost of it, most of your guests are going to be there for their first and only time. So it's probably going to take them a while to even realize that something is objectively wrong. It certainly didn't occur to us that we could go to the front desk about this, so we were just kind of like, hey, the game didn't work. The thing that was central to this entire experience, it was broken for us, and we can't get a refund or come back. It's just ruined. And that really sucks. And that was our experience. I also need to point out, in the interest of transparency, that many of the people brought out for press and influencer marketing actually didn't experience the gameplay. They were given an abridged presentation of the story and then dropped into a play scene. And from what I can tell, they didn't interact with the app at all.
Now, we only get 4 hours aboard, so it is going to be a bit of an abbreviated experience.
For those of you with blue wristbands, you will go to lightsaber training with our incredible Saja. And those of you...
So they gave the influencers a 4 hour... So basically what they did for several of the YouTubers, they were able to put the entire experience of the Star Cruiser in under 4 hours plus a meal. Are you serious? If you're able to put the entire experience under 4 hours, plus they get the meal, like they get the sing along. Holy crap, man! What do they expect people to do for 2 days?
With white wristbands will meet your group leader for your first activity.
So you're taking on the role of first order loyalist for this next scene, right?
We're jumping around a little bit in the timeline, so we're on day 2, and Lieutenant Croy, who you guys just saw board the ship, has sent us a message on our data pad, and after we visited Batu, we are going to meet him.
We're skipping back in time by a few hours. You maybe haven't totally decided your allegiance yet, but you've been invited to join in the ship's activities. Now, the Saja have more to their stories than what you're seeing here. In fact, all of our characters do. And that's something that our guests can discover, of course, when they're here aboard the Halcyon.
Some influencers did experience the full-length stay, but not all of them. It was sort of a pecking order. Only the biggest publications and influencers with the highest follower counts got to do the whole thing. And not to name names, but I did notice some familiar faces in the background of the videos of the abridged experience who later claimed on their own social media that they did the full thing, which feels a little deceptive. But what else should we expect from a channel that buys subscribers? I can say that. You're never going to figure out who I'm talking about. So I guess...
Wow, now she's going after YouTubers. Wow. She just came out and was just like, yeah. Yep. You guys lied about the experience. She was being nice. She said they dishonest. They said, no, no, no. You came out and lied about how great and how good that experience is. Plus, you buy subscribers just so your numbers can be up there so you can get invited to these experiences. Holy crap, man. Wow.
I guess my point is just be a cautious consumer of any influencer reviews, except mine. Also, for the record, this makes me really angry. Ooh, a lot is making me angry in this section. This is like if you toured a gourmet restaurant and the chef gave you only the dessert, and then before bringing out the dessert, he said, to provide some context, the guests eating this dessert will have just enjoyed an amazing dinner. And then you go home and write a review like, this restaurant is fantastic. After an amazing dinner, we ate a delicious dessert. You should definitely spend $6,000 to eat at this restaurant. Honestly, how dare they? I'm just gonna get angrier as it goes, and we're only halfway. Part 11, main attractions. The main.
All right, hold on. We have to pause it there. All right, let me catch up here real quick. Gung Ho Mac for 5 says, sorry I'm late. I had to smuggle my luggage into my hotel. FYI, your audio was off the whole time. Start the video over. Immersion.
Or in a broader sense, the choose your own adventure interactivity. But that could be a little hard to market. So most of the ads focused on 2 activities that happen on the ship, which are basically mini games. This was a horrible idea because in the promotional material, both of these experiences looked lame as hell. Like, if they were added as a kids activity to the theme park, free with admission, people would probably think they were cute, but given the infamous price tag on the Star Cruiser, the unanimous reaction was, that's it? So let's cover both of the activities. First, I'll go over bridge training. Everyone does this at least twice. The first one, which is the training session, is already on your schedule before you arrive. A crew member divides you into groups and you rotate through each of the 4 different control modules. There are gunners, shields, loaders, and engineering. For gunners, obviously, you're going to be shooting at stuff on the big screen.
So you're gonna aim, I'm gonna fire when you're on the target.
How's our thinking process going?
It's great.
The screen for this task looks awful. There are so many targeting reticles and random garbage to shoot all over the screen, but this is probably still the most desirable task of the 4 because you do get to game on the big screen.
Let's take a look at your metrics.
Oh.
56.
Loaders also work using the big screen, but it's like a crane game where you're trying to grab stuff out of space.
Activate grabbing. Oh, you're flying, I'm grabbing. Ooh.
What?
You work together in a pair, so one person is driving and the other person is rotating and grabbing.
Let's grab, team.
Yeah.
Shields have their own display, and I would compare it to Team Pong. Everyone is sliding their shields from left to right to protect the center area from missiles. Even though it's a simple game, I do think the table you play it at is visually cool looking.
Pong? You get to play Pong? Where's the Star Wars at?
Engineering, you're just looking at the little screen in front of you and toggling switches.
Whoa.
All right, attention on deck.
Basically, they show certain switch positions on the screen, and you just have to toggle the switches in front of you to match those.
If you have any questions, that is probably the hardest one to do. Jess and Brooke will be walking around, okay? No worries.
Wait,
And
did
then
he give us
last
any
but not least,
instructions? He was just like, you're gonna
Good
push
job.
buttons.
Keep
That's
the
the hardest
shield
one.
straight on
Anyway.
by that green bar
Moving on.
that indicates how-
Incoming station controls training code.
Okay, what the hell are we doing? Okay, you just push the ones that light up. Mash the lit buttons.
This was definitely the most boringest one. Oh, and at one point during this activity, one chosen kid gets to punch it and send the ship to light speed. I
One
think it's
kid?
funny how much the marketing made of the punch it moment. Like, we've all always wanted to be told to punch it and then punch it to light speed. And it's like, I don't know if that's true. I think when characters say punch it in the movies, it's memorable and exciting because they're usually in some action scene and you know that they're about to go really fast. Maybe it would feel more thrilling if there was a physical consequence to punching it, like if we were in a really aggressive motion simulator that's going to lurch excitingly, but obviously we are not. It's more of like a photo op for the family of the kid who's doing it than like a thing that's actually fun to do. At some point during your training, something goes wrong to make it more exciting, and what that is depends on the time slot you're scheduled in, because remember, every element of the story is running on a common timeline.
We've received a priority alert signal from the resistance.
What?
priority alert. That means it's an urgent message or it could be a warning. Yes, we can't have resistance.
The
So it
lights
sounds like
out.
sometimes you run into enemy ships and have to defend yourself. Sometimes you get a secret transmission from the resistance. But I believe the most common thing is that you run into an asteroid field.
Asteroid, forget to grab them.
We're going to have to cover all of them.
The reason I believe that is all the windows on the Star Cruiser are synchronized to one another. The Imagineers were very proud of this element in the marketing. No matter where you are on the ship, the view out your window will reflect the view outside all the other windows. So if you're in your room looking out the window, you'll start to notice that approximately every 45 minutes you're in another asteroid field. On the whole, I thought this minigame was pretty fun.
What? So every 40 minutes, you get to see the same gameplay as somebody else. They thought this was a fun, cool idea to literally play like little Atari game on a big screen. Listen, the whole punch it thing, you can do that on the Millennium Falcon ride. All you gotta do is be the pilot. You can pull the thing and punch it all you want. You don't have to pay $6,000.
Each of the positions plays differently, and I think it's nice that every group gets to try every station. You don't just get stuck in an unfun one and have to stay there. There's definitely a bit of a learning curve.
Do we do that?
Learning curve?
We were so fast though.
And the cast member walking us through it was like visibly annoyed by how people kept screwing up their instructions, walking to the
Visibly?
wrong station, and mashing random.
The cast member was visibly oh my gosh. How dare you not know how to play this video game? Hey, why don't you know how to do that? What if grandma's there? She's not going to know how to do that stuff. What if she's taking little Billy? There's no way in the world anyone should be visibly annoyed with you spending that kind of money. Like, that's so stupid. And plus, you put all these little buttons and gizmos in front of a child, even a grown child like myself, we're just going to push it all hard. Like, we're going to push and then turn the dials and everything. That's just what we do.
Buttons. I don't know who was doing that.
One more time, that'll be front to side, side to mid-deck, mid-deck to back down the ramp to the front.
But it's high energy and it doesn't last so long that you get bored with it.
Your quirky system.
You get bored with it. You get bored with it. They keep saying that. You get bored with it. Pretty wild. I don't know why y'all keep coming in my Rumble chat and just doing that. We're just gonna keep taking you out, but whatever.
It's time to do a thing in the quirky system.
On day 2, having taught you how to use each of the bridge stations, they bring you back for another story event. Sometimes 2, depending on how your story plays out, because the day 2 bridge missions are meant to be specific to your story path.
Yeah, SK does have data, vital information for the survival of the resistance.
Oh my goodness.
So we can't
Look at the alien movies.
Oh my god, very different vibes in the different rooms. They don't even know the danger.
The first order goes about the waxing. And you know that
So if you're on the resistance side, you help shoot at the First Order blockade. If you're a smuggler, you help grab some cargo to smuggle aboard. Since there's no longer the story pretense of training, it appears on your schedule like the captain would like to speak to you on the bridge at 3 p.m. Then you tap your band at the door to confirm you're one of the 30-ish people who unlocked this scene. These later bridge scenes were much more fun because they didn't have to go over logistics anymore. Everyone has already had their demo round. They know how all the stations work. So your captain can just yell, rotate stations, and everyone is ready to jump into the mini games.
You can do it!
As far as the gameplay, I'm sure you've already gathered that it's extremely basic, more primitive than anything you can get on your phone. Like, if this gameplay was just put in an arcade cabinet at a Dave & Buster's, nobody would even want to play it. But
What?
obviously, they've dressed it up. You're in a cool spaceship room with a big window into space.
That's wild, man. If they put this game in a Dave & Buster's, no one would even play it. It's lackluster. You can get better games on your phone. They tried to dress it up like you're doing something, and they charging a luxurious price for this crap. My gosh, man! Again, Disney. These people at Disney are surrounded by nothing but yes men. No, terrible ideas, no imagination, and yes men. What do you guys think? Does this look good? Yeah, it looks good. This is gonna be great. What do you guys think about this? Yeah, man. Yeah, it's great. It's gonna be great. What about this? Well, you think people will like this? Yeah, of course. It's gonna be great. Let's do this. Crazy.
And they've got live actors coming in to impress upon you the stakes of what you're doing.
The Resistance starts to analyze the hyperspace tracking system. They can find a way to defeat it.
So with all this in mind, it's fine. People who do it will like it well enough. I don't think it's much to write home about, but it was a fine enough gameplay element for this kind of experience. And for my sister and I, it was pretty much the only time we got to participate in the story, so we were just excited to be doing something. Okay, next we'll look at lightsabers. This was the other one pushed hard in the ads. This training is taught by the Saja. Obviously, it's weird that Jedi training, which has largely been framed in the movies as special and spiritual, is now being offered as a cruise ship activity like it's shuffleboard. But there is an official tie-in comic explaining the backstory. You see, when the ship was new, a Jedi master saved the ship's special compass from this stupid-looking evil cyborg. And the captain at the time was so grateful, he built a lightsaber training pod on board to honor her. It doesn't really make sense, but that's the explanation. So the Saja will be teaching us beginner lightsaber techniques with the help of a training remote that shoots lasers, sort of like the one Luke Skywalker used. But obviously our training remotes don't fly like that, they're just attached to the wall. Useless fun fact, not all the Saja, but a lot of the Saja are female brunettes with vaguely Daisy Ridley-esque faces, and I think that's because a lot of them are cross-trained to play Rey. Or at least the Rey that's way up on the balcony in the fight scene. Probably to maximize their use of the actors, since I don't think Rey is there on day one. It might also be to like save on costs associated with lightsaber stunt training. Like now they can just train one person instead of twice as many. But once you see it, you can't unsee it. There's Reys everywhere. In this activity, everyone gets to try their hands at lightsabering, and there are a couple different rounds to this. In the first round, you're told that a guide light will appear ahead of the laser, so you get a couple seconds to line your lightsaber up with where the laser is going to be. The laser fires, and then the lightsaber vibrates and plays a sound effect as though the laser is actually impacting it. This round is obviously really boring, and that's because in an early leaked patent for this minigame, you can see that this whole first round is simply the calibration phase in disguise. They're very braggadocious about that, like our game doesn't need calibration before gameplay can begin because we integrate it into the gameplay. And it's like, okay, but did you really? Are we calling this gameplay? Anyway, as is pretty obvious, the computer is leading you through a series of basic positions with your lightsaber so it can learn your dimensions and incorporate it into the next round. When I was doing my first round, I was kind of hopping around from foot to foot, primarily because I had seen that Josh Tomorrow ad and thought he looked so uncool the way he did that, and I didn't want to repeat his mistakes. But then the Saja had to come by and tell me to stop wiggling around so much because I think I was in danger of compromising the calibration. But it all worked out. You'll see in a second. In the second round, the time between the guide light and the laser blast is slightly shorter, so it's marginally harder, but still not overly exciting. But now they add two people behind the lightsaber wielder using these things. This is a reflective shield capable of blocking blaster bolts. I think canonically this shield is built using kyber crystals like a lightsaber is. Maybe a whole bunch of kyber crystals because it lights up in different colors. I saw a lot of people saying this has crazy implications for the canon, but I think it doesn't. I don't think they ever say it blocks lightsabers, just lasers, which doesn't seem like a big deal. And this thing is like really heavy and awkward to hold, so I fully understand why Jedi prefer to just carry a lightsaber and deflect blasts with that. That said, the shield is pretty uncool, right? They obviously just incorporated this into the experience to try to think of something for people to do when they're not using the lightsabers. So
Oh my gosh. So they already knew that people would be bored in lightsaber training. So they literally gave people a made-up shield to hold up so they can pretend that they're doing something in the in the lightsaber training bay. They already knew. Somebody came up with this and they just said, you mean people are going to have to stand there and wait for like 20, 30 minutes? They're going to be bored just standing there. All right, we got an idea. Let's make a lightsaber shield that they can hold up and pretend that they're saving everyone behind them. They already knew people were going to be bored. They already knew this. This is insane, man. The lightsaber training should be so different. This is something you could buy at home. They used to sell like a lightsaber training, where you bought like a Yoda, and he was a little interactive. You set him on top of your dresser, and you had like a little lightsaber, and he would like shoot little lasers at you. But my gosh, man, this is more pain.
They're like two people stand behind them and catch the extra lasers that get past their lightsabers. And that doesn't make any sense. And I'm crouching around with this big clumsy shield, feeling like a total fool. So eagle-eyed viewers might have noticed something in each round. We have that guide light letting us know where the laser blast is going to hit. But we also have these little sparkles around the training remote. These twinkly lights are divided into quadrants. So while they won't show you exactly where to aim, they do let you know the general direction the blast will go. In the first 2 rounds, these are redundant since we have the guide light. But in the break before the final round, the Saja offers context for these twinkles. She doesn't acknowledge them directly, but she says that those in tune with the Force can sense where blasts are about to come from. So that's what the twinkles are. In canon,
That's
they're
the
not something
Force?
we're meant to be seen with the naked eye. They are the Force giving us intuition about where to.
They turn the Force into twinkles? Are you serious? So that's what they think is going on here? We can tell people they see the Force every time they see the twinkles. Oh my God, man. They literally, like, people approve this? This is worse than any video I ever made on the Star Cruiser. Now the Force is twinkle. Little twinkles is the Force. $6,000 for people to be bored and look at little twinkling lights to make them think that they have the Force. Come on,
To
man.
block. At this point, the Saja teaches us a little chant for team morale. And then she says she thinks we're ready to rely on the Force to block the beams. So for the final round, the blasts come quickly with no guide light, only those twinkles to guide you. My sister was not paying attention during this explanation, but that's actually good news for me because it gave me additional insight into how the tech works. If you look closely, you'll see the major difference in this final round. In the first 2 rounds, we were trying to aim where the laser would go. But in this final round, the laser is actually tracking us and aiming for our blades. The computer even seems to hold its fire indefinitely until you swing into the correct quadrant. The whole concept with the Force twinkles was just to get us to constrain our blade movements to a smaller area so it would be less visually apparent that the lasers were following us and not the other way around. To an unsuspecting participant, and especially a kid, it'll look like they're doing a great job guessing the precise angle of the laser every time with lightning fast reflexes. Since Lindsay didn't notice the twinkles, she was pinwheeling her blade all over the place, so it was very apparent to me what was going on. You can literally see the lasers correcting midair trying to follow her.
So they gave out participation trophies. That's it. They gave out participation trophies because it didn't matter where you moved your lightsaber. They shot the laser at it to make it look like you did a great job, Billy. You hit everyone. Great job. You didn't even need to go to lightsaber training. Ever. You didn't need to go. You're one with the. Did you see the twinkle, Billy? You did? You got the Force, Billy. Man, good for you. Billy got everything right on lightsaber training, and he saw the twinkling Force. Holy crap, what a disaster.
So I think conceptually, that's a fun gimmick. It allows for some sense of escalation, even if individual guests would not be skilled enough to keep up. It simulates the experience of practicing and improving at something all in under 20 minutes. And I loved our Saja. I thought she was funny and was good at retaining people's names and involving everyone in the experience. Unlike the bridge training, this one you do only once and it's never utilized again. In fact, this is the only time you'll even be holding a lightsaber on board. It's forbidden to walk around with them on the ship. I assume due to paranoia that you'll get overexcited and swing into another guest or break.
So You're not allowed to have lightsabers, plastic lightsabers on the ship where they want you to LARP because of course they don't want you to look like a Star Wars person on the ship. Of course. It's too dangerous. They think you're going to get too excited and start swinging that thing around. I am at a loss. I am like it. This is getting worse and worse and worse. So you can't dress up. I mean, you can, but you can only dress up like a mechanic. You can't have a lightsaber. Can't have a blaster. You can't get excited. There's nothing for you to do. If you don't text your phone a lot, you don't get a mission. And imagine some of the people that paid $12,000 to $15,000 for that experience.
Break a prop. Even if you buy the $200 ship exclusive saber in the gift shop, you're only allowed to take it out, stand still to pose for photos, and then you're expected to store it in your room. So I guess you could say that should enhance the novelty of this experience. But when you imagine being the protagonist in a Star Wars movie, I don't think you're picturing doing target practice. And Disney obviously understands this because they've already done a lightsaber training experience in the theme parks. And in that one, after teaching you some basic training positions, they parade out a Darth Vader or a Kylo Ren to duel the little kids. This show always reminded me of that scene in Space Jam where the bad guys want to imprison Michael Jordan in their theme park and force him to let kids win at basketball. Anyway, such a story moment wouldn't work in an immersive LARP experience, right? They can't have Kylo Ren showing up every 30 minutes. How would they make it work in the story that any of the guests get to defeat the villain, let alone all of them? But therein lies the problem, right? Even in the suspended disbelief of the story, you're still not doing anything very exciting. You're just training, so there's no suspense. It's just a mildly diverting video game demo. If it was free in the theme park and you had to wait 20 minutes to do it, I could see it being reasonably popular, but not something you'd go out of your way to do every time. And just like the bridge training, it doesn't really work as a featured attraction for such an expensive experience. Oh, I should also talk about the engineering bay. That was featured in a lot of the ads too, usually just as a visually interesting backdrop. They never indicated what you would do there, but it looked like it would be something. Before I went, I thought maybe they would schedule groups of 10 or so people at a time to go in there for a story reason, and then it could be like a miniature escape room. Like you have to gather environmental clues and use those to put the machinery at the correct settings to achieve a goal in the story. And they could have a cast member in the room with you to keep things moving if people got stuck.
We're in the engineering room. Okay. Who's in there? Whoa, what's this?
So I was wrong. Basically, the engineering bay is like an activity area with 10 or so baby level puzzles. Some are like Simon, where a terminal pings in a certain order and then you replicate it. Some of them have screens showing switches in particular positions and then you have to move them around to match. Sometimes when you succeed at a puzzle, it rewards you by playing a sound effect or making steam shoot out or shutting off an alarm that's been sounding.
Oh my.
They reward you by shooting out steam. That's your reward. They bypass the compressor. You push a couple light buttons. What the? Now, again, if this was like an excursion with the kids for like an hour, maybe two, you pay a little extra when you're at the park. Okay, we could laugh at it and move on. When they advertise it as a $6,000, you're gonna be in your own Star Wars story. I mean, this is unbelievably bad.
My gosh, that's a carbon freezing system. That's important.
But as far as I could tell, there's no story incentive to do any of that. It's just busy work.
Look in here, it's the core.
Lindsay, look, the core. Wow, I can feel it humming. All that power. Whoa, we can go in. We can go inside. I love the core. Oh, fix it. Okay. Lindsay, press those buttons.
Damn.
She's just laughing at it at this point. Hurry, push these buttons.
Even if you fix something, in a couple minutes it'll reset for the next person to play anyway, so you're not really accomplishing anything. I think most people figured that out because every time we went in, it was pretty empty, and we'd see
It was pretty
other
empty.
people our age walking in, taking a look around, and quickly leaving because it wasn't very interesting. The only people sticking around were a couple moms with children under the age of 4, because that's the age demographic whose interest will be held by something like this. Which, it's good to have something for everyone, but at this price point, like, why didn't you just take them to the park by your house if they're getting so little out of this that you're just trying to keep them distracted? Oh, I should also point out that at foot level, there's this escape hatch, which connects the engineering room to the brig.
That's cool. Look at slides. It's a secret tunnel out of the brig.
It was locked when we saw it. There must have been some story event where one of the characters locked in the brig escaped via this hatch, so that's fun to imagine, but we weren't part of any storyline that got to use it. I read that it's possible to get summoned to the engineering bay for story events, like you meet Sammy there to save the ship, or the general there to sabotage the ship. So I guess in that case, there would be an element of satisfaction, like there's at least the pretense that what you're doing
She's like, I'm hoping there's an element of satisfaction. I hope no, there's no satisfaction here. Lucasfilm went to Disney and says, we've got your next billion-dollar idea. Keep in mind, everyone, they were planning on building this thing at Disney Paris, in Disneyland, and I think it was Paris. Also one in Tokyo. And there was a small chance that they were going to try to bring that over to California, depending on how well it did here. I just cannot believe it's just. I think we're repeating ourselves here, but it's like I cannot believe that Matt Martin from Lucasfilm wrote this out and said this is going to be great. Like this is going to be absolutely a moneymaker for years to come. People will come back with their families over and over again. Like, you're not going to believe how much Star Wars this is. They spent $1 billion. And you want to know what's even crazier? When they closed this thing down, when they closed it, they didn't even they didn't even try to discount it. They didn't even try to change it up a little bit. They didn't try to do anything. They just were I guess there was somebody that actually looked at it and went, holy crap. This thing actually does suck. Let's just shut it down and let it, just let dust pile up on the thing. So they took a tax break, a freaking tax break, instead of trying to do anything else with it. That's but by looking at this and watching all this happen, I knew it was bad, but I didn't know it was this is next level, dude. This is next level. All right, let's keep going.
Doing matters. We never got any of those events though, and even if we had happened to go to the engineering room while one was going on, we would have been turned away. When a room is in use for a scheduled story moment, they station someone at the door and make you tap your bracelet, so unless the app verifies you've been invited by a character, you aren't allowed entry. Anyway, since we didn't get to do that, the room seemed like kind of a pointless diversion.
Yes! Finally!
You're just winging it.
Finally, some levers to pull. I think I'm doing it right.
My impression is that basically you can go to the engineering room outside of exclusive story scenes, but there isn't really a reason to. And while we were on board, I didn't realize that that was the case because I didn't know about those story moments we didn't get. So here again, I was frustrated and at a loss. Like, it really seems like this room is for something, but what? I must be doing something wrong. I had really figured there would be something to discover there, but nope. And there was one last thing I'd loosely call an attraction. A lot of fan pages treated this like a big spoiler, but I think they showed a clip of it in one of the ads anyway. But in the climate simulator courtyard, you saw they had all those rocks stacked up in the middle. Well, they had one interactive thing in there. The Saja could select you for force training, and then they had some of the rocks rigged to magnets so you could pull a rock toward you. And sometimes it would knock over all the other piled rocks, which made it look a little more dramatic. I know that sounds really simple, but this is another thing they dressed up with the performers by having like a weirdly intimate interaction with you. I don't know. But anyway, I know this is really simple, but I do think it's a cute idea.
I don't know what to say, man. Cute idea. Okay. I can see them putting this in like, like a children's play center at Galaxy's Edge. Like put it in the theme park. I could see them putting this somewhere, but not at a $6,000 luxurious Star Wars adventure place where a lot of people aren't going with. I mean, the sad thing is a lot of people, they're not bringing their kids there. I mean, I see kids in the video, but it's like it's very expensive. This is just Charlie Brown's what was it? Halloween, where he just got a rock every time he went door to door. And like the fact that they boosted this thing up where wow, you have the force because you stuck your hand out and they hit a button and a magnet moved a rock. They couldn't have thought up anything better than that. There should be like an entire room where it's like you're standing there and it's like, all right, try to pull the wall down, maybe something like that. Maybe learn how to stop a laser bolt or something like, you know what I mean? Like moving a rock closer to you. You know what I mean? Like what? That's what you sat around at your Lucasfilm table and looked at each other dead in the face and said, this is going to be amazing for anyone that does it. It's going to be absolutely amazing. And this is this is what they use to advertise. And so now everybody wants to do, listen, let me tell you something. Go outside, get some clear fishing twang, fishing string, or whatever you want to call it, fishing line. Tie it to a rock. Throw it in the backyard where some grass and no one can really see it. Put your hand out like this and have one of your buddies just yank the rock towards you. It's the same thing. Thank me later. Send me a giant super chat for saving you $6,000. I'm done. Now this thing is just sitting there in a room empty because nobody cares. And it's gone out of business. I know I've been live for almost 5 hours. I'm joined by my good friend here and Star Wars expert, X-Wing.
What up? What's up, chat? What up, Jay?
We've got over 1,200 people watching.
What? Seriously?
400 on Rumble.
Oh my
It's been quite the live stream.
Wow. All for the rocks, huh?
You could leave anytime. I still have about 2 hours to go.
rough.
Oh,
That's
yeah.
rough.
All right, let's continue.
Okay, I'm ready.
That was incredible. How do you feel? I feel amazing.
It obviously
Oh my God. How do you
Wow.
feel?
Wow.
I feel amazing. She moved the rock.
Can you
Obviously didn't-
fill me in? Is this lady wearing the Porg helmet for or against the Star Cruiser?
She was really hoping for a good experience.
Okay.
She likes the Disney parks, and she had a terrible experience, and she is roasting it. My favorite part
Shocked.
of this whole thing is where she roasts the other YouTubers that got to go for free and said how awesome it was.
Oh,
That was my so far. That's been my favorite part of the whole video.
the crime's
So,
exposed, huh?
big time.
Okay.
But here we go.
didn't happen for us. It didn't happen for most guests. There's no guaranteed way to have this happen. You can't unlock it by doing a certain thing in your gameplay or getting a high enough loyalty score with anyone. It's just something the employees randomly select you for based on vibes. I think they often went for really little kids, birthday boys of all ages, or, well-known theme park vloggers. And it seems like maybe 3 guests get to do this per sale date. So while I think it's a cute idea, I do think it's a little frustrating that this is one of the only instances of the set being rigged with an interactive special effect, and by design, the odds of seeing it are extremely slim. Mechanically, it's a basic parlor trick, but if the ship had had a lot of small touches like this happening all the time, the overall effect would have been dazzling. Little things that move, that you feel you're interacting with, but no. Part 12, Supplementary Activities.
Yeah, keep going.
Line, so I had better address them, although they were a very small part of the experience. Also, I tried to dress like a Saja for this part. See, I've got the sleeves.
Like
They
a
can't all be
what?
winners. So on Star Cruiser, there are a handful of filler activities that are basically intended for you to do in your downtime between other activities. All of the activities I mentioned in this section are completely optional. They have 0 impact on the story, and you will not be penalized for sitting them out, which most people did. Some of these supplementary activities carried more hidden fees. Like they had model shipbuilding as an activity, but you had to go buy the model ship kit from the gift shop. So I don't really get it. I don't know why you wouldn't just do that when you got home. They had a mixology lesson with the bartender called the Cantina Chronicles, where he would make you non-alcoholic versions of all the specialty drinks and then tell you in-universe lore about all the ingredients.
This drink would reveal if they had true intentions. So they would take a sip right before the deal, and after, if it tasted so sweet, you would actually lose the ability to speak.
What?
What?
I know you got a long way to go. Can we roll that back? What was
I
just
can't.
said?
I'm not rolling nothing back. We're moving
Okay.
forward.
Okay.
Because the video's so long, when I move it back, it goes way too far. I've already screwed it up.
A millimeter click is like half an hour.
Why are you in my chat saying when is Cobra Cast happening? I'm not going to be on Cobra Cast. Like, just wait for Jeremy. Where is the Star Wars? In the Star Wars hotel.
question.
They have model shipbuilding. So you go pay the $200 for a model,
You know it was $200 too. It was not a cheap model.
and then you go make it. Now you have an alcohol lesson.
Non-alcoholic alcohol lesson.
Wow.
Like a lot of the drinks had planets of origin in the Star Wars universe, or ingredients were like the eggs of a creature. I know one of them had venom in it, and then they would give you a little eyedropper of antidote to chase it with. Cantina Chronicles was supposed to happen at noon on day 2, and it overlapped with the theme park trip. So I really wanted to go and get all that sweet lore, but it just didn't seem reasonable. But then when I got home, I read online that a lot of guests did go out of their way to try to go to it. And on a lot of the trips, it was just canceled without warning. Like they would be sitting in the bar looking
What?
at their phones like, shouldn't the bartender be here by now? And then before their very eyes, it would be deleted from the schedule. I would
So you cut your park day short to go to this event, and then the dude's not even there.
It's it's one of the electives that you can do on the Star Cruiser.
I would be so mad if I had to hop in my Penske moving truck and come back to the hotel, and then they canceled it.
David says the best part is coming up. Oh man.
Looking
Some
forward
people
to
have watched this video already, and like they were just like, please react to. I said I'm gonna do it. It's gonna take me 6 hours, but I'm gonna do it. I already had a pee break, so here we go.
Have been so mad if I skipped something else and then that happened. So I guess I'm glad I didn't go to it, but it does sound like it would have been fun if it happened. Later in the life of the Star Cruiser, they modified the Cantina Chronicles to something called Spirits of Adventure. So it was the same thing, but the drinks were all alcoholic. And that version was $49 per person. So
On top of it, dude, she went over the prices, and she's like, some people were paying $12,000 to $15,000
with all the add-ons and stuff.
No, for the same, because what they advertised on the website was the lowest price that only one room was available for the entire year. So for some of these things, like during like July 4th, like those type of weekends, it was much more inflated. So now another $50 for alcohol on top of your $6,000 stay.
it's kind of unfortunate to me that they replaced a free thing with a thing that costs money on this all-inclusive trip. Anyway, then they had free activities, which were more like party games. Like they had one called Know Your Co-Pilot. And to my understanding, that was like a Star Wars version of the Newlywed Game.
This is not real. This is supposed to be live your Star Wars adventure.
Know your co-pilot.
Bro, this can't be real, man. This can't. Board games. They want you to play board games.
Could you imagine spending this much money with any other company and getting this? Royal Caribbean, Princess Cruises, anything, and getting this.
So someone in the chat went through and said it would be cheaper for you to fly out to the locations of A New Hope.
Yeah, in Tunisia.
Tunisia, even though I called it something else, and experience that than pay for this hotel. Darren for $50. Love 50. Your love for all. Thanks for making my weekend better after learning I have CHF and AFIB instead of camping and riding SNX in Oregon. God bless. This is not Star Wars. Been watching for years. Holy crap, man. First of all, I hope you feel better. And but thank you for the $50 donation. So thank you so much,
man. Watch your heart rate.
Southeastern Caju for 2. This is making me want to drink heavily. I don't drink heavily. Johanna for 5. My birthday's Wednesday. Love your streams. Happy birthday.
Happy birthday, Johanna.
My man Master Stevo for $20 says, for a case of beer, since you've had to watch this crap. Pretty wild.
That profile pic is legendary.
It's awesome. Eric for $1 on Rumble. 10-second Tom. He had a 10-second memory. The core room she just went over reset. It would have been new to him every time. Ugh, have you ever watched 50 First Dates? No, I haven't. Sorry.
So like, call me crazy, Jay, but this kind of stuff, these little board games, this should be like free in Star Wars land somewhere. Like they should pay somebody, one of the cast members, to sit there and people can learn to play sabacc and stuff like that. That should just be around in the universe. No?
Yeah, this should definitely, like, stuff like this should definitely be. First of all, I don't think it should be in the Star Wars hotel.
Yeah,
I think you should be doing Star Wars stuff. I don't think they should have like a Newlywed Game. Like
it's a cruise.
What?
It's a cruise. Didn't you know?
The thing is, they don't know what it is. They advertise it for like Star Wars, like live out your adventure. You get to do this, and now it's just like they're just trying to do, like this is like filler time. If you're bored with the adventure that they gave you, it's terrible, man. Terrible. Let's
This
see
is
what else they got.
wild.
There are sabacc card game lessons, and of course, that hollow sabacc table in the lounge. The table is cool because it uses a Pepper's ghost illusion to make it look like there are holograms of your cards in front of you. They only had this one table, so it was usually occupied with a short line to use it, like a swing set at recess or something. But I wasn't really trying to waste precious time doing a digital card game anyway, so I was happy just to see it. Later, they ran a sabacc tournament. I had assumed before going that the sabacc lessons were there because some smuggler story moment involved playing sabacc against a character actor. That actually did not happen. The sabacc is entirely a filler activity, but if you win the tournament, you get a big commemorative coin. I wish I had that big coin. It's just not fair. At one point, they set up an obstacle course in the atrium and had kids race the remote controlled droids through it. They have Sector Set, which is Space Bingo.
Bingo. They have bingo. $6,000, baby. Bingo. You can play bingo.
This made it through so many people. That's what scares me, that this made it through as many people as it did at Disney.
This is just getting worse and worse. Oh, sorry, Robert is correct. Sorry. He says, Jay, it's Star Wars bingo. Come on.
Yeah, duh.
Yeah, my bad.
Come on, Jay.
My bad.
It's called Sector Set.
Holy crap.
It was
That
$10
is-
for the stickers, by the way. It was $10 to get the stickers for bingo. Don't forget.
Matt Martin knew that he thought this was going to be the best thing ever.
It's Rax's crime, by the way, not just Rax's. Wow, these people are crazy, dude.
Bingo.
And if you win, you get the big coin. And then there are the infamous Ryloth dance lessons where they teach you moves to the alien pop star's new.
What is this place? They did not think this through.
Could you imagine being the dad who doesn't have a bunch of money? He saved up for years and years. He's like, we're going to the Star Wars hotel. We're doing this. And then he's standing there line dancing. Going, well, I could have gone to Fiji. I could be scuba diving in the Caribbean, and I'm line dancing.
That's the whole thing. It's like the price that you're paying for an immersive Star Wars experience. It's bingo and line dancing. Listen, the truth is, they should have let people go to the theme park if that's the case. If they don't have anything there, if they promoted this thing as you are going to live a Star Wars adventure in the Star Wars world, and they need to do stuff to fill time, filler games, bingo, line dancing, know your co-pilot, all that stuff. They should have easily just said, all right, anytime you want to go to the theme parks, we'll bus you to Magic Kingdom or whatever. But they didn't. You had
They wouldn't let you out?
You got out at one point. It was a very small window to go to Hollywood Studios and come back. That's it. Small window. And they want you to do adventures on your phone when you got there. And
let me ask you this. If you got out of the cruiser and you wanted to go ride Rise of the Resistance, did they let you go right to the front of the line?
Yeah.
Okay. All right.
Yeah,
well,
you had a special coin. You had a special coin that they let you cut all the lines because you didn't have a lot of time.
All right.
Holy crap, dude.
New song.
Get me out of there.
Lame and not worth the money you've paid to be here. But as
Bro, she went over the song selection from Gaia, the singer, earlier on, and one of the songs was "I Make It Rain." So, all right, but we got to push forward. We can't go
As I
back.
said, most guests will not be doing these activities anyway. The way I see it, the schedule was pretty packed and it had a lot of awkward 30 to 40-minute gaps between things where it would be hard to really know what to do with yourself. So I think these are to fill those gaps. Even though I was not interested in doing any of these, I had intended to try to make it to most of them to get footage so you could see what they were like. And even with those intentions, I didn't make it to most of them. But I felt like walking past and seeing them happening helped add a little life to the ship. I've never been on a real cruise, but whenever I've seen them on TV, they seem to always have old people doing Pilates by the pool and playing bingo. So I like that they have all this corny fake stuff to make it feel like a real corny cruise. I think that's cute. It was probably expected that most guests wouldn't bother with these, but that's part of why I think it's funny that they actually included them. So for that reason, I think these bonus activities are pretty charming, and they certainly don't take anything away. I'm sorry, because I feel like everyone was waiting for me to throw shade at Space Bingo, but I'm not going to. I think it's cute. Part 13, the schedule. You may have
All right. Let me catch up. I try to do that in between the parts because I'm gonna edit this a little bit and upload it as a video. Darren Murphy, what was the Star Wars experience from the VXF guy? Basically you put on a VX helmet and you get to go to Mustafar as a undercover stormtrooper. It was really cool. Me and Jeremy did it. It was in Orlando at one point, but I forgot what it was called. But they it's called the Void. That's what it was called. And they hasn't returned. They were gonna move the Void over into the Star Cruiser. So you had some VR stuff going on, but I guess they just didn't do it. Tell X-Wing about the shame closet. So I learned what I didn't know was that inside of each hotel, in each side of the rooms was a fire closet. And she called it a shame closet. Because if there's a fire on board, you lock yourself in this closet and it's supposed to keep you alive.
There's no fire exit. You can't get out. You're just
No,
supposed
so
to lock yourself in a closet.
Yeah, so they made a fire closet for you to get in. So yeah, so she opened it. It was like really dark. It's like she's like, "This is the shame closet." I
can
never
make
saw
a
that
really
on
inappropriate joke, but
I saw that. I didn't see that thing on any other vlogger's video. One peepee head for 5. So this is like an old folks' home. Best part is seeing Jay laugh at the stupidity. There's a lot. Please don't tell me high tea is over. Love you, drunk. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. We'll see. Let's keep it moving.
I've picked up on it by now, but the Star Cruiser schedule was unrelenting. Basically, every minute of the day was booked with something, and if you thought the schedule looked full when you arrived, you would soon discover that new things are dropped into it on the fly.
I hate that.
Theoretically. You could access it in your app, which you were expected to look at constantly, and most of the things on it were 30 minutes or less, so we were constantly running around. Even among positive reviews, I've seen countless people talk about leaving feeling drained, both physically and emotionally, which in my opinion, seems like a bad thing. Day 1 of Star Cruiser, you can check in as early as 1 p.m., and the story ends between 10 and 11 p.m. The lounge stays open till 11, and that might be one of your only chances to spend time there, so you might want to. And we stayed up a little later than that so I could get ambient footage of the atrium when it was empty. On day 2, the activity begins as early as 8:40 a.m. But if you really want your money's worth, you ought to eat the themed breakfast, so you should really start your day closer to 8 a.m. God forbid anyone who goes wants to shower between days 1 and 2, wear makeup, do any kind of skincare routine, do their hair in the morning, spend time putting on elaborate themed costumes as Disney has encouraged them to do. God forbid anyone gets to their room at the end of the night and wants to talk to their roommates about what they've experienced thus far. It's just accepted that everybody is going to have a sleep deficit unless there's some kind of automaton that shuffles into their room at night, falls face first onto the bed, goes directly to sleep, then rises in the same clothes the following morning and shuffles directly out the door again. So if you've gotten up at 8 a.m., you should know that day 2 runs all the way until 11 p.m. again. Day 3 is checkout day, and on the sample itinerary, it says checkout is at 10, but it actually ended up being earlier than that. They assigned random half-hour slots in which each specific room was meant to leave, which could be hours earlier. Ours was actually one of the latest groups to leave at 9 a.m., but they started knocking on our doors at around 8 to make sure we were actually awake and getting ready, because they have a really short turnaround to flip the rooms.
Hell no.
At 1. Again, this doesn't feel very luxurious. I don't think
That is crazy. Get ready.
Oh, I would be so pissed, dude. You're knocking on my door at 8 o'clock. Hey, get out.
It's crazy. Dude.
I'm pulling the fire
I've had this
extinguisher off the wall, opening the door, and just blasting them. Get out of here. Do you have any idea
happen
how
at
much
any
money
other
I had to
hotel I've
spend?
stayed at ever. Another thing is I really like themed environments, and even though I didn't find the environments exceptionally detailed, there were some spaces on the ship I might have liked to hang out in longer to absorb the atmosphere. As I said earlier, I thought the lounge was really cool, but I only went in there twice and neither occasion exceeded 15 minutes. We always had to guiltily
Whoa.
run to it, order a drink, and try to chug it before we had to get up and sprint to the next thing on our itinerary. Because on the
Ew.
Star Cruiser, time is very literally money. So on one of our brief visits to the lounge, we ordered some of the bar food, including the plate of beautiful cheese balls, which I love, the ones that arrived in the cloche full of smoke, and we didn't even get to finish them. If anyone can finish a cheese ball, it's us, but nope. We were already late for lightsaber training, and we had to run there drinks in hand, just like the Jedi of old. I barely even managed to get footage of that space bingo. It was happening literally while we were trying to eat the cheese balls. So I would like stand up and sprint to the other room, film some bingo, and then sprint back and keep shoveling cheese into my mouth. Everything moved at a breakneck pace, and I don't mean that as a compliment. It's not the kind of fast pace that feels thrilling. I would describe it as frantic. And
Frantic.
Dude, this sounds horrible.
I know, and you only came in the first and like near the end of the 15 minutes. You haven't seen this whole thing on how bad it actually has gotten.
That's horrible. I mean, look, I've been on a bunch of cruises. Best thing you can do, you get on board, you set your bags down, you relax, right? You get a beverage and then you check out the ship. It sounds like it was like, space bingo's in 15 minutes. We better get our stuff. We got to go over to the bar. We got to get some cheese balls. Once we get the cheese balls, we got to get over here for some sabak. And then I'll be damned if I miss, what's it called? Know your co-pilot. Like,
Yeah.
what?
And
Get
they
me
wonder
out of here.
I wonder why I failed.
And be damned too if you just show up and enjoy your time because you just spent $8,000 to be here. Ugh.
I don't get it.
2 straight days of frantic on what is ostensibly sold as a vacation is not ideal and is very mentally taxing. I think one could have had a decent time hanging out on the ship and soaking up the ambiance and ignoring the gameplay entirely. In fact, I think most adults would happily fall into that category because I think they would surely find the simplicity of the gameplay pretty unstimulating. And whenever the itinerary gets posted anywhere online, everybody's first question is like, well, are you allowed to just miss stuff on the schedule? And the answer is technically yes, but practically no. By this, I mean, you're not in high school. You could have a full schedule on your phone and simply not show up for any of it.
They get to choose who they want to interact with, or they get to choose to sit and watch. So there's so many different ways to engage. You don't have to participate if you don't want to.
But remember, the immersive roleplay element was Disney's entire justification for jacking up the price so high. So if you're going to pay to go and not do the gameplay, you might as well just throw handfuls of cash down your garbage disposal. This is like asking, can you go to your local theater and buy 20 movie tickets only to sit in the lobby for 2 days straight? You probably can, but it would be really weird. But if one goes to the Star Cruiser and does participate in the gameplay, they might be sort of miserable because they'll be running on too little sleep, never have a moment to relax, and not necessarily feel fulfilled by the events they do attend. And of course, there was no transparency about which events might be cool and have some kind of special effect or interactive element, and which events were just short story tableau, which you would witness from a middle distance over a sea of other guests' heads, unless they started without you. I personally really like an active vacation. I like a theme park trip, an excursion around a city, a museum, maybe an obstacle course. I'm not a spa person. I'm not a lie by the pool person. I'm not a get in the pool person. I'm not a pool person. I don't like pools. I can't swim. This was a bad example. My point is, I didn't think I would be easily exhausted by an experience like this because I'm usually well prepared to be on my feet and doing exciting things all day on little or no sleep. I mentioned that our cabin was really convenient to the dining room. And I also mentioned that I didn't have much of an appetite by dinner on day 2. And I kind of buried the lead on that. Truthfully, I felt really, really run down by that point in our trip.
Man, it's like
You know what's nuts too is she sounds like somebody like one of those Disney park people from dusk to dawn. She's there, she's trucking, she's getting stuff done, and this exhausted her.
I mean, like just like you said, like if you're gonna pay that kind of money for, which is essentially supposed to be, hey, a special type of themed vacation, uh, they want you on your phone. Like half the stuff that you do is on your phone and with the band that they give you, and and it's just, ah, dude, the lightsaber training was horrific. Basically, everybody got a participation trophy, and the lightsaber training was rigged. So no matter, even if like a little kid just waved it, like the lasers shot at the lightsaber.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah. I saw it.
So it's
And then
like,
they had the
hey,
shields too.
participation trophy. But yeah, here we go.
I actually got up from our table in the middle of dinner and ran back to our room because I thought I was going to throw up. And then
That's pretty good.
That sounds incredible.
What a great Star Wars as if Star Wars doesn't have a black eye, Now we're saying like this hotel where you're supposed to be immersive in Star Wars. Holy crap, dude.
What if that was the one audio bite you got for the Star Cruiser?
Pretty much sums it all up, man. Holy crap.
when I got to the room, I was like, oh, no, I'm not. That's not what this feeling is. So I just kind of like stood there in our doorway, like enjoying that the room was quiet. I thought about taking some Tylenol, but that wasn't what was wrong either. I was just really exhausted. So yeah, instead I just ended up standing in our room for a while and like staring at my own reflection in
Magical.
the mirror, tiny bathroom, and I gave myself a pep talk like, okay, it's the last night. I can't miss the finale. It's just a few more hours. And then I kind of like rallied and went back to dinner. I'm just glad this happened on our second night, so I didn't miss a second of the dinner show on night one. But anyway, I hope from what I just described, you said to yourself, that sounds like a really weird thing to have happen on a luxury vacation experience, because it is. I have never had that happen before or since, while working, while traveling, anytime. The trip just like broke my body in some unfathomable way. And like, we didn't even utilize every scheduled minute of our trip.
Star Wars broke my body. She's gonna have Star Wars PTSD. Holy crap, man.
Imagine having to give yourself a pep talk to keep going during your Star Wars catered experience.
And you paid over $6,000 for that experience.
Ooh.
How nice.
Trip. We had the latest wake up time on the final day. On day 2, we slept in a little and had a full breakfast. And we didn't even really drink. Like, there were a lot of cocktails I wanted to try because they were themed. But I think I had 2 over the span of the first day and 1 in the afternoon on the second day. And then I just didn't have time for any more. So I think all things considered, we were a little better equipped to handle this than others might have been. And it still ran us ragged. I really can't imagine trying to do Star Cruiser with little kids, or if you yourself have any health problems. Like, you could, and you could just accept that you were going to miss a lot of things in order to fit in breaks and naps. But there again, if you don't participate in something, you're throwing away $2 per person per minute. So here again, the price becomes an issue. If the hotel was cheap, or even cheaper, it would be way easier to say, just pay for the trip, do what you like, miss what you're not interested in, and you can always come back and do what you missed. But for what it cost, that was an entirely unreasonable suggestion. Part 14.
Whew.
I don't know how much longer you can go. I still got an hour.
Dude, this is taxing just listening to her talk about it.
Yeah. Isaiah for 5. She didn't realize that the Force got her pregnant. Watching as Jay slowly realize he's not Mauler. Yes, for sure. Subhuman re-upped his commitment. Thank you, Subhuman. 49 months, dude. Holy freaking crap.
Wow.
Darian Murphy, what was the star? Oh, I think I got all that. All right, we're all set. You still going? Are you tapping
Me?
out?
No, I'm here.
All right, here we go.
Let's finish this.
Excursion. So, like many real cruises, this experience has a shore excursion to Batuu. Batuu is the in-universe planet name for Star Wars Land in Hollywood Studios. So on day 2, you have an excursion where you take a ship down to the planet. I'm trying to tell you that you take a bus to the theme park. Not to be a hater, but I actually think
You take a bus to the theme park.
Which you could do from any Disney Star Wars hotel, by the way. Or
you do from any hotel,
Disney
even
hotel.
even
Yeah.
non-Disney hotels.
Yeah.
Sometimes takes you to the wow.
It's the
It's
same
kind of
bus.
stupid that in the meta narrative, a luxury cruise line or whatever intentionally go to Batu. In universe, this location is supposed to be a backwater planet ruled by crime lords with blaster holes all over the walls and an active military presence. They try to make an excuse by saying the Halcyon took its maiden voyage here back when the planet was nice, but I don't buy it. I understand that we have to go to Batu because that's what they already built for the theme park, but I personally think it would have been more immersive if they had pretended they were taking us to someplace more touristy like Naboo or Canto Bite, or maybe even Endor as a reference to the original Star Tours. And then in the story, we could be derailed by a resistance mission, or maybe the ship comes under attack and we're forced to stop in Batu for repairs or parts or something. And the cast members could act all apologetic about the change in route and say things like, if you do decide to go planet side, please be cautious. This is a very rough planet. I don't know, that just seems more exciting to me. And also like
Yeah. How easy it is to make a better story than what they gave you.
I mean, it's not going to fix it, but for the love of Bob, at least it sounds better.
It's yeah, but you didn't read the free comic book they gave out. That explains
that's
everything.
right. Oh, yeah. That's right.
So
Han and Leia got married on it, right? Wasn't that?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Get that Han and Leia room.
Yeah.
and gameplay missions. So this was another aspect of our grueling schedule. We were supposed to catch our shuttle to Batu at like 9 a.m. I think they just randomly assigned different times to different cabins to try to keep the line. Story, we could be derailed by a resistance mission, or maybe the ship comes under attack and we're forced to stop in Batu for repairs or parts or something.
Got a little hiccup
and the
there.
cast members could act all apologetic about the change in route and say things like, if you do decide to go planet side, please be cautious. This is a very rough planet. I don't know, that just seems more exciting to me, and also like an easier way to tie in gameplay missions. So this was another aspect of our grueling schedule. We were supposed to catch our shuttle to Batu at like 9 a.m. I think they just randomly assigned different times to different cabins to try to keep the line from backing up too much because they only had like a couple buses. But the story hadn't ended until like 11 p.m. the night prior, and we got into sleep even later, so I wasn't going anywhere at 9 a.m. So this was the only time we just defied the schedule. We slept in a little longer, we got breakfast, and we were like an hour late. And it turned out it didn't matter. In fact, by taking the shuttle at 10 a.m., we were able to walk on with no line. There was a ton of discourse online about the shuttle. Everybody was roasting it because they found out through leaked images of the exterior that the shuttle was a box truck. And I guess there was some perceived indignity in putting high-paying guests in a box truck. To be quite honest, I don't understand that at all, and I think it's kind of stupid. Like, we all knew it wasn't going to be a real spaceship, right? So it was obviously going to be built in some kind of vehicle. So who really cares what kind of vehicle the themed seating area is built inside of? If they had instead scraped the innards out of a school bus or a limousine to build the exact same passenger compartment, would that make any material difference? So no, I couldn't care less that this shuttle was a box.
Me,
I disagree with her on this. I
do
think
too.
it was stupid. I think it was stupid. They basically just they that's the only way that they spent the money to figure out how to bring people over to Galaxy's Edge without letting them look out a window.
So to me, sorry for being a little angry about this. It should have been a ride track. You should have gotten strapped in, and it should have had simulated G-forces, like you were landing just like Star Tours or anything else, where you actually land on the planet and you get out. For that kind of money?
Yeah.
Come on.
So, box truck.
Penske.
Anyway, you go inside and it's themed to look like a little spaceship. I had heard they'd be using more simulated window tech, but they opted to instead not have any windows. I won't roast them too hard on that because I think having simulated moving windows in a randomly jostling box would probably make everybody puke all over each other. They do have a spaceship sound play and lights flash when the engines kick on, which I thought was kind of cute. But I'm going to be honest, I was disappointed by the shuttle, and here's why. I had heard from promo materials that it was going to be driven by a droid, which I guess canonically it is, but I had wrongly assumed that we would have a little window through which we would see a sliver of cockpit and then
like
the
Star
head of a
Tours?
droid pilot. I wasn't expecting much.
Yeah, kind of like your idea.
Yeah.
canonically. She says that a lot in this video.
Much,
Does
probably
she?
not a full body figure like they had in Star Tours, but they could have at
Nothing about
least
Star
done
Wars
like
Land
a
is
head on a
canonically
stick that could raise
whatever.
and lower and swivel side to side. We would only see a little bit of it from behind anyway, so it wouldn't need that much detail. A good example of this kind of thing is the King Kong ride at Universal Studios. They have animatronic drivers in every truck.
Isn't that what you just suggested? Pretty much. She just literally said the same thing.
Not very hard. Gonna be honest.
Yeah, it's on a track. That's all it is. This
Yep.
ride here is on a track and gets you to where.
Yep.
Wow.
Actually, they have a whole cast of different animatronic drivers. They all have different names and different personalities with different dialogue. It's crazy. But no, instead, in this shuttle, they have a little square area that looks like it should be a window to a cockpit, but it's opaque and doesn't open. We hear the droid that's driving talking over the comm system, and there's a little plaque indicating that if we could see him, this droid would look like Rex from Star Tours, but we never do see him. It's so sad. I'm sure they logistically could have put a droid in there, and I'm sure some Imagineer suggested it, and then corporate decided they would just rather not spend the money to do it. And that is not an attitude I want them to have for an experience that costs this much.
Amen, sister. Come on.
But that's the attitude that they have for everything just recently.
They cut every single corner they could possibly cut.
Yeah, cheap. Bob Cheapspec, Cheapgate, Cheapstick, whatever you call
Cheapskate.
it.
Oh,
this was under his watch, allegedly. So, yeah. Look at that angry. She's angry here. Yeah.
I feel like this is just
Does she have
another
a
one
cold?
of those relatively small touches that could have gone along.
What's that? You keep talking when I hit the video.
Does she have a cold? It looks like she needs puffs.
No,
plus. She's got a.
That's what she normally looks like.
Oh.
Long way. Upon arrival, you disembark into this little tunnel that's blocked off for only Star Cruiser guests. And in the tunnel, they have a kind of concierge setup. So you can grab free water bottles, and in our case, free loaner umbrellas because it was pouring rain.
Oh my god! It's nice that they gave us umbrellas. Not so bad. No! No, it's so bad. I know, I'm being rained on so much.
Oh, it's cold now too. They allot a good chunk of time
I
for
make
the
it
theme
rain.
park. You're meant to amuse yourself there until around 2 p.m.
What's that?
I make it rain.
Yeah.
And the latest you can stay is 4. In that block of time, the buses between the hotel and the theme park run pretty much continuously. So if your family had never been to Star Wars Land, you would have flexibility to do all the upcharge experiences like the lightsaber, the droid, the cantina, shopping in general. But that would be a terrible waste of your time given how short the cruise is and how much it costs. I hope no one did that. Our plan was to only go to Batuu for the minimum time necessary to do all the stuff specific to Star Cruiser. The cruise package includes fast passes for the Millennium Falcon ride and the Rise of the Resistance ride, which is like a $20 value each, so that's something. And of course, the shuttle that takes you from the hotel to the park is a unique experience, so we had to leave the cruiser to do all that. This excursion is the first thing that happens on day 2, which means when you wake up, your app has put you on one of the story paths and populated a bunch of corresponding missions for you to complete. 2 of the missions are just to go on the rides. They work them into the story, so basically you get a text from a character on your storyline saying, I need you to report to this location.
More app gameplay.
Well, and there you go. It's just a fast pass.
Yeah.
20. You could spend $20 and get the same thing without the bingo.
Wow.
Scan your credentials at the gate for mission coordinates, by which they mean go to the right entrance and tap your band to use the fast pass that's been preloaded onto there. They've written the rides into every story path, so everybody gets to do those no matter who is texting them. If you're a Star Cruiser guest, they give you a special pin to wear so that employees in the theme park will know you're doing the hotel experience and can theoretically interact with you in character and stuff. I say theoretically because, of course, that just didn't happen for us.
None of this stuff happened for her.
I keep waiting for like a silver lining or something where she's like, but this was great.
Holy crap.
It's not happening.
It's all this stuff like getting a pin. So maybe a cat. Listen, some of these people that work at Disney, man, they're just trying to do their job. They don't want to be like, hey, on top of everything else that you have to do, if you see somebody wearing a special pin, interact with them because they're in the hotel and they're paying a lot of money, right? We want to make sure they get their money's worth. Okay. That's what I want. You know, when I pay $6,000, I want to wear a special pin so people can target me and say, look at this retard right here who spent all this money. Let's go over and say hi. Now I can go back home and be like, I had a great time. Everybody said hi to me. Holy crap, dude. This is so bad.
And for the record, that shouldn't be those cast members' responsibility anyway. They're not getting a performance bump, but I just bring it up because it's another one of those expectation versus reality things. But we were like trying to lean into the idea that things might actually be interactive. So when we went up to the ride at the Fast Pass thing, I was like, Captain Kevin told me to report to you. And I did not get the same energy back at all. They were just like, what?
You paid all this money for interaction. And I got the pin on.
Can you imagine how bad that would feel? You're like, Captain Kevin told me to report to you. And the cast member's like, yeah.
Did you leave your helmet, little girl, over there by the trash can? Did you leave? I got my pin on. You're supposed to interact with me. Oh my gosh, what a disaster.
In your Fast Pass. And so I did, but I felt like an idiot, again, is my point. Anyway, and imagine if you're the First Order, it's like Lieutenant Croy asking you to go spy on the Resistance or something. It doesn't actually matter. Basically, you use your Fast Pass, ride the ride, and text the character saying you did it, and they're just like, good work. Well, they're supposed to say good work. In my case, I got ghosted again.
Oh yeah, she's not responding.
They're not texting me back. I've got the pin on.
Did I do something wrong?
$6,000 to text an AI bot on your phone.
I got ghosted again.
Oh, that's normal.
Wow.
You want TikTok?
It's like she doesn't even care. Does she know how much I just did for her? Oh wow. Nothing.
Disney Star Wars,
you don't
everyone.
actually do anything. You don't even actually have to go on the ride. Like if it's broken down, you can just text and say you wrote it and they're not going to know. But you also have other missions while you're in the land, and these ones are interactive. I think we were offered 3 more missions, but we only did 2. You'll see in a minute. But all the other missions happen entirely in the app. I told you a little bit earlier about the Star Wars Datapad app game, out of which the Star Cruiser experience is built. And I told you about how its primary gameplay involved scanning QR codes on crates. Well, I'm sorry to say that that's what we'll be doing in Bot 2 today. Just scanning lots of crates. You go to your text in the app and decide what mission you want to do first, and you'll have a text from a character asking you to scan all the crates in a particular location.
We have to find these crates.
There's like 100 here, I think.
Okay.
Oh, look, a scan point.
Ah.
Cool. Scan.
Uh-huh.
Oh, this part hurts.
Analyze.
You scanned the crate. Huh. All these crates.
Bro, what
Yay!
is this?
You scanned the crate.
What? Are you kidding me?
You scanned the crate. It's like, just get a job at Amazon.
X-Me, how did this hotel fail? I don't get it.
It's like, who was in the meeting? He's like, all right, John, here's what I think we do. To give them something to do in the park, let's have them
I blame
scan
Matt
crates.
Martin. Yeah. Put a QR code on a plastic box that no one
Just
can move.
Put it on the crate. There you go.
They'll love it. It'll be interactive. They'll love it. You know,
It's going to be a huge hit. Huge hit.
Let me tell you something, man, okay? When I watched Revenge of the Sith and Anakin was scanning crates, dude, everything within me was twinkling, moving. I felt one with the Force.
Yeah. And all I wanted to do was feel that. Scan crates. I wanted to be immersed. And they did it flawlessly.
They did it.
For variety, some of these QR codes are in sneakier locations, like tucked into a corner or low on the ground. So that was our
Wow.
theme park day. crawling
You
around on
can't
the
scan it
ground,
because the
scanning
rain's got it
crates
in
in
a
a
puddle.
torrential down.
They're sneaky about it. We got to put it on the ground.
This
in the
one's
rain.
in a puddle. Oh.
That line from Anakin, I hate scanning crates. They're everywhere. They're low to the ground. I saw you in chat. Who said that? VJ? That was pretty funny.
This is horrible.
Oh my god, it's so wet.
Juggling my phone, my camera, and the umbrella, having to tap the wet screen multiple times to get anything done.
It's like a rhythm game. Oh, but my screen is wet. Okay. Yay!
That is getting to be a problem.
Yeah.
What if your phone's
Especially
dead?
when the timing matters when you
Yeah.
tap your screen.
I should also mention that the umbrellas they loaned us were very cheap and would sometimes randomly spring shut.
You paid $6,000 and they gave you dollar store umbrellas.
Timu umbrella.
They couldn't even get you nice umbrellas for the rain.
Soaking my electronics and also chomping on my head like a bear trap.
Ah! No! No!
Oh my god.
Oh my god, no.
It happened to my sister first, and to be quite honest, I thought it was like a skill issue, but then a couple minutes later it happened to me too, and we had 2 different umbrellas, so it was all the umbrellas. Our mission was for the Saja, so they wanted us to scan crates near the lightsaber shop.
Was that all she wanted from us?
I'll check my comms. She probably sent me something
Let
new.
me check mine.
So we went to the place indicated in the picture on the app, and we scanned every crate, and nothing happened.
Where should we should go somewhere.
What fun.
I thought I scanned everything.
Yeah, let's get out of here. It's too bad. It's just too bad. No, nothing.
Our
got
foolish
ghosted.
mistake is that we read the prompt asking us to scan the crates, and then we opened the scan function, and then we scanned the crates. It turned out we were supposed to read the prompt and then click the tiny question mark in the corner of the window, which looks like it's just a help icon, but then that actually opens the correct scan feature.
Okay, so click on the
Bruh.
phones.
So they make
What?
it that complicated for you to have fun on a Star Cruiser Star Wars experience. They should be freaking ashamed of themselves that they even open this to the public. It's bad enough you tarnish Star Wars. Now you like took it to a whole nother level with this stuff. You should be everyone that was involved in this. I don't know, man. They should be doing something else. This is an embarrassment. I could literally write up 2 days worth of fun with the stuff that you've given me. I'm telling you, I could do it different. This is an embarrassment, man. You know, you're lucky it stayed open for 18 months. This thing should have been shut down by 6.
It should have
People in the
never
chat are
opened.
asking, has anybody sued? I have no idea anything about that. This is the biggest, this is the biggest Star Wars failure I think I have ever seen.
And we watched
Like,
the sequels.
Ever seen. I would rather watch The Rise of Skywalker than go through this. I cannot believe this. Now they're telling her, like, I guess they assume you're supposed to know everything to do on the app. They assume you're supposed to do all this stuff. Basically, it's a whole text message game. Like, this is painful, man. I am shocked, and maybe this has happened. It's just not released yet. That somebody hasn't gone back to Disney and said, this is the biggest crap thing I have ever. I want my money back. You know? At the beginning of this video that you did not see, she bought a $200 Star Cruiser droid, and Disney was like, if you buy this, we understand you can't get it on the plane. We'll mail it back to your, right? We'll mail it back to your home. She said she filled out everything right. The address was right. The droid never came. She contacted Disney. They said, well, there's nothing we could do about it. Sorry.
I'm sorry, what?
Yes. So then she took to her Twitter. She has a large Twitter following and tweeted it out. Then Disney got back with her and reimbursed her and got her the droid, basically saying, take down the tweet. We don't want bad press.
What if you
The
don't have a big Twitter following?
Exactly. Exactly. Danky says, you and Ryan.
Bro.
Oh, dude. If me and Ryan went to this thing, his reaction, I would laugh. I would laugh the whole time at Ryan's face. I would laugh the whole time at Ryan's face. I would literally, the camera wouldn't even see me. I would record Ryan looking at stuff and pushing buttons the whole time. We might have made our money back if we had done that on the views. That's all I can say. Like, we might have made the our money back, but Ryan would end up going to prison. I just Googled, I don't see any lawsuit. Okay. I was just like, this is like, I would have laughed so hard I would have had a heart attack. I know it. I know it. I would have laughed so hard I would have had a heart attack, died, but it would have been worth it.
Saja? Yeah. Show map. And then like go to the objective. Question mark. Confirm.
And then we do it again?
And then she texts you again.
Oh
so
my
stupid.
god.
You just repeat it. That is
so we have to do the same thing twice?
I feel like we do now. I'm just gonna try
Stupid. So the first time we'd scanned the crates and completed the puzzles and seen what was in them, it had been registering them to the theme park side of the app and not the Star Cruiser side of the app.
Wow.
Because it's all one app and the app is horribly designed. So we had to scan all the crates a second time.
This sucks. This sucks. I wish we had enough to do
This
This
sucks.
time when we scanned the last crate, it had a holocron inside. And we got a text from the Saja indicating that we had completed the mission. While we were on our mission, we ran into a family having a totally separate issue in the app. For them, they had successfully gotten to the part of the app that scans the crates correctly, but there was a glitch where the final crate simply wouldn't scan, so they couldn't complete the mission.
Nope.
Huh, maybe it's angle. Here, let me try. Sometimes if you
Okay.
tilt it at a weird angle, like this, it'll scan better.
There's people sitting on the crate. I hope that's his family. Tell him to move.
Yeah, it's really not getting it.
Yeah, my self-use didn't work either.
That's weird. They talked to the Star Cruiser concierge, and apparently it was a known iPhone glitch. And the only way around it would have been to borrow a loaner iPad from Disney, but they would have had to start the whole mission over. Their kids were really disappointed and didn't want to do everything over, so they told us they were just going to give up on that mission, which I think is really sad.
Did you finish other missions?
Well, I'm almost done with this whole thing here if I just find where this precious cargo is. I did all the main halcyon ones.
Has anything like happened when you finish them, or no?
No.
Okay.
No, what about with you guys?
No. That's what I was asking.
Anyway, at that point, we'd had our fill of scanning crates. We used our Fast Pass for the Millennium Falcon ride, which automatically counted as completing a mission for Hondo Onaka, a character who isn't on the Star Cruiser, but he's the main character of the ride. He's from one of the cartoons. And I personally don't like him. That's not related to anything. I just don't like him on the show. Anyway, we were helping him get coaxium, a spaceship fuel. Then we used our Fast Pass for the Rise of the Resistance ride, which is a very fun ride. As I mentioned earlier, that one automatically counted as completing a mission for Captain Kevin. We had another mission in the app from Sammy. He wanted us to steal a TIE fighter. So instead of scanning QR codes on crates and doing phone puzzles, we would have been linking to the Bluetooth and control panels and doing phone puzzles. And we had another mission from Lenka Mock, but I don't know what she wanted. I didn't open the text thread. At this point, we've been in the park getting rained on for hours and we were over it. So we went back early and changed into dry clothes and had a glorious buffet lunch. But in the interest of fairness, I watched a bunch of vlogs to see what the other missions we didn't get would have been like. And long story short, they were all roughly as boring as the one we did. On one
Boring.
hand, that's good because it means we weren't cursed to have the one boring mission. But on the
Boring.
other hand, that's sad because every mission was the boring mission. I heard there was at least one mission that sends you to the cantina to collect a message from the barkeeper, and that sounded a little interesting because the cantina is a cool place with a robot inside. And they built the cantina really small to cut costs, so you usually can't get in there without booking a reservation months in advance. But I found this vlog where they got the cantina mission. Lenka Mock texted saying, go to the cantina and show them this message to receive information from Olga. Olga is the alien bartender. She's like an off-screen character. Like there was a ton of concept art to do like an animatronic or maybe a walk-around suit, but then Disney cheaped out at the last minute, so now you just hear about her.
That's her office right up there. She
Okay.
can see me, every move I make, so you can trust me.
So this group goes to the cantina and they show the text at the door.
I think that we're going to be able to get inside the
inside Oga's cantina. Okay, we were not allowed to go in the cantina, but the host out front
Oh,
gave
it's
us
Adam
with
the
the
Woo.
code on the back that you scan.
Yeah, it turns out that because they don't have a reservation, they're not allowed to go inside. The person at the host stand just hands them a coaster with yet another QR code to scan, and that completes the cantina task. Where is the immersion? There's so much stuff like that. Like this guy gets a task to shut down the engine outside of Ronto Roasters. This is a food counter with pork wraps, and for theming, they have a spit of meat turning under a repurposed pod racer engine. The engine plays engine sounds and flickers red lights, so it looks like it's real. So he's been tasked with shutting it down. What a simple effect. To temporarily halt the lights and the sound effects. It's not very complex, but at least it's microscopically better than scanning crates, and it feels good to feel like you've affected something in the physical environment. But when this guy does it, the app tells him he's succeeded in shutting the engine down, and it doesn't even shut down.
Shut down the engine. We did it. Looks like it's still going to me, but I'll tell it that I shut it down. Finally, some peace and quiet.
Wow.
Wow.
So immersive and interactive. That I
Go to the cantina. Here's a coaster with a QR code.
we won't let you in, but we'll get you the coaster.
Sorry, you don't have a reservation.
You can only laugh at this so much to really sit back and go, this is freaking pathetic. That you would even have the gall to charge that much for this, for text messaging. Tim the Tracker, Adam the Woo, all these people that she's showing, they all got to go for free. So, they don't care. They're not going to tell you they had a miserable time. They got to go for free.
You would think at the very least, you'd be like, you have to go into the bar and tell the bartender, hey, I'm on a mission, blah, blah, blah. And he goes, this is what you're looking for. And then sneakily slides you a card or something with a QR code on it. At the least, not the lady at the front that's like, Gerald, party of 3. What? Oh, you're on the Star Cruiser? Here's a coaster.
Yeah. Go scan some crates. Holy crap.
What they said.
All of the Batu missions are optional, but whether or not you do them determines which cutscenes you unlock when you return to the ship that evening. Theoretically. We saw that reflected in one case. We completed the crate scanning mission for the Saja, so we got summoned to the lightsaber training pod to meet with Rey. She showed us a holocron and then was like, did any of you guys scan a crate with this in it? And then a bunch of people were like, yeah, because obviously a million people got the exact same crate scanning mission that we did.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much. So many of you, thank you.
But some people didn't say yeah because they'd seemingly just been dropped into the scene at random. So maybe it didn't even matter that we had done that mission. Maybe it was that broken clock thing I was talking about earlier, where it was just a coincidence that something we had done happened to align with something that happened later, especially because that was the only time that happened for us the whole trip. Anyway, in this scene, Rey opens the holocron and a hologram of Yoda comes out.
Do you see the size of that holocron?
Yeah.
Over this you have. Strong with the Force you are.
To the naked eye, this effect looked really good. I knew it had something to do with these smooshed looking Yodas on the ceiling angled inward, which is why I filmed them, but I didn't know in the moment how they were pulling it off. Apparently, the effect works like one of those LED alarm clocks. It's a dark room, so you can't see, but on camera, you can see the little metronome arm come up and start swinging. Then Yoda is projected down diagonally from the ceiling so that each of the two halves of the room can see it. I thought that was neat. Like I said, in person, it looked very authentic.
May the Force be with you. Always.
A lot of people got this scene. Like there were a bunch of people in our room, and there was another group watching the scene right before us, and another waiting to watch it right after us. But I'm told not everyone got to see it, just like a third of the people there. So that's a little special, I guess. If we didn't get to see the rock scoot around in the climate simulator, at least we got to see this. So yeah, out of our entire time on the Star Cruiser, that was the only time anything we did in the gameplay even remotely reflected in any story moment ever.
Wow.
The climate
Immersive.
simulator.
That.
What do you say? What do you even say?
They should be they should be ashamed. They should apologize, and they can't even do that. They come out and they go, "Man, we did some incredible, innovative things that people just didn't understand yet." They blamed the fans. They blamed the people for being poor and didn't understand how to work this Star Cruiser hotel. Josh D'Amaro comes out and like, man, we did some great things, and I'm so proud of what we did. You put together a piece of crap that has no Star Wars in it whatsoever. Oh,
You guys are just mad because you didn't spend enough money to get the full experience, okay?
They freaking made Yoda on. She literally said how they did it. You could buy one of those clocks with a little bar that wiggles around really fast and shows a light of what time. Why can't you just switch that to Yoda while it's wiggling around? That's it. Do it at home. Man, what more does she have to say? She's got an hour left in this video. Holy crap. Here we go.
That one occasion. Don't get used to it. Our other unlocked scene was the Sammy scene, even though we had elected not to do that mission. He was like, thanks for helping me steal that TIE fighter, guys. But like, we didn't do that. He had asked us to, and we had callously ignored him.
While you're on the two, you saw the First Order fighter ship, the TIE Echelon. Listen, it would mean a great deal to me if you would, those who installed that would reveal themselves now. Yes? Wow, thank you so much. I could not have done this without you.
So the Sammy scene was a bridge mission, and we got to use all the little arcade game consoles again, so that's fun. But it does kind of highlight another failure of the Choose Your Own Adventure
Look at
system.
that console.
In the end, it didn't matter that we had done those missions for Hondo or the captain, and it didn't matter that we hadn't done the mission for Sammy. The illusion of free will was shattered.
You didn't like the console?
That whole bridge looks like crap.
It's Star Trek more than anything.
Yeah, but like Shatner Star Trek. Like not even. Oh my god.
It's I wouldn't say it was good Star Trek. I was just like it's probably leaning more Star Trek-y than it is Star Wars. That's the thing.
You know what? To me, honestly, looking at it, it doesn't even look like Star Trek or Star Wars.
Yeah.
It just looks like early 2000s, late 90s, like Apple computers with that
It's like
beige
Galaxy Quest.
that beige crap they used to like. It just looks so bad, and it's so sterile. It just looks like a hospital or something. It's horrible. And then you got the dude running around in the blue jumpsuit. Oh my gosh.
If anything, our schedule seemed to be determined by when we were booked for our dinner seating and which scenes had spots left over. And that didn't feel like living my Star Wars story. Part 15, the finale. This chapter contains spoilers for the Galactic Star Cruiser.
All right, the finale. Am I all
Actually,
caught
got
up?
an eye infection.
Jay drove Jenny on the short bus. Whew. Anybody got to pee? Anybody need some water?
Do you need a minute?
No, I'm just gonna I mean, I'm just saying.
I'm good.
All right.
I just had my run out. I have a whole bucket of chicken wings next to me. I cannot wait to eat, but I'm holding out. I'm waiting because I think we can do this.
All right. That's 1 second.
You can't part two this. You got to get through it today.
No, we're doing the whole thing.
Yeah.
All right. By the way, if you want to get the magic shirt with Steamboat Willie from Nine Line Apparel, it's in the pinned comment. Pinned comment. Thank you so much for picking it up. Here we go.
Or, I mean, more than there have been in other chapters. And I guess you're not going now anyway. Who cares? Why am I saying this? Immediately after dinner on the second night, I got the moment I had been waiting for all weekend. The fake in-story alarm started blaring.
We've lost power. What happened? Wait, is Kylo Ren here? We're on auxiliary power. Oh my gosh!
Okay, so just remember the muster station, okay? We'll be right behind you.
Oh my gosh!
And we were all instructed to go to our muster stations in the atrium. I was so tired, but I was also excited.
This is a ship. Travelers, get to your muster station.
What are we doing? We are like eating.
Is it bad? No.
Yeah, diarrhea.
We get to the atrium and find
Oh,
out
I
Lieutenant
spent
Boy knows there are
$75 on that
resistance
dinner.
fighters aboard, so he's taking control of the ship. He has his stormtroopers haul Sammy away, and Kylo Ren arrives to torture us.
The people were so bored. They're cheering for Kylo
Something's
Ren.
happening.
They're so bored. They're like, we need something. Something needs to happen here. Oh my God, Kylo Ren. Finally, something is happening. No more bingo. No more get to know your co-pilot. No more scanning boxes. I'm cheering for something because it's been torture for 2 days.
I love how he walks out of like a janitor's closet in the corner that's been there the whole time too.
She said Kylo showed up to torture us all and everyone's cheering.
Rey comes to save the day. They have a big lightsaber fight. There's a lot of back and forth. I will say I was very caught off guard by this one part where Kylo Ren slams poor Rey's head into a banister.
Yeah.
They even play like the hollow thump sound effect. I feel like the films were very careful to have him only fight her with the Force and a lightsaber, the more whimsical forms of fighting, presumably because kids' movies are very aware of the optics of a big man putting his hands on a little lady. So I just think it's funny that this concept completely escaped the theme park choreographer. Kylo finds out about Yoda's holocron and tries to take it. Rey gets the upper hand and runs away. This lightsaber fight is where all the budget went. It had all the kind of stuff I had been hoping to see all weekend, by which I mean
That's where the
they had
budget
used
went?
the fact they were purpose building this environment to rig it with special effects that were
All right. Well, are you saying that this is what the climax? That's where all the budget went. He just randomly sees like something on the walkway to rub his lightsaber on to make sparks, which you don't even have to do that. You just randomly stop your sword fighting to just rub your
Rub it on the
lightsaber
railing?
on some railing just to make a couple sparks. That's where the budget went. Oh,
The
Lord.
noises in that video are what make it. Oh my God. Oh my God. Oh my God, Rey.
Oh Lord Jesus, be with us.
Grant me this
OG
serenity.
for 10 says, I love you guys.
What up, OG?
Woo! Thank you for the 10.
relevant to the story. They weren't sorcery or anything. Like, you could, for the most part, look at the effects and know exactly how they were doing it, but it was still fun. Kylo tries to use the Force on us, and they use sound effects and flickering lights to convey this. Rey pulls out the lightsaber they had in all the ads, the one that actually comes up out of the handle, like in the movies. And you can see she's super delicate with it and immediately sets it down out of sight and switches for the stunt lightsaber that can withstand being whacked into things. But that's fun. The holocron is in the hands of one of the Saja in the crowd below, and then Kylo Ren starts trying to take it with the Force, but then Rey Force pulls it into her hand all the way up on the balcony. This one happened so quick in person that I was like, how did they do that? But near as I can tell, it's a combination of misdirection and a pair of collapsible props. The Saja yells to get your attention, makes a throwing motion toward Rey, and the holocron flattens and goes up their sleeve like the birdcage in the Prestige. Then a sound effect calls our attention back to Rey, who is now holding a holocron, so your brain fills in the blanks and you imagine you've seen it soar into her hand. Enhanced further by the NPCs placed throughout the crowd, who swing their
Why
heads
is
in
the
an arc as
holocron
if
the
they
size
can
of
see
a
it
small
flying.
moving
Rey's
box?
holocron is also collapsible, and it comes out of the railing in front of her.
Wait, what is that?
Why is the holocron the size of a small moving box? This is the size of a holocron. That's never been different. This is the size of a holocron. This is a non-Disney one-to-one holocron, and they have a small U-Haul moving box. Whatever.
The Disney that you loved is no longer with us. I mean, the Star Wars that you loved is no longer with us. This is it, man.
During the lightsaber fight, they have it choreographed so that they hit the banister with their swords at certain points. And at those points in the banister, there are these little spark shooting machines. So it looks like the lightsaber is hitting
This
the
is
metal.
dumb.
And
Why-
sparks are flying. My personal favorite is when Kylo Ren uses a
Darn
force
that
ball to
railing.
bring Rey over to him. And they have a little conveyor belt that drags her along the walkway. I just think it's so cute in its simplicity, but everybody was hollering at it, including me. I mean, maybe the reason everyone was so hype is because we had been treated to so few special effects. The rest.
That's it. That's it. I knew it.
We were so bored.
We were so bored. We actually got a little excitement, and we're just screaming. Yeah!
Oh my god!
I'll take anything at this point. I'll
Oh.
take it.
Rest of the time, so we forgot anything like that was on the table. But still, one of the biggest effects is when they have this big chandelier fixture at the top of the atrium break out of the ceiling and swing around. But I do think that was one of the only special effects that fell flat because there was too much else going on when it happened. A lot of people seem to not really process it when it's happening or know to look up there. It also doesn't help that, as I said before, Kylo Ren's dialogue is not pre-recorded. They have a real guy talking through a voice changer, and this makes it a little hard to understand what the heck he's saying at all times. So when he starts
I like Bane.
Where's the UPS man?
Bro, how do you... Man, attention to the details. They have no attention to the details. They don't care. How, man? Oh my gosh. How? How do you just let him mumble like that?
Who
And not
cares?
even
They
have
already
like
paid.
how do you give him Charlie Brown mouth, man, and not even like let him like pump it through the speakers or something? It's not that hard. Oh, $6,000.
using the Force in the atrium, he threatens Captain Keevan by saying, "You'll talk when they scream." At least I think that's what he says. I think the idea is that that's the audience's cue to pretend they're being force tortured and scream. But on our cruise, I think no one understood what he said or what he was doing because I yelled and nobody else did, and it was embarrassing, which is kind of its own form of force torture.
You talk when they scream.
Oh!
They had a lot of moments in the finale where some of the characters called out
Bro, this is the finale of your Star Wars adventure.
I think this is when we were supposed to act like we were getting tortured and ice cream, but nobody else did, and it was super awkward. Like, what the fudge?
guests by name, which I thought was cute. Like they thanked their allies, or in Croy's case, he kind of playfully roasted guests who had been a nuisance.
I have had help from some of your passengers. And where are you at? And a loyal colleague and terrible spy.
Nobody mentioned us because, you know, none of the characters knew who we were because we didn't get to participate in the game. But I can imagine how it would feel really exciting if that did happen. So that's fun to imagine. I think it also helped that everyone had just had this intense 2-day schedule with many people running on very little sleep and everyone having paid so much money to be there. So it was a very receptive crowd. Everyone was screaming and cheering really loud for everything, which made it way more fun. Anyway, with all that said, I don't actually think these special effects reflect a high enough budget for what they were charging. To be clear, they were cute, and I liked it as a show in a vacuum, but it doesn't at all justify the price
In
tag.
a vacuum.
But just
Yeah, that's the thing. Like, if this was like a dinner theater or like a Star Wars dinner theater, and you pay, you know, a little bit to have a show, and that was it. I for me personally, I'd be like, yeah, okay, it's kind of cringy, but you're not dumping, you know, $6,000 plus on what they advertise, where you could do all kinds of stuff. And that's what they give you, right?
Again, it should be something that's just happening in the park, right? When the sun goes down or something, you get this cringy little lightsaber fight, and you're like, ah, you know, they're doing fun park shows.
It's they thought by slapping the Star Wars name on it, they could get away with cheap parlor tricks and charge a high price. And I said this throughout, and if you're still with me, as I just crossed the 6-hour mark, there was a time where you could slap Star Wars, the name Star Wars, on something, and it probably would sell, you know, even on silly things. But they have damaged the brand so bad now that everyone's like, well, before I even pull the trigger, I just want to know like what that's all about. So, but let's keep it going.
just looking at it as like a show that you might catch at Disney World in the middle of the day, I did think it was effective and fun to watch. They also had a couple callbacks to earlier in the story. Like at one point in the fight, Rey is struggling and the Saja have us all yell together as one to give her our energy, just like we learned in lightsaber training. And there were some good twists, like Rey gets disarmed, suddenly someone shoots at Kylo Ren. It's Chewbacca. Before he leaves, Kylo Ren gives an order to kill us all.
Mr. Previous, some are loyal to the First Order. Destroy them all. No! Lieutenant, please, you're not a monster.
But then one stormtrooper aims directly at Lieutenant Croy. He unmasks, and it's Sammy in disguise. I really appreciated that they found a way to use all these supporting characters in the finale, not just because it's competent writing, but also because it made the staging of the show better. I was right at the front of the room, so I had a great view of all the stuff happening on the balcony, but missed some of the crowd moments because I couldn't see over people's heads. People in the back of the atrium would have had a more obstructed view of the stuff happening up high, but then they would be excited to have characters and story moments happening right next to them. So I think that was a good equalizer to make sure that no one viewing area felt like a lesser experience. I wish they had considered every show so carefully. So after the lightsaber fight is done and Kylo Ren leaves, we get a long wrap-up of all the supporting characters. Lieutenant Croy sees he's defeated, so he calls his commanding officer and says that there's nothing to report on the Halcyon, so they'll leave us alone. Captain Keevan gives a big speech wherein she awkwardly forgives everybody who helped the First Order, so nobody feels bad that their side lost.
Some of you received and relayed messages from the Resistance, and others aligned themselves very strongly with Lieutenant Croy. Allegiance can be a powerful thing when we feel strongly about a cause. We all think we're doing the right thing,
Oh no, it's the moral speech.
but right now,
Please make it
the
stop,
right
Jeff.
thing is to come together. We all share one galaxy. Am I right?
Hey, you know, I saw a question in the chat that actually made me kind of think, where's Finn in all this? Do they have a problem with Finn? Where's Finn?
It's I don't know. It's High Republic stuff mostly.
But it's Rey and Kylo.
I know at the very end. It's yeah, I don't know.
Okay.
Whoever wrote this crap is just like it's I don't get it, man. I don't get how hard this was. Anyway.
Gaia escapes with the sacred stone to return to her people. Sammy is now a hero of the Resistance. Rey intends to bring Yoda's holocron to Leia to bring people hope. I love how awkwardly big the holocron is and how she just casually tucks it under one arm like a basketball.
Yeah, well, there you go. She said that the holocron was awkwardly large. So
yeah.
Kay has the message from Yoda saved to their memory bank, so they must go with Rey. Lenka Mock is sad to say goodbye, but bids them a fond farewell. I hope this doesn't mean SK, died between this hotel and the Rise of Skywalker, because it's not like we see them again. Where did you put the droid, Rey? This is like when Disney lost my droid. They can't keep getting away with this. I was really tickled that Captain Keevan has this moment with the autopilot.
You may be a master of hyperspace, but I need somebody who can move a little quicker. Watch, this one's on you.
My pleasure, Captain.
I guess the ship's autopilot computer also had a narrative arc. Totally missed that one. And this last one is my very favorite. I said earlier that the Imagineers mentioned a romance story on board, and I'd assumed that it was between Wraith Cole and Lenka Mock, but I was wrong. So during the finale, Wraith Cole stands up and is like, now that he has learned to believe in himself or whatever, I am signing the guitarist Sandro as my new star act. And he will perform throughout the galaxy with his new girlfriend, Wani.
Sandro and Wani!
So, you just had galactic terrorists take over the ship, and they're like, by the way, we're announcing our new act on the cruise ship.
With two aliens that are dating. Where's the Star Wars, man?
Who are these people?
Yeah, it turns out all along these two characters had a whole romance plotline going on, which had gone completely over my head. I guess I was too dazzled by Iwani to notice. The captain congratulates us all on a successful voyage. They start projecting a fireworks show outside the space windows and playing Star Wars score. So this is basically the end credits. As everyone is drawn forward into the bridge to watch the fireworks, the characters discreetly make their way out of the atrium, never to return. And the guests are told that a farewell dessert reception awaits in the cafeteria. After the finale, we were so tired and not at all hungry, and I think a lot of people felt the same way because it seems like a lot of them went directly back to their rooms. But we've gone to and documented everything else we possibly could, and I'm a completionist, so I thought we had better go. You know,
Good on
what
you.
if there are new menu items? What if something cool happens? And it turns out I'm super glad we did. As we were sitting down with our blue popcorn and sci-fi flavored foams, who should appear but the happy couple, Sandro and Iwani, here to debut their first single.
We have a special treat.
Here we go.
For the finale, here's your blue popcorn. And now you're going to hear the first single of the couple.
So we travel quite a distance.
She sings. Who could have known Iwani had the voice of an angel? Not me, because I didn't know she was
Wow.
singing in the Gaia set because I couldn't see her.
This is where we're meant to be.
I'm so mad. If I'm there, I'm so mad, bro. I just picked up my bag of stale popcorn and sat down on the cafeteria chair. Like, what are we doing?
What says Star Wars? Then this is exactly how George Lucas had it planned.
It's just like he said it was going to be. Oh.
Where's Anakin coming in and killing everybody? That's what I
We need a
wanna
youngling
know.
scene right here. Yeah. You want to make it interesting?
Well, we
Dude.
made it this far, my friend.
The chat keeps saying it perfectly. $2 per person per minute.
Yeah. She broke that down at the beginning on cost. So yeah.
Insane.
I loved this performance, and the reception was open seating like at lunch, so we got to choose our own Star Wars table, and it just so happened we had picked one with a fantastic view. So even though I had effectively missed the Gaia performance, I did at least get this opportunity to see Iwani play her alien instrument and sing a song, which was what I had most wanted to see the whole trip.
Boy, they really thought they did something here.
Wait, can we hear the applause? How does the applause go?
Well, it's not full because
Strong?
most people went to their room.
Oh, that's right. Yeah. Everybody was so. Everyone went back to their shame closets because they were exhausted.
So that kid has been drinking the free green milk the whole time. Good on you,
can
sir.
tell. Yeah.
Good on you, sir.
I
Good on
gotta
you.
drop that single on Spotify. They do.
This was such a good way to go out. The definition of ending on a high note. So yeah, I wouldn't have any improvements to suggest about the finale chunk of the night. That was all really fun. It might have been more meaningful to me if I'd been allowed to engage with any of the story beforehand, but taken in isolation, it felt like a perfectly fun theme park show. Part 16, Cut Corners. So in 2006, Disney launched an interactive adventure in Epcot, the Kim Possible World Showcase Adventure. This attraction would later be rethemed several times to other Disney Channel shows, but that's not important. What's important is the gameplay. Guests borrowed flip phones, because it was 2006, which were programmed to show short video clips, leading them through an adventure around the World Showcase. They would look for clues planted throughout the physical environment, and then enter them into the phone to trigger scenes. Sounds would play out of speakers planted throughout the park. Objects would move in the shop windows, one scene flooded with water. Little character figures would pop up along the skyline or in other places that were out of reach to guests. They wouldn't have to worry about them being manhandled or broken or injuring someone, but the ability to affect change in the real world made the gameplay more satisfying. At one point, you would say a code phrase to a cast member and they would hand you a tea bag with the code word on it, because this part of the adventure was set in the tea shop in the England pavilion. In another mission, you get a golf ball, which you have to drop down a chute. Tiny props, which Disney doesn't have to worry about you stealing or breaking, but which make for a more tactile experience. For every iteration of this game, Disney has secured a phone company as a sponsor, but also I doubt the budget was terribly high to begin with anyway. And yet you'll notice that in this game, all these little moving elements were added into an environment which didn't originally have them, and which wasn't even built to accommodate them. They had to go and create props, drain fountains, install all these moving elements to complement the game, and then they had to overhaul it every time the theme of the game changed. A game which is free to play with your park admission. So what I'm saying is I just don't understand why we don't see elements like this in the Star Cruiser. In this case, the entire building, top to bottom, was built with gameplay in mind, and yet, other than some special effects in the finale, the physical environment is so bare, so unaffected by anything you do. No moving pieces, hardly even any interactive screens, no props to use. When you're using your phone, which is most of the game, you're only using your phone. Nothing in the app is triggering any reaction in the physical world. It might be earning you trust points with the actors, but that's only if it works correctly, and sometimes it doesn't. So let's look one last time at that Star Wars Datapad app game, which nobody liked. I played it as soon as they rolled it out in Star Wars Land, and I remember being so shocked by how little it utilizes the physical environment. You scan QR codes on crates, static props, and then can't do anything with the digital items inside. You hack panels, but once you do, nothing happens. The app just says, "You did it! You hacked the panel!" As you can see, here I've characterized the app as having a very feeble voice because it's so boring. And the overall gameplay is just earning you imaginary currency to spend on nothing. Sometimes when you hack a panel, the prop you're standing near plays a short sound effect.
Short range antenna used for short range communication. Okay, pressing that, and there is just, yeah, you got to do like a lot of, okay, access granted. It's right up here. This.
So what do you think?
I mean, honestly, so obviously this is boring as hell. I mean,
Yeah.
I don't know what else you can really say. Really, as I'm listening along to this, I understand that this gal is a shill, and I keep saying chat, calling her a shill and stuff like that. But I mean,
I'm not talking about her. We're talking about the experience thing here.
but
though.
that's
Like,
what I'm saying. Like, good on ya that we're actually hearing just how bad this is.
yeah, I got you. I get what you're saying.
You know, I mean, if this is a really honest assessment from a shill, you can see how horrible this entire experience is. There was a far more immersive, far more interesting, experience that could be had with a regular park pass compared to what you do in scanning crates in Batu. It's this whole thing just has me like twisted sideways. I knew that the Galactic Star Cruiser itself was bad. What I didn't know is how poorly they managed the excursion side of it, actually going into the park. It was like not even a second thought or a third thought. It was like a fourth or fifth thought. And then beyond that, they didn't put any thought into that thought. Go scan crates. What?
And it doesn't do anything.
And
yeah,
not to mention,
you're getting
when
roasted in the chat for calling this girl a shill. Like they're
when
just
you
like,
do,
she just destroyed everything.
when
I
you
don't know.
do,
So
that's what you guys were saying, that she was a shill.
I didn't say anything. I don't know this girl at all. So I just know that she puts together long videos and all that stuff. So I don't know who she is. This is the only video I've ever watched from her. So that's all.
But regardless,
I know she likes the theme parks, but don't like whatever. Some people calling her that, whatever. But I'm just talking about the experience.
Yeah,
in
that's what I'm
itself,
saying.
the
So
fact,
regardless, even when you go out and you do what they ask you to do, you scan the crates and all those different things, it doesn't even coincide when you get back to the ship on the experiences that you have. So what's the point?
the thing is, it's that there was always an expectation for Disney to give you an experience that you never forgot, right? and where you could look at things and just go, "Oh, like that's really cool. Look at this. Like that's really awesome. Look what they did here. I never would have thought that would have happened." The fact that they have dumbed down, like you said, experiences where it's like, what do people like to do? People like to text message. Let's put that in a game. That's all they need to do.
Yeah.
Now they're living in Star Wars land, right? And to slap on like pricing, knowing that let's be honest, man, who's affording this thing? Like who's paying for, like, this is definitely geared toward very wealthy people, right?
Absolutely.
Or people that just want to go into debt. And this is what you get. Um it's very sad that people in the corporate world over there at Disney for these experiences think that this is like top notch, like this is worth $6,000 of your money. This is worth
Yeah.
up to $10,000. Like we're not even talking about like the journey to get to Orlando, and like if
Dude,
you have to stay at,
I live in Nevada. That's all the way across the country. We're spending
right.
$1,000 in airfare and hotels and everything just to get there.
Yeah, exactly. So it's like the fact that they think that this was okay. I really believe with everything in me, and I could be wrong, is that they slapped the Star Wars name on it and they just thought it's Star Wars. People will buy it because they've always done that.
Well,
It
we
doesn't
used to say it,
matter.
a license to print money. We used to say
Yeah,
that all
yeah.
the time.
And so it's like this might have been one of their first wake up calls, but they still don't even like acknowledge that it was bad. Like this is bad.
Really bad.
Like I don't think we found one thing out of this whole experience, even though Jenny said she liked this or it was cute or whatever, but I don't think we've seen one thing out of this experience that is even it's not even worth a dinner theater. Like, you know what I mean? Like it's not even like it's not even worth like paying extra to go to eat food and watch a Twi'lek or whatever you call them sing a song. Why would I want to
Yeah.
do that and say that's Star Wars?
Togruta.
I want to see I want to see the things that I love about Star Wars. Endor.
Oh, that's right. The purple one,
Coruscant.
she was a Twi'lek. Yeah, I take that
Yeah,
back.
yeah,
I
Gaia.
apologize. But this is just
I want to
for
see the
me.
Death Star. I want to see Luke. I want to see Anakin. I want to see Han. I want to see that gritty Star Wars rebellion. I want to see the beautiful bright lights of Coruscant and all that stuff. Like it's just that's what I knew. They took the name Star Wars and created something that wasn't and expected people to be okay with it.
This video seems to be the first real review of the Star Cruiser I've ever seen.
Agreed.
Yeah, it's the first real one.
Agreed.
And it is eye-opening.
Yeah, very much.
Sister tower should be now transmitting. I think it just did it. Yeah, I think you did it. That's pretty cool, dude. Yeah, right there on the app.
Yeah.
And sometimes when they're feeling particularly ambitious, a light blinks on. But that's it. There were several points where I really did get my hopes up that something was going to happen. The app would tell you were hacking a specific prop, like a ship way up on the skyline or a droid in one of the storage lockers in the shop. It would feel marginally more interactive if, once you completed your task, that distant ship could like lower some flaps on its wings or the droid could start turning its head around. But they didn't bother doing anything like that.
This is MB12, a BB unit. I am now going in here on the app to adjust this. Okay, come on, adjust. There we go. Transmitting. Oh, there we go. Okay, it did something.
And despite costing so much more than park entry, the hotel displays a similar lack of effort. It's astounding to me that for how much the hotel cost, for how ambitious they claim to be, for how long it spent in development, the Galactic Star Cruiser's gameplay wasn't even a lateral move from the Kim Possible World Showcase adventure. It was somehow less. Obviously, I'm not trying to ignore the advancements made here. For example, instead of flip phones, we're now using our own state-of-the-art smartphones. And of course, the environments were pretty, the implementation of live actors was refreshing. Uani's animatronic costume head was wonderful, but it often felt like they were doing the least. Like, we'll build pretty rooms, but we won't put anything in them. We'll do one droid. We'll build one alien and we'll stop there. My sister told me that when she saw Uani, she was like, oh my God, that's amazing. And that's only the first alien we've seen. Imagine what else they've got. And then they had nothing else. And really, that feels
alien.
calculated to me. The Star Cruiser feels like it was designed to have just enough cool stuff to put in a TikTok.
We saw Chewie hiding from the First Order and SK, who's the droid on board. And
That
hurts.
That speaks volume.
Yep.
It has just enough stuff to put in a TikTok, a 30-second, maybe a minute TikTok. That's all this thing had.
That was a very powerful statement.
That is crazy. Holy crap. Yeah, that was a powerful statement.
the captain of the ship. And then we made our first jump into hyperspace of the trip. There was drinks and snacks in the lobby, and the captain gave a speech.
Interact with otherworldly characters on board. See a scale model of the Halcyon. Dine at the Crown of Corellia.
My Batuu missions took me to battle the First Order, stop by Oga's Cantina, and pilot the Millennium Falcon.
And then everyone at home sees that and thinks, think how much more there will be if I go. But they don't realize that that's it. And with all that said, I think it's finally time. I think you're ready now. Let me take you to the cargo hold. That's right. Remember the cargo hold? We still haven't seen what's inside. We'll go there now. Beep, 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 beep. I've just given you access. I didn't get access to the cargo hold until the evening of our last night. And as with all things, it just kind of happened. I didn't earn it. I just realized suddenly that I could go in. But I was very excited. The rooms I'd seen so far had underwhelmed me because I really wanted something to investigate. Everything was too sterile. No room had any hidden depths. You could look around a room in 30 seconds and see everything you needed to. But what more cluttered place is there than a cargo hold? What better place to find lost or hidden things? And the fact that it had taken so long to get access. It must be a grand prize indeed. No spoilers, but I actually had an idea of what it might be. Earlier, I compared the Star Cruiser's room prices to those on a new Disney cruise ship, the Disney Wish. This ship was being built concurrently with the Star Cruiser and had its own Star Wars themed experiences. One of them was a part of the ship's Kid Club, and it was called the Star Wars Cargo Bay.
Let's talk about the Star Wars Cargo Bay. There are critters and creatures in there. So much fun.
Kids are tasked with taking care of these creatures as they're being transported to Batuu. I think this time we really raised the level of immersion.
At the time of my Star Cruiser visit, the Disney Wish had not yet launched, but I had seen some behind-the-scenes material, and I could see that for the Star Wars Cargo Bay, they were building animatronics of various Star Wars creatures. So now, aboard the Star Cruiser, I had already seen the engineering room, which had turned out to be a simple, kid-friendly minigame. And so I thought, the cargo hold must be something like that. Like maybe there are a bunch of cages with creatures and control panels next to each cage, and you can toggle some switches to refill the critter's water dish or adjust the humidity to make it more comfortable, and they could make the water refill, or they could fill the cage with steam, and then the critter makes a sound to let you know you did a good job, and maybe like wiggles a little bit. Those games sound pretty basic, but I love animatronics, and I had been hoping to see a lot of them all weekend, and had instead seen very few of them. So to me, having a bunch of simple animatronics in cages would have made the room interesting. I thought, if they'll build some for a cruise ship that costs a lot less,
you guys
surely
ready?
they'll make some for the Star Wars Galactic Star Cruiser.
Here we go.
Oh my god. Correct fiction. Animatronic?
There's not even QR codes to scan. It's less than I thought.
There's not even any QR codes to scan.
It was just crates. There was nothing to do inside, and physically it was really small. I guess at some point they may have had a story moment in there, like maybe some guests.
Jay,
Nothing more than a closet.
This is the bar that they set for their guest experience. There's not any QR codes. That's it. Not, oh my God, check it out. It's a Dianaga. Oh my God, look over here. There's porgs. There's no QR codes to scan.
$6,000 Star Wars experience
for the cheapest room.
Got to meet a character inside for a conversation, but nothing happens in there. It's just a very small room decorated primarily with crates. They did have this one Easter egg.
Oh my god! Wait, get a shot of that. That's George Lucas's cameo. It's an ID.
All right,
George Lucas left his ID behind. But see, he's in his senator hat. That's
That's exactly where George Lucas belongs with Disney Star Wars, in a box.
Hidden.
And all his ideas and everything else just
way in the bottom.
Just keep it in the box. Because this is an insult, man. This is an insult for people that even are going to like resorts and stuff. This is a freaking insult. And I gotta share this. I know I got super chats, but holy crap. I couldn't agree with you more. Maybe not sued, but I mean, they should definitely be shamed.
Some kind
Every
of
single
a
one
bar.
of these influencers except Jenny should be sued for lying about this experience. It's exactly like crypto influencer.
Agreed.
This is unbelievably bad.
It's entrapment. It's like
Holy
Bernie Madoff,
crap.
dude.
I just thought like we would see bad stuff and she would say, "Oh, I love this," and bad stuff. It's like we're going 100 miles an hour down a ski slope and we haven't even hit the bottom yet.
His in-film cameo. That's a fun Easter egg.
A fun Easter egg for $6 grand.
Yeah, I'm not sure what else.
I guess that's impressive in the sense that there were so few Easter eggs in the rest of the ship, but still an extremely sad end to this saga.
Oh
wow! I really thought it was gonna be like an activity. I didn't think it would be that fun, but I thought it would be something.
She's
Part
like looking
17,
behind the cage.
Was it worth it?
Is there
Was
anything
it
else?
worth it?
Please, was there something else in here?
The Star Trek experience was better and lasted 10 years, says Jedi Master Lawrence. Thomas Ryan says, "Don't be shy, X-Wing. Get into that bucket of chicken on stream."
I want to. I'm waiting.
Oh, go ahead, man.
No, I'm being good. I'm being
Chat
good.
says, "I like Jenny. I think her takes are honest." Thank
I
you for the
agree.
super chat. I'm watching from the first minute. We want more Jay. Whew. The next video is why the Dial of Destiny is the best Indiana Jones film.
Oh,
maybe I'll do that next time. Why am I still here? Meh. Watch this far. Have to see how many survivors there are in the train wreck at this point. We're almost done.
You put in a full shift today, man.
When it comes to the Galactic Star Cruiser, I've seen a lot of people be really dismissive over the subject of quality and price. Like, they're mad that it's expensive, but then they'll also say things like, who cares if it's bad? It's the new Fire Festival. Everybody dropping that much money on this is a millionaire who deserves to get scammed, etc. But in my experience, that's not at all the demographic of people who booked the hotel. From what I've encountered personally, most of the people who went were middle-class families who splurged on a trip. Families do that a lot on Disney vacations because these experiences have been successfully established in American culture as a rite of passage, something you have to do at least once before your kid is grown. And that brings an implied deadline. You must find a way to get to Disney World before your child is too old to believe in the magic.
Lucy at 4.5 and you. Together for a limited time.
That's what it used to be like.
Don't wait to make the memories that will last a lifetime at Disney Parks, the place where dreams come true.
So emotionally, a lot of parents of young kids think, you only live once, kids grow up fast, these years are precious. Let's drain the savings account, max out the credit cards, let's do whatever it takes to make this happen. I acknowledge that these aren't poor families. They're fortunate enough to have savings accounts and lines of credit in the first place, but they're not wealthy, and for many, taking a Disney vacation means taking on a financial burden or risk. Maybe you'll be in a precarious position the next time you have car trouble. Maybe you go into debt to pay for it. Maybe there are just material comforts in your day-to-day life that you sacrifice for a long time to save up. And with that in mind, yeah, it does matter to me emotionally whether the people doing that get their money's worth. Obviously, the Star Cruiser was leagues beyond what even a typical Disney World trip would cost. But I believe that in rolling out the experience, Disney was essentially cashing in decades of goodwill. Disney has always had high prices, but they also have a reputation for quality. This was more
decades of goodwill.
She just hit the nail on the, oh my God, the nail on the head so freaking hard. They were cashing on decades of goodwill and they robbed these people. And to her point, they're middle-class families. What she said about, maybe next time when you have some car trouble, maybe you can't afford it. That's the hardest part, is that they're robbing people.
Yeah. That want to have an experience with their kid, with their son, with their daughter, whatever. And it's like,
Getting ripped apart.
more than they've ever charged for an experience before, so the logic followed that this would be the greatest experience they've ever offered. Around the time it opened, the number one question I saw everyone ask about the Galactic Star Cruiser was, is it worth it? And after my own trip, I watched a lot of other people's reviews, and I saw that most of them, especially the ones who went for free, seemed to just say, if you have the money, it's worth it.
Yes. Yes. I
Yeah.
called that crap out from day one. I called it out from day one that these people just were like, yeah, man, charge it. You're going to love it, this and that. Yeah. And they went for freaking free. They went for, that's aggravating, man.
They're complicit.
No. They got paid to do a commercial.
That's what I'm saying. They're complicit in this robbery.
Wild.
And that answer is so unhelpful and, in my opinion, willfully obtuse. Things have value. Something either costs a fair amount or it doesn't. Like, I'm willing to bet that a lot of middle-class families technically have access to $6,000 in savings or in assets, but they don't want to waste that money. If they spend it, they want to know that they couldn't have had a better value or a better experience doing something else with it instead. Like, okay, I love Taco Bell nachos. I love them so much. At time of filming, those cost a little under $3. If someone asked me if they were worth it, I would say yes. Certainly. If tomorrow they suddenly cost $20, I would immediately be able to say, oh, no, they're not worth that. I wouldn't say, well, I really like them, so I suppose if you can afford it, they're worth it. I would say, no, they're worth around $3, maybe up to $5 if I was desperate. Do not spend $20 on those unless you're watching this in the future, and because of inflation, Taco Bell nachos are now that price. Hello, traveler. I'm so happy you still have Taco Bell. So anyway, I think it's really interesting that a lot of people magically lost their ability to conceptualize value as soon as they were gifted an expensive trip by a big company. Listen, I know you have to play nice if you want to stay on the PR list, but if you're not using that access to give an honest review, then what's the point of being there at all?
100%.
Hit the hammer on the hail.
Call these people out. They at least some of them, when they did their video, they said, hey, before I began, I got to go for free. So let you understand my review is coming from someone who got to go for free.
Yeah.
So it's like, okay, at least you were honest. Like, I got to go for free. Not these other people. There were other people that are like, oh my gosh, I got to go and this and that. And you're going to love, oh, come on, man.
What good are you to anybody? Have you no sense of integrity? No self-respect? So, was it worth it? I've been to many, many theme parks, many themed experiences, paid for many, specifically Disney theme park themed experiences. I've been a repeat customer because a lot of the time I do think it's worth what they're charging. And I've come to understand that with Disney, you can always expect to pay inflated prices compared to what you would pay another vendor for a similar product. I can pick something up in a Disney gift shop and usually guess within $1 what overpriced amount they're charging for it. What I'm saying is I understand the Disney price scale. I know the value of specifically Disney experiences. And you better believe I've seen a lot of defenders of the Star Cruiser trying to justify the price, some of whom went for free, had friends who helped build it, or literally worked there.
While I may have some personal involvement with the Star Cruiser, I feel I have a responsibility to my amazing followers and this TikTok community to quickly break down what's included so you can come to your own conclusion if it's actually worth the price tag.
So anyway, they always try to do an itemized cost breakdown, inflating the value of each item in the column as they go, like comparing the cost of the room to the price of Disney's most luxurious hotels, even though the Star Cruiser rooms aren't nearly as nice.
And a theme park view, because you're getting views of the galaxy and going into hyperspace.
Wow.
So when you
look
do
at them
that,
justifying
and an
their
average
free.
of $1,250 per night, that would be a total of $2,500 for both nights on the Halcyon.
Forgetting that hotels charge per night, not per person. Pretending that the character story moments have the same monetary value as 22 hours of consecutive Broadway shows.
The Galactic Star Cruiser is a literal 2-day Broadway show that you become a part of.
Doing the math, because a typical theatrical show is around 2 hours, that's $1,650 you're paying for the live entertainment.
Which, no matter how talented the performers are, is simply not the case. Pretending that your car getting valet parked once is a $200 value, even though most guests arrive by taxi anyway. And then after all this, when they still fail to match the lowest possible quoted price for a Star Cruiser trip, they'll just add something at the end like, also it's unique, which is worth the rest of the dollars. For the record, I consider all of this an exercise in futility. The entire point of flat rate bundled experiences like cruises or all-inclusive resorts is that by paying for everything as a lump sum, you're meant to be getting some kind of deal. The company is also getting a deal in the sense that they know none of your trip money is going to competitors and it's all going directly to them, which is why bundles like this are so common. I also think it's ridiculous that these cost breakdowns itemize so many of the amenities. You can't say a hotel room is worth $600 a night and then also itemize the cost of the customer service, the valet parking, and the snacks in the lobby, because at any good $600 a night hotel, that stuff would be included anyway. So I promise you, I'm keeping everything in mind for my value estimate. I'm keeping in mind that the room, while tiny, is unique. I'm keeping in mind that there are interactive performers on board, that the food was yummy, that there were mini games, that we got a couple hours in the theme park, that Disney prices are inflated. I'm factoring it all in. And let me be frank, in my opinion, the experience I had was worth approximately $800 total per adult.
In one of my videos, I literally said this thing might be worth $500 to $700. That's for 2 nights, right? So that's roughly maybe $200-300 a night, which on some theme park hotels, you know, that's normal pricing at Universal, SeaWorld, all that.
That's fair,
especially on a busy day. So not that I feel vindicated or anything like that. But if she's saying $800 for the experience, that and it's 2 nights, what does that break down to? I'm bad on math, but yeah,
$1,600 for 2 nights.
No. $800 for the whole thing. What would that break down to if it's 2 nights? You're adding. You should have divided it. Well, it's 2 nights and a half, so it's like no, it's 2 nights. Yeah. So 400 a night. Yeah.
Call it $950 for the weekend. Whatever. Add on whatever you need for it. So just under $1,000 for the weekend.
I feel a little justified.
$1,000 maximum, and kids should cost less. But during Star Cruiser's entire existence, depending on whether you went in summer or winter, and depending on how many
it's a shame this video didn't come out while it was still open.
people you felt like cramming into that tiny room, you could expect to pay anywhere from 2 times to 4 times that amount. And that's just not worth it for what it was. If they had offered a hefty discount or extended the duration of the experience, I might feel differently, but they didn't, so I don't. Also, obviously, if the Star Cruiser was a cheaper experience, it wouldn't have mattered so much that the gameplay element was so unreliable. You would think of the cost as covering the underwhelming room, the nice food, and the access to the theme park rides, and the gameplay would just feel like a bonus. So you'd feel a lot more comfortable sitting it out if it wasn't your speed, and less disappointed if you tried to participate and it didn't work properly. So no, I would never say it's worth it if you can afford it. I would probably say something more like, you might have fun doing this if you're so wealthy that you don't mind being overcharged for experiences to the tune of thousands of dollars. And even within that demographic, I would still add that the people most likely to have fun at Star Cruiser would be children ages 7 to 12. Based on my own childhood playing Neopets, I believe that's the age range in which kids have the most patience for completing busy work games in exchange for meaningless points.
Yeah.
I also think kids at that age probably wouldn't be so cognizant of how little their choices were affecting their story outcomes, so they would be harder to disappoint. I mean, when I was little, my mom would play video games and hand me a controller that wasn't plugged in, and I had fun. So the Star Cruiser is kind of like that. I think the building is small enough with only one entrance and exit that you could pretty comfortably turn kids loose and let them run around the ship on their own, which would be a huge novelty to them. All the kids I saw around age 10 looked like they were having an incredible time, and their parents were just beaming with pride because I could tell they felt like they were super dad for setting the whole thing up. I also think the concept was broad enough that kids wouldn't even have to have an interest or familiarity with Star Wars to enjoy it. However,
there it is right there. They wouldn't even need to know Star Wars to enjoy it, because kids today don't even care about Star Wars because they've killed that brand. They've killed that brand, man. So it could just be a giant playground where you have dinner and a song. That you know.
I really enjoy her approach to like reviewing what's going on here.
Well, at least this video, right?
She's being brutal in the nicest way possible.
Yeah.
I would also keep in mind that kids might have an equivalent amount of fun if you book them a weekend at the Great Wolf Lodge for like $100 a person. Or if you're really determined to spend $5,000, you can just give it to them in cash and let them go ham at Chuck E. Cheese. At least that way.
Bro, can you imagine? Have you ever been to Chuck E. Cheese?
I've been once. Yeah.
Oh, dude. If my dad gave me $5,000 and said, "Here you go,"
You can be there for a
I would.
year.
Oh, are you kidding me, man? I'd have so many tickets. I'd probably get that Nintendo. Like
Gone in a
like-
weekend.
They'd earn it all back in finger traps and novelty giant pencils. So I guess my point is that it would be truly hard to justify this expense, even if you fell within the best possible, highly specific demographic. And here's my supporting evidence. The hotel went out of business. If the value of something is what people are willing to pay, I can objectively say the Disney company charged too much for this experience because time showed that the majority of people on this earth were not willing to pay it. And yet, I should say that Star Cruiser did earn itself something of a cult following among a small number of people who went. In my time researching Star Cruiser, I noticed an interesting phenomenon throughout the fan groups. One talking point I've seen reiterated again and again is that even though Star Cruiser closed, it was a perfect product, it was too pure for this world, or the mainstream wasn't nerdy enough to appreciate it, or it wasn't advertised well enough, or it was totally worth the money. It wasn't Disney's fault. All you broke boys couldn't afford it.
Well,
It
yeah.
was screwed by the marketing and the haters online, but actually everyone who went unanimously loved it. The thing is, that's just not true. Over the year and a half the Star Cruiser was open, I saw loads of comments from people who were very excited to go and left extremely disappointed. And wouldn't you know it, a lot of them had the exact same issues I did. General issues with the app glitching or freezing, character performers being too swamped to interact with, arriving 5 minutes early to a scheduled story moment only to find that it had begun 15 minutes early and they'd missed it entirely, beginning a
Wow.
dialogue tree in the app only to get left unread by the AI, barring them from
Dude.
joining any storylines, performing actions in the gameplay which didn't appear to register in their profiles, story outcomes that seemed random. Some guests went to guest services during their trip and were able to have these issues corrected, but sometimes doing so wasted hours of an experience where every second counts. And of course, there were
Wow.
other times when the IT department tried to help and simply wasn't able to and gave up. Plenty of people went home feeling like they had missed out on the experience and like they weren't able to properly participate in the story. The more I read, the more I realized that even guests who initially said they had a great time would later admit that the gameplay had not worked right for them. And I find this crucial to mention because, again, the gameplay is ostensibly the entire justification for the inflated price of this experience. In fact, not to put anyone on blast by playing clips, but if you watch a lot of the vlogs from people who enjoyed it, many of these people seem not to have even attempted the gameplay at all. A lot of people just took photos, hung out at the bar all day, or even did unsanctioned scavenger hunts they'd organized for their own.
Yeah, they were putting together their vlog video for clicks, man.
Wow.
They don't even care if they had a good time. They could care less. They were like making sure they got all the right angles, the right stuff to put in the video. That's all it was. That's all it was. Like we see it all the time. You know? That's just how it is. It's wild, man.
Group.
This
And I'm
is
not going to
nuts.
say none of that is fun, but how can you then say that's worth $6,000 when you could do all of that at your local Dave & Buster's? Despite the apparent frequency of the gameplay issues, whenever I saw people mention them in the fan groups, they would be quickly shouted down by other fans. They were often polite, but they would tell them that these issues were simply their own fault for somehow playing the game wrong.
That's the biggest thing.
Yep.
Pass the blame. It's never Lucasfilm's fault that you don't like Star Wars. You know what? It's your fault. You don't like Rey or Kylo Ren? Well, that's because you're a bad person. Pass the blame. Josh D'Amaro comes out and says the reason we closed it down is because people didn't understand the experience. No, they don't have the fortitude to come out and say, yo, we screwed up. We're going to try better next time.
You're just not the right fan.
It's crazy how they pass the blame. Just freaking pass it. Let's just pass the blame. It's never our fault. It's always your fault because you're broke. You're broke. It's crazy.
No one else has had these problems you're talking about, so clearly it's on you. You get what you put into it, so maybe you didn't try hard enough. You ruined your experience by trying too hard.
Wow. These freaking like overachieve. I don't know what you call these people. You can't criticize anything.
there are folks who are, I mean, literally
Can't
sword and
criticize.
shield for some of these corporations, and it just blows my mind.
You weren't a big enough nerd to appreciate it. You're a lying hater who's only pretending the Star Cruiser is bad, probably because you're jealous you couldn't afford it.
It's insane, dude.
You're a lying hater. You're a lying hater.
You just
Man,
couldn't afford it.
I feel so like all those videos I made just by looking at pictures and videos saying this is terrible and this is probably what's happening and this is probably what's going on. Like all that stuff feels so vindicated.
Vindicated. Finally.
Because that's all
Yeah,
they
that-
said in my comment section. You're broke. You can't afford it, Jay. You're lying. You're this, you're that. You're just kind of like, yeah, well, it looks like trash. And here we are.
The app doesn't do anything. You need to talk to the actors. The actors don't do anything. You need to use the app. You played the game wrong. You were supposed to pick one specific storyline to follow. You played the game wrong. You were not supposed to pick one specific storyline to follow. You must not have had an exciting enough costume. And my personal favorite, you must have the wrong personality. Finally, failing all other ways to blame the customer, people will just say, "Aw, it sounds like you were just unlucky. That's too bad because it was great for everyone else." And they say this as if it's acceptable for so many people to be unlucky in a way that breaks a $6,000 experience. So I'm just preparing you, if you see any diehard fans making any of these excuses in the comments, they're not good enough. Besides, none of them even apply to me. I dressed up. I'm good at immersive games, and I have possibly one of the best personalities in the world. I'm also going to go ahead and predict this now. This same demographic of people are going to see the words Star Wars Hotel in my video title and say, that just goes to show she knows nothing about it, and she probably didn't even go because she called it a hotel when it's so much more than that. Nothing she says even matters because we know she's so ignorant. They say this all the time, even though it literally is a hotel, and Disney first announced it as a hotel, and the general public knows it as the Star Wars Hotel.
100% correct. These weird people showed up in all my comment section and on my live stream and called me broke, liar, you never went. I got blocked on I remember that those years, and I just laughed at it all. I laughed at it all. It's hilarious, man. It's freaking hilarious. These people cope so hard because it's the only cool thing they've ever done in their life. You know, we talked about this on this channel before that there's a whole group of people that went out and got the Star Cruiser tattoo all over the like on their body, and they started a club. It was about 7 of them, you know, and that where they get together and they can like point and laugh at everybody else. It's crazy. Everyone's saying get her on FNT. Bro, I have nothing to do with FNT. I'm not on FNT. They play clips of me on FNT. I've been a guest on FNT one time. Like I cannot do anything about FNT. So you're talking to the wrong, you're in the wrong chat. You're in the wrong chat. Go talk to somebody else. I have nothing to do with that show. Shout out Gary.
If I call my video this, no one's gonna click it, are they? So I can't wait to be gatekept for calling this what everyone knows it as and what it literally is. You're probably wondering where this defensiveness would even come from. From them, not from me. I'm not defensive. These people didn't build the hotel with their bare hands. Why did they care if I didn't like it? Firstly, I think it's just the sunk cost fallacy. If you've invested a lot of time into being a fan of something, you feel the need to defend it unconditionally. Secondly, for profit. Many of the vocal defenders of Star Cruiser are themselves theme park vloggers or podcasters. This is a content genre whose biggest selling point is often encouraging your fans to live vicariously through you as you go to Disney World every day and do experiences they can't afford. In this way, the better the product looks, the more successful your vlogs will be. It's also a field where early access to new offerings can make or break your channel, so people desperately want to get on the media lists, and those on it desperately want to stay on it, which doesn't happen if you're critical. Some of the foremost Star Cruiser influencers were even themselves travel agents who sold Star Cruiser packages. So one could argue that there's an even more direct monetary incentive to make it look good. But I care most about the final reason. The price of the experience has forced fans to be very defensive over their decision to go. If you book a $5,000 theme park experience and then mention it to a random coworker, they're probably going to be like, "You're nuts. Everyone is talking about how this thing is way too expensive and will never be worth it." So once that's out there, you now have to enjoy this experience. Because if you go and then come home and are like, it wasn't that good, or even it was just okay, you worry that you'll look like a fool. And to that I say, I don't think any of you guys are fools. I mean, you were fooled in a literal sense, but that's not embarrassing. It's Disney that should be embarrassed for taking advantage of their fans.
Yes.
Somebody clip that.
Agreed.
It's Disney who should be embarrassed.
Well, we've said that already. It's like they should be ashamed of what they did.
Yeah.
They should be ashamed. Unbelievable.
Legal
So,
criminal
by
activities.
all that I mean, no, it wasn't worth it. Part 18. Why did it fail?
Whew. Didn't you just say?
Got 30 minutes left, man.
Whew,
Super Chair Destroyer with a 5 gifted memberships. Thank you. And Psych also with, I'm almost lost my voice. I've about lost my voice here. 5 gifted memberships as well. Laura Lynn Lance for 5. I work for Walt Disney Travel Company as a travel agent. Disney is expensive. Stupid Star Wars cruisers suck booty. Hi X-Wing smooches for my J-Bear. Thank you.
Hi, Laura.
Warren B for 2. People go to jail for these types of cons.
It's true.
Yeah.
Like Bernie Madoff, dude.
Disneyland tickets were $75 when I worked there.
Yeah.
That's a long time ago. Jay, you've taken me places tonight I never go again. Thanks for a good time.
Hopefully you don't have to go. Yeah.
I think I'm all caught up with everyone. Thank you guys so much for the love. I'm powering through, man.
You guys are so lucky
Almost.
to have a YouTuber willing to go 7 hours to cover stuff like this. You have no idea. Never in my life would I do something like this.
After about 6 months of being open, that first wave of super fans and influencers who wanted to book the Galactic Star Cruiser dried up. Theme park busybodies noticed that the booking page on the website had more and more availability as time wore on. Guests visiting reported that the hotel was often running at half capacity, which was very apparent because they would cut the 2 dinner seatings down to 1, and you could still see visibly empty tables at that 1 dinner seating. Staff also started to report that their hours were being cut. Pretty much everyone following the story had correctly predicted that the Star Cruiser would see totally full bookings for only a few months while theme park news outlets and influencers got their fill, and then interest would wane. But because it was so widely predicted, everyone just assumed that Disney also expected this to happen, and they probably baked it into their initial price structure. Maybe it just cost so much because they didn't expect it to be booked all the time. And if Disney did want the hotel to be full, everyone just assumed they would adjust the prices lower, and that would bring the interest back up, and then they could reach some kind of equilibrium. But none of that ever happened. It's surprising to me how little Disney appeared to try to salvage this project.
That was another big thing. The rumors were everywhere that they were going to retheme it, that they were going to bring in characters, they were going to get rid of different experiences. They were going to try to do something to save it. But pride, I'm telling you, Lucasfilm, the pride of Lucasfilm, who had their sticky, nasty hands all in this, they couldn't take an L. They couldn't take an L to save their life. They couldn't go out and be like, hey, we're going to change a few things. Nope, they couldn't do it. They just said, fine, if you don't like it, we're just going to shut it down.
Yeah.
So now you'll never be able to go again. Shame on you.
I wouldn't even call it pride. It was just sheer hubris.
They're pride, man. They think that they think everyone should have just gone because of the Star Wars name.
Yep.
And they just freaking shut it down. They just were like, fine, we'll just take it away from you.
Yeah,
That's
you don't want
do.
it. You ain't gonna get it.
It's just like, it's unbelievable. Unbelievable.
Even as sales declined, they refused to budge on the prices. They did offer some discounts in the last 6 months of operation, but those were only for Disney Visa card holders and members of their timeshare program. And even then, it was only when booking for specific dates. So yeah, it seemed like all along, Disney really had expected this hotel to keep costing over $5,000 and keep selling out. An unfathomable level of hubris, in my opinion. When this didn't prove to be true, I predicted that Disney was going to stay the course for a few more years and then retool the story and kind of relaunch the experience. You know, they could reuse all the effects but set it in a new time period and have characters like Darth Vader and the Mandalorian showing up. Then the people who had already booked the first time would have incentive to come back, and they would presumably unlock a whole new demographic of people who don't care about the sequels. But nope, they decided to just throw in the towel altogether.
That is, and I challenged them too, man. I was just like, why don't you try a few months with the same thing with like Vader and Luke, you know, maybe do a prequel thing. They
Yeah.
tried so hard to make this thing relevant. They made comic books. They put it in the High Republic, right? They did all kinds of things, man. It's freaking crazy,
Nobody
dude.
cares about the High Republic, man.
Thanks for the wiki. Wicked, thanks for the raid.
Hey, is Wicked in here?
News of the closure was very abrupt, as in they announced it in May and it was going to happen in September. This means at the time of the announcement, there were already dates on the booking calendar and guests had already reserved spots for dates which would now be canceled. So Disney immediately froze bookings on the website. They called any guests with existing reservations beyond the closing date and offered them either refunds or the first chance to rebook. And then once all those rebookings were done, very few spots remained for any new guests looking to book a room. And obviously there was demand for that because a lot of people were kind of curious about the Star Cruiser, but thought they would have forever to decide to go. When they reopened booking to the public, all the remaining reservations were booked in a matter of hours. So as you can see, the last minute announcement of the closure screwed over both Disney and the fans. If Disney had announced a pending closure and given everybody like a year to get their fill of Star Cruiser, they probably would have been booked up that whole year. By closing it as suddenly as they did, they were leaving money on the table. This also seemed to be a snap decision. In March of 2023,
A snap. Everything with this has been a snap, crackle, pop, dumb decision. Yeah, Jeremy, I just hit 7 hours. Oh my gosh, I still got 30 minutes left on this video. Holy crap.
With the stuff that got approved, it had to have been done quickly.
You almost feel like I wonder if there was like some kind of tension going on, you know, where it's like, hey, just trust me, launch this thing, it's gonna work. You had Josh D'Amaro from the park, the guys in charge of the parks, yelling at Lucasfilm. It's not, look at all the negativity, it's not working. It's gonna work, it's Star Wars, people are gonna love it. No, it's not working. Like, we're not getting enough bookings, we're gonna have to fire people and the bad karma's gonna come out. No, it's Star Wars, they'll come back, trust me, it's gonna work. And they finally just said, no, we're done, we're cutting it, we're done, I'm not dealing with this anymore. Done. We're not firing people. We're not doing this anymore. We're not doing it. Done. Lucasfilm failure again. Done. They don't want to hear it.
I mean, to your point, I really think it was, like I said, the hubris. It was just, we're not making a park for 40-year-old fans. We have a new breed of Star Wars fan. We've got young, strong women who are going to helm this franchise. And then they released it and it tanked. And they're like, let's close it.
Disney announced that instead of offering as many consecutive cruises as possible, running one after the other, they would start to offer only 2 bookings per week, with 3 days in between where the Star Cruiser sat empty. But when they announced that, they said the schedule change would take effect in October 2023. They even rolled out this new calendar on the booking website. So clearly at that point, they didn't yet anticipate that in October of 2023, the Star Cruiser would no longer exist. New merchandise products popped up in the gift shop throughout the final year, like this action figure of the AI droid from the console in the guest rooms. This didn't even become available until July of 2023. In early May of 2023, guests of the hotel reported seeing executives and Imagineers visiting the Star Cruiser. One assumes this must have been to assess how things were running or consider improvements. Maybe in hindsight, that could have been a sign of trouble in that the Imagineers could have been brainstorming ways to try to save it, but it doesn't feel like something they would bother with if they already knew the closure was imminent. And yet, the permanent closure was announced just 2 weeks after that visit. Executives obviously chose the abrupt closure date because the fiscal year ended on September 30th, and Disney's plan was to write the entire hotel off as a loss. The loss of the hotel would bring in a $300 million tax break.
Wow.
One
of the biggest Star Wars failures today.
A $300 million tax break.
They have no faith in Star Wars. None.
How could you? They don't understand it. They don't know what it is. They never did.
Yeah. It's so sad to see where we are with Star Wars. So sad.
And they wanted it for that year. So in my opinion, the reasons the Star Cruiser failed were obvious. From the moment it was announced, everyone predicted it would fail. The marketing sucked. Not a lot of people even understood what it really was. It was way too expensive, to an extent that the only buzz it received was mockery of the price tag. And this is all a surprise to no one. So I think the more constructive question is, Why couldn't it be safe? The Star Cruiser was a project with so many fatal flaws, I think it would have been very difficult to salvage. Built by a company so confident in their inability to fail that they left no flexibility for adjustments.
Yes, they so confident that they like it can't fail. It's got Disney and Star Wars on it. Those are brand names that we trust.
Down the line.
Hubris.
The biggest obstacle to this experience's marketability was the ridiculous cost. So, one of the most obvious moves to save the project would have been to lower the cost. Unfortunately, while building it, Disney was so confident in their ability to command a high price that they blocked off most avenues to ever do so. The physical building itself was constructed with very high prices in mind. It has only 100 rooms with a maximum occupancy of about 500 guests. The atrium is built to accommodate that number of guests with very little wiggle room. The only dining room can hold half the capacity of guests and relies on 2 separate dinner seating times with staggered lunches and breakfasts. Any hotel in the world has a baseline cost to run just by existing. A minimum number of cleaners, servers, and concierge you need on staff, a baseline cost to keep the lights on, and in this case, they're also paying the actors. Disney is accustomed to high profits on all their hotels, so with only 100 rooms, they would need to charge a lot per room just to make it worth their while. But they can't simply add more rooms to lower the average cost, because then they'd need to do a total overhaul of the rest of the structure. Common areas such as the atrium, the lounge, the activity rooms, the landings on each floor are fairly small. There are only 2 elevators with which to navigate between themed floors, and only 1 functional elevator through which to access the lobby.
So,
oh, that's a problem.
Let me get this straight. In order to pay the staff, they had to overcharge because they didn't think about that ahead of time.
Well, I mean, so
that's just so weird to me, though, man.
What she's saying is that the business structure was structured as if it were going to run perfectly. They left themselves zero room for tomfoolery. The business model was drawn to be a success. They didn't account for failure, which you should never do when building a business.
Lobby. I know it looks like there are 2, but reportedly the left elevator is actually just a dummy elevator. It's a maintenance access door. The atrium can hold the current maximum occupancy of hotel guests, but when it does, it feels pretty crowded. They rely on the gameplay a lot of the time to disperse the crowds into different areas of the ship, so you don't notice how physically small it is. So they can't drop the price without adding more rooms, but they can't add more rooms without remodeling the bulk of the building to make a bigger atrium, bigger lounge, probably several additional dining rooms. And
this has just been... How stupid can they be to do that?
So
you always hope for expansion.
Yes.
Like
scalability.
Why would they even build it for that? Like, and just like that makes no sense at all. That is especially like theme parks and stuff like that, to just like keep it in a box, you know? We can't expand, we can't we can't make it bigger, we can't make it smaller. It's either this or nothing. Well, it's Star Wars.
Yep.
You know? It's Star Wars. It'll be all right.
They screwed up with the fans, but then they also screwed up horrifically in their business plan as well. So, I mean, it was doomed to fail from the beginning.
Sir William to eat dinner at very odd times. And for the record, I'm not telling you all this to justify Disney's prices. This is an unsolvable problem, but it was entirely voluntarily of Disney's making. But as it stands, they've got these problems baked directly into the loaf, and there's no easy solution. So if they can't add more rooms to drop the price, they could sweeten the deal by lengthening the voyage, even if for 1 additional day. But no, they can't do that either. They've already got a tricky situation with the character-driven story elements in that the character performers are limited to 8-hour shifts. In case you didn't pick up on it, they solved this problem on day 1 by having you arrive in the late afternoon, and on day 2 by sending you into the theme park for half the day. That's right, the theme park excursion was just a distraction. I know you didn't notice at the time because the gameplay was so compelling, but if they added a 3rd day, how would they distract you then? I personally would have appreciated downtime, but if everyone has downtime simultaneously, we've run back into the issue of both the rooms and the common areas being far too small. Another easily preventable issue. I've seen a lot of people saying maybe maybe now that it failed, they'll just get rid of the roleplay element and open as a normal hotel. But they can't. Every other Disney hotel offers constantly running shuttle buses, taking guests to and from the theme parks and shopping center. Disney never bothered implementing this service for the Star Cruiser because they assume you're going to stay all day, and then also because it would have cost more money. But if the hotel isn't a LARP experience, one assumes you're going to spend most of your day outside. The problem
How did, like, before they even started construction, how did they not like put that in like the factor? Even if the hotel was a great experience, right?
Yeah.
Anything can happen, right? Like economy problems, things like that. You know what I mean? Like, how could they not, like, basically they built this thing in hoping that they could throw a dart 100 yards and hit the bullseye every week.
Yeah. It was a
Like, that's
business
it,
built
and
on
it
an
had to
assumption.
hit the bullseye. It had to hit it every week.
Yeah. It was
And
an
and it,
assumption.
and it's like that. It's almost impossible to do that with this type of restriction. Like, seriously.
In the best case scenario, that's nearly impossible. But they also shoehorned and shot themselves in the foot by disenfranchising people at the same time. So there was never a chance that this would work. There was never a
Never,
chance.
and from day one, they failed themselves. They doomed
Yeah.
themselves from day one. And
And there-
how did not one expert on that team look at that and say, we can't do it like this. Like, this
pure.
can't work.
I think so. To your point, I think there were a lot of people that said this is a bad idea, and I think other folks overrode those decisions and said it's gonna work.
It's Star Wars.
Look at how much money the sequels made. It's gonna work.
problem is, the Star Cruiser was built backstage of one of their theme parks. Remember, security had to stop our taxi at the gate and check everyone's IDs before we could approach. Doing this with a full bus of tired theme park guests, all coming back at once after the fireworks show, would be possible, but it would also be a logistical nightmare and an additional expense. Finally, the Star Cruiser lacks basic amenities all the other Disney hotels provide, like a pool and a fitness center, and you'll recall that the rooms are very small. This means that without the roleplay elements, not only would the hotel not command a very high price tag, it would reasonably be valued lower than any other hotel on property. The only way to balance out low room value would be to add a lot more rooms, and now we're back to all the problems with the building that I just told you about. Funnily enough, if you do want to stay at a version of the Star Cruiser that's just a hotel, you can still do that. In 2022, French theme park Futuroscope opened the Hotel Station Cosmos, which looks suspiciously familiar. A room there will run you about $250 a night, and they're actually bigger than the rooms in Star Cruiser.
Wow.
There you go.
You could take that money you're going to spend on the Star Cruiser, go to France, stay in this place.
Aesthetically, the decor is so similar to Star Cruiser, it feels legally actionable, in my opinion. So it's very funny to me that the Hotel Station Cosmos was the one to stand the test of time. As for the physical remains of the Star Cruiser, in a 2023 interview, Parks Chairman Josh D'Amaro assured fans that something would be done with it after the closure. But he gave no indication as to what, which to me says that he didn't actually know and also probably was lying. If I had to look to the future of the hotel, here's my theory. I think they might open it up as an expensive dining location.
That's what I said.
Yeah, I hate dude.
I said that over and over. It's going to be an excursion from the park. People are going to pay $150, maybe 200 to get shuttled off to the Star Cruiser, do a couple. They'll have the little Ray Kylo play. They'll have dinner, hear some of the songs, and get shipped back. I said that from day freaking one. And the only reason why I know they were going to do that is because they tested this stuff out, and that my guy over there was telling me, hey, they're testing out 4-hour experiences at the hotel with some of these vloggers. They're testing it out to see if they can get a lot of stuff done in 4 hours. So you pay the $200, you open it up, you have dinner, and you bring it back. I've been saying that from day freaking one that's what
I
they were
remember
gonna do.
you talking about doing like a half-day experience.
Well, 4
So you
hours at
come
a
there-
theme park's kind of half day, right?
Yeah, exactly. So you go there, walk around the ship, and then eat.
Wow. Well, that again, this was her opinion, but I'm glad a lot of level-headed people are thinking the same thing.
You've been vindicated. I mean, how many hours of content on the cruiser have you done at this point?
A year and a half.
It's been
I
a
built
lot.
Drunk 3PO on
And
Galaxy's Edge and the Star
Everything
Cruiser.
that you said vindicated in these last
It's
4 hours.
crazy.
Or
The only
8
thing that
hours.
I got the only thing I got witnessed that I got a whiff of, the last video I think I ever made, was that they were thinking about retheming it to Marvel and doing it the Agents of Shield. So, and because they could do it a little bit differently if they had Agents of Shield, they could open it up, they could build a space to take buses to the parks. They wouldn't have to have that little launch, where only 5 people can fit in it, like the box
Yeah.
car.
Yeah.
They could open it up that way.
Guests
So
will make dinner reservations, check in at the gate in Star Wars Land, and then board the
Sounds gay.
spaceship-themed buses to the hotel. But they probably have to build more of these or a bigger bus to accommodate everybody arriving at once. I acknowledge that the guests having to be transported by bus is an extreme hassle, but it's not practical to have people driving up, and it's not walkable from anywhere, so I don't think there's anything else they could do for that element. When guests arrive, the wings of the building containing the hotel rooms will either be blocked off and used for storage or demolished and converted back to parking lot space. The command bridge will be a photo op. The lightsaber training pod will be closed because I can't think of a way for them to incorporate it while still putting through a high volume of
So
people.
gay.
Guests will eat in the dining room. They will watch a live singer, which they will all be able to see because they will no longer be seating people in the corner booths. Will they, Disney? Will they? And then the alarm will sound. They'll be told the ship has been boarded by the First Order and go to the atrium to watch an abridged version of the finale. Basically just the Rey and Kylo Ren fight using the special effects that are already installed. While they're watching the finale, a new group of guests is entering the dining room.
Yep.
Rinse and repeat 3 to 4 times per night.
Yep.
And then they charge like probably approaching $200 per person
Yep.
for the experience. Adults get 1 alcoholic beverage for free, and then it's like $99 for kids. The only other possible outcome is that it'll sit abandoned, growing mold. They'll use the dining room to host manager meetings or maybe new hire training seminars, and the hotel rooms for storage of bubble wands and balloons. That's the laziest solution, so that feels the most likely to me. Maybe that's
Storage.
Oh my
by
God,
something.
she's
Part
brutal.
19, the cast members.
storage, man. Freaking storage.
Cast member usually refers to actors, but in Disney vernacular, it's every employee who works there. And I just wanted to do a section on this to say, anytime the Star Cruiser felt deluxe to me, anytime I felt they had gone above and beyond to give a good experience, it was entirely through the efforts of individual cast members. It's kind of
I said that too. The cast members is the only magic left at the
They are
parks.
not to be blamed.
It's
for
the
any of
only
this.
magic left. The cast members are always the only. That's
like
it.
that line from Jurassic Park where John Hammond says they spared no expense. In this case, I felt like Disney spared lots of expenses. Too many. But by contrast, I felt that the cast members spared no effort. I would like to think that maybe Disney paid them well above the going rate to reflect this extra level of service
They
they
didn't.
provided. But I know in my heart they probably didn't. They were probably just like, you'll earn more in tips. You're lucky to work here. Which, if
Yeah.
true, boo! Anyway, let's highlight a few examples. In most cases, I was trying not to film people's faces unless they were a character performer, but I'll show footage where I have it. The merchandise cast members were so fun. This guy gave me a whole in-character guided tour of the store and everything in it. And he told me in character about how he runs a Gaia fan club on his homeworld, and then we talked a little about how we were both from Coruscant.
I am the biggest Gaia fan in the whole galaxy.
What's your favorite song?
My favorite song? Probably Hainanea or Coaxia.
Hainanea is classic.
Yes, yeah.
The next day, I had a long conversation with these two gift shop cast members
bless
about
those
stuff
people,
that was
man.
happening around the ship. They were really funny.
You don't think it's a stowaway?
Again, Wookiee like 7 feet tall.
Right, how would they do
Super
that?
high. They would leave fur everywhere. I think if we actually had a Wookiee, I would notice. We would have noticed already.
I kept coming back to look at the jewelry display because they were all sold out, and one of the cast members actually got manager approval to sell me the display model, so I got the very last one on the ship. This cast member in Batu had customized his own outfit for a little shoulder porg. On our first visit to the lounge, our waitress brought out our drinks and then also brought out a little dish of water for Skippy to drink. And the other employees behind the bar were really
That was
setting a
kinda
great
gay.
mood. They knew all the alien songs playing over the speakers and were singing and dancing along. Our waiter Miguel at both dinners remembered our drink orders and had them waiting for us when we arrived the
Aw,
second
see,
night. He also
that's-
told us the in-universe details about all the food
That's
and brought me
magic.
that extra Mustafarian cheese. I went out into the atrium at night to film it while it was empty. I asked if I could step up on one of the little benches, and obviously I couldn't. I don't know why I asked. But then while I was filming, the cast member disappeared and came back with a little step stool to stand on instead. It was so nice. Now, this isn't really exclusive to Star Cruiser. I think Disney cast members tend to be this enthusiastic and helpful across across the board, but it was an integral part of the experience, so I still think it's worth remarking upon. I should also mention that for the opening team, the vast majority of the Star Cruiser's hospitality staff were apparently kids doing the Disney college program.
Today, we are going to surprise some of our college program
Oh
participants.
man, it was
They
freaking
are
child
gonna be
labor.
part of our
Yeah. Shout out to the 1,300 people watching on YouTube and the 1,000 people watching on Rumble. Holy crap.
opening
No
team,
way.
the
Really?
Star Wars Galactic Star Cruiser. I'm so excited. There's a lot of good energy.
This means that they were young workers juggling shifts with classes. For many of them, this was probably their first job ever in their entire lives. With such a new product and so many moving parts, they must have been constantly solving issues. And given the cost of the experience, the emotional stakes would have been much higher. So with that in mind, I think it's even more admirable that they did such a good job. But I also think it was really unfair of Disney to put them in that position in the first place. It's also weird
Agreed.
because, like, that must have been a cost-cutting measure, right? College program is part-time, it doesn't come with health benefits, and the kids are housed by
Man, just it is
You're
a
so
cost-cutting
shady,
measure.
Disney. You're so shady.
Gosh, man.
So
Disney,
shady.
cost of which is deducted from their paycheck. On top of all that, they have a lower base pay than regular employees. What's worse, allegedly Star Cruiser invented a work position called roamer. This would be a catch-all role responsible for pretty much every task in the hotel: concierge, food, housekeeping, and bell services, or as I like to call it, smuggling.
So you would just show up as a roamer and they'd be like, hey, we need you to clean the rooms today.
You're in a college program?
Tomorrow you need to sweep the floors.
Yeah.
Tomorrow you need to do this. Holy crap, man.
Luggage. This structure is obviously beneficial to employers, making each individual employee more expendable and also ensuring you can pack as many tasks into a single shift as possible. Requiring a single job position to juggle so many different responsibilities would of course command a higher hourly rate. But not if you hire a bunch of students who are new to the hospitality industry, who have no basis for comparison and can't tell when you're asking too much of them. And sure enough, of the 80 or so cast members hired onto this roamer job, allegedly only about 10 were full-time experienced workers, with the rest being college program students. The other
That's
issue
what I'm
is,
saying, dude. They're
and I'm
like,
not
you're on
saying
a
that the
transfer
college
program from Venezuela? Yeah, great. We need toilet cleaners here on the Star Cruiser. Bro, Disney is not.
That's
oh my gosh, man.
Crazy.
Students provide worse service than other employees, but they're indisputably the cheapest labor available to Disney. So here again, why was Disney so determined to take the cheapest route on every aspect of the Star Cruiser? Anyway, I just hope that none of these people found themselves out of a job because of Disney's incompetence in launching this doomed hotel.
And they're
But in my
so
experience, when
excited.
attractions close, Disney just shuffles the cast members to other locations around the resort, so they're probably okay. But sadly, I can't assume the same is true for the character performers. They had an especially difficult job, not comparable to anything else in the theme parks. They had to memorize collective hours worth of scenes and work in 2-day blocks where they were on stage for 8-hour shifts each day. They also had to familiarize themselves with the schedule to ensure they were at the right place at the right time, and be skilled at improv, and retain information like guest names and relationships to the characters. Despite all this, these actors allegedly had the exact same rates as other performers around the parks. These salaries aren't public information, so maybe that's just a rumor, but that is the word on the street from people who allege to be the employees. So if this is true, Lieutenant Croy takes on this massive workload for Star Cruiser only to make the exact same rate as Gaston, who must only memorize 2 songs for a 30-minute stage show. That's part of why I get so miffed at people insisting that yes, the Star Cruiser price is fair because it's exactly like a bunch of Broadway shows in a row. It's not, but also, do you think your money is going directly to Captain Kevin? Do you think she's getting paid as much per day as a lead in a Broadway show makes for several performances? Because I
No.
don't. And after all this, these actors were the first to be punished when the Star Cruiser underperformed. Actors are cast with roles in mind, so they aren't as easy to reassign as a housekeeping employee. So instead, they were allegedly hit with waves of layoffs. First when the staffing was scaled back due to low demand, and then again when the Star Cruiser was
Dude.
closed completely. And I realize that this is sort of the nature of acting as a profession. It's not the most stable job, but when the Star Cruiser did close, it did so very abruptly. Reportedly, a lot of the main character performers were hired on a year-long contractual basis, at which point their contracts may or may not be renewed. So they probably had a long-term expectation of when they'd be out of a job, and they probably didn't expect it to be in September of 2023. Allegedly, when the decision to close the Star Cruiser was made, the cast were given very little warning, only finding out they would be losing their jobs in a staff meeting a handful of minutes before the media announcement. And
wow. Basically, they found out on social media.
Does that remind you of anybody else?
Oh, man.
This is kind of a trend for Disney.
Hey, real quick, we got a couple more shows to do. Real quick, yeah, September. You guys got to go. I don't know where you got to go, but the lights are we're gonna shut it down. And thanks for everything. Have fun. Let's make the last few performances good. Come on, guys. Let's go. Let's go.
Write up those resumes.
Holy crap, dude.
Put the shine on.
Wow.
just before starting a long shift. Even though so much was asked of them and they really rose to the occasion, I feel like the cast members were the first ones thrown under the bus when the Star Cruiser failed through no fault of their own. And that feels bad. Part 20. You've been robbed. I'm not talking.
Wow. Almost done. About 10 minutes left.
Talking about the cost of the cruise. If I was, this section would have been called, I've been robbed. No, you've been robbed. We've been robbed, all of us. I mentioned way back in part 1 that Disney has been marketing the idea of themed immersive experiences for years. And one land they pitched as immersive was Star Wars Galaxy's Edge. I said that, but then I changed the subject. I put a pin in it, but I didn't tell you about the pin. It was a surprise. Like when you step on a pin. Pandora, the World of Avatar was pitched as immersive. Star Wars Galaxy's Edge was pitched as immersive.
It all was pitched
and at the
as
end of the day,
immersive.
they're both about equally immersive. They both
That's
have large set pieces with really tall structures. They both have rides. They both have themed food and themed merchandise. And in the case of Pandora, that is roughly what was promised. But when they announced Galaxy's Edge, they promised much more. It was meant to be the most immersive theme park land ever built.
That's right. When Galaxy's Edge was announced, it was supposed to have everything.
Star Wars.
It was supposed to be 3 different eras. Sorry, it's been a long stream. Prequel, original, sequel. It's supposed to have other rides in there that didn't get built. It's supposed to have droids walking around like
a
protocol
pod racing
droids.
roller coaster.
Oh. R2 droids are supposed to be everywhere. Stormtroopers, everything.
Vader walking around.
They screwed it all up.
Unlike anything you've seen before, encounters that enhance the story, roaming droids and aliens you can interact with.
This new 14-acre land will be occupied by many inhabitants, humanoids, aliens, and droids.
Now, the inhabitants of this remote frontier town, one of the last stops before
Where's
wild
this?
space, will operate every store and restaurant.
That was the concept art that never happened.
Where is it?
It didn't get built. They lied to you.
Outpost is filled with characters, alien creatures, and droids. Now, you might have seen a favorite little droid rolling around in that video, and yes, BB-8 is one of the characters you can find there.
BB-8. I have never seen BB-8 at Galaxy's Edge, except in the Rise of the Resistance ride where he's like on the top shelf talking to Rey. This was another ride here that they were supposed to build that goes around Galaxy's Edge and never they threw it, they scrapped it.
Experience will literally be out of this world, like this big fellow up here.
A personal reputation score that follows you throughout the land and impacts your day.
Yeah, look at the floors.
What's that?
The floor, just the flooring in the last picture, like how Star Wars everything looked in that last picture, just so gone.
Our story to life in a place you can explore like never before. This is a living place, a place where your choices matter, and a place where you can even earn a reputation. Each guest is successful when they complete their mission.
Harco, whoever that is.
You might even end up on the list of a local bounty hunter. I hear that Harco's here is someone you particularly don't want to mess with.
Who?
Who the hell is that? Never heard of him. Never seen him.
And he's not even in Galaxy's Edge. What the freak is that?
Never heard of
If your
him.
name ends up on his list, well, that might truly be a problem when you show up at the local cantina.
Early plans featured a dinner show venue called the Calicori Club, and some of the concept art is available to the public in the Galaxy's Edge art book. During construction, they appear to have cleared the land necessary for the Calicori Club before pulling back at the last minute and building the much smaller cantina, leaving the extra plot of land as a parking lot backstage. In 2017, Imagineers test drove interactive droids around Tomorrowland for a couple days, then abandoned that project as well. In 2023, they rolled out these little two-legged guys, but they immediately said they were only going to be used for special events and would not be a permanent fixture, and called them like an experiment. And to me, it was just code for, we built this to impress shareholders and you're not going to see them on the regular. Once in a blue moon, you can catch an R2-D2 rolling around, but I've been told that that droid is actually the same model that's for sale in the adjacent Droid Depot gift shop, so that's really just a product demo.
That's
in
a
2014, before
$6,000 R2, by the way.
That's not what they're selling it for.
That's $6,000, isn't it?
Buddy, 25.
You
Get it
can
together,
build
man.
it for 3.
25,000, man.
What?
Come on.
Buy a Tesla for that.
Wait, everybody in the chat's like, yep.
$25,000?
25.
Wow. I
That's your
know
Star
inflated
Wars.
prices, but
Sea's
wow,
Edge was even
Disney.
announced, Disneyland rolled out 2 limited-time interactive games. The first was Legends of Frontierland. The story of the game was that 2 different factions were fighting for territory in a western gold town. As a player, you had to choose which territory to support and buy land for your side. You could earn wooden nickels in a lot of different ways, running errands for characters, gambling at the saloon, or turning in a fugitive for a bounty. At the end of each day, a winner would be announced based on guest input, and the stakes would be raised by having character actors on each side of the conflict who you would interact with during your missions. These actors would then lead the day-end finale ceremony. In Adventureland, they had the Adventure Trading Company, which worked on a different system. You would pay money for a particular quest, and then at the end, you would win a tangible item, these little totems, which were said to have mystical properties. Some were really simple to get, like you would just buy a themed food and an item came with it. But others were much more involved. You'd pay for the quest in a gift shop, be handed an activity booklet, and then go around Adventureland looking for solutions to various puzzles, like decoding the ancient writing in the Indiana Jones temple, or
Now, they still do that at Pirates. You can get a pirate map and go around and hunt for treasure and all that stuff. And that's free. You don't have to pay extra for that. So that's free.
talking to the Jungle Cruise skippers to complete a training course. Then you'd bring the completed booklet back to claim your prize. Both games were well received by guests, and Imagineers later confirmed that they were both actually covert playtests for possible interactive elements at the forthcoming Galaxy's Edge. But when the land opened, neither concept was present. The only gameplay that materialized was the Star Wars Datapad app game, which we've all agreed sucks. And what gets me about the app game is you can very much see echoes of Legends of Frontierland in it, but it's an incomplete game. You complete tasks to earn in-game money, but instead of tasks that incorporate the environment, you're just scanning QR codes and then completing repetitive puzzles on your phone. And you can't do anything with the money. You can hack the control panels and ships for the resistance, and you might be rewarded with a feeble beeping sound effect, but there's never any consequence to what you've done. This is all speculation.
Beeping sound
I'd
effects.
imagine that all
It's
of
been
this
a
was
long
meant
stream.
to culminate in the same way as Legends of Frontierland. Guests would earn points or territory for either the First Order or the Resistance, and then at the end of the day, they could have actors come out, and in a story moment, they would reveal who had won. But if that was the plan, it was never implemented, probably because Disney is trying to cut back on actors to save money. So instead, you feel like you're playing half a game, or like a third of a game, very little of a game, and no reputation score either, no roleplay element. Instead of filling the land with character actors, the CEO realized it would be cheaper to just tell the cashiers and food service workers that they get to be part of the story by using in-universe vernacular, and then brag about how revolutionary it is that everyone in the land is in character, even though they're not being compensated for the extra labor and guests are getting a lesser experience. Even elsewhere in their parks, Disney has started laying off most of the live performers who used to sing and dance because they were deemed too expensive. Only characters who do photo ops are safe because Mickey Mouse and Cinderella directly earn their keep by selling Genie Plus front of the line access and PhotoPass digital photo.
Man, 100%, man. Nickel and dime, people. Nickel and dime.
This is what's breaking my heart, is that like it's not fun anymore. And you know what's so weird is she's talking about scanning QR codes on crates and all these different little things. Having that little map when you went to Frontierland and doing all those different things, they were tactical. It was stuff you could do with your hands, and it was fun. Just opening up your camera and scanning a QR code, it sucks. Sucks.
why would anybody care to do that? The only people that are actually doing it are the vloggers getting views. I didn't even do that stuff, man. That's wow.
Photo packages. Looking through the Star Wars Land art book, there's so much art for interactive alien citizens, and none of those made it to opening. I was especially surprised to see this female Rhodian character. It seems that even a costume like Guani was originally intended for the theme park, but scrapped for budgetary reasons. Every promised feature that would have made Star Wars Land unique was cut, not because any of it would have been impossible to implement, but because each one would have cost Disney just a little bit extra. Roaming droids cost money to repair. Actors, puppeteers, singers, they all cost marginally more per hour than a food service worker because they have better unions. You can build a game into the land, but any pieces that move or interact, well, there go more maintenance costs. And if you want the app game to culminate in anything, that would probably be a skit, and that would mean more actors. Why build a bigger restaurant with more square footage when you can instead save money by making a smaller building and enacting a rule where guests have to leave after 40 minutes? Who cares if it's a worse experience? You'll still get their money. Why have a singer at the cantina? We already covered how singers are expensive.
All in the name of Star Wars.
So that was like the one thing I was excited for the first time that I went to Star Wars Land. I didn't care about anything else because I knew all this stuff was going to be, kind of dumb. But I go to Star Wars Land and I go, you know what? But at least there's a Star Wars bar. And I'm like, I walk up to the lady. She sticks me in a line. And then she goes, okay, you can go in here, but you got to finish your drinks. And then you got to leave.
Yeah.
It's like, what?
Yeah.
I wanted to walk into the Star Wars cantina and I see some slanky, you know what I mean? I wanted to see that Twi'lek, singing in the corner. I wanted to hear, all these different things. And then I have my drinks and then I leave. Maybe some guy gets shot with a blaster in the corner. Give me the immersive experience. But it was like, okay, go in. And the bartender goes, what do you want? What do you want? What do you want? And it's like, hey, it sucked. So it's not just the hotel. This is a land problem. But
So, what do we ultimately get at Galaxy's Edge? A themed courtyard, themed food, rides, and gift shops. The barest minimum expectations for a theme park land. It's no more impressive than anything they were building 50 years ago, just physically much bigger and emptier. And guest feedback has reflected this, with many calling the land a highly themed shopping mall with little to do. Then, less than 3 years after the underwhelming opening of Galaxy's Edge, they roll out the Galactic Star Cruiser. The hotel contains everything that was promised in that first announcement for Galaxy's Edge. A roaming droid, an interactive alien, character actors, reputation score, app integration, a dinner show with an alien singer named Gaia. In fact, if you look back at the concept art for the Calicori Club, you'll see that it actually appears to have an identical layout to the dining room on the Galactic Star Cruiser.
Yeah, but the Star Cruiser don't look like that. That looks like Star Wars. It's gritty. There's a protocol droid that does the translations over there. It's like that to me is more Star Wars than what we saw at the school lunch cafeteria that they built. Unbelievable. This was on ABC, by the way. This is how they were promoting it. That's insane, man. It looks nothing like that. Nothing.
I want to walk into a building and hear chut chut da 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 one yeah. You know what I mean? It's like Watto flying to the back.
Crazy.
Reskinned in clean colors. Over at the sides, you can even see those poles that blocked my view. And not only did the hotel cost extra, it cost a lot extra. More than any hotel Disney had ever offered before. Incomparable to the pricing structure for any themed entertainment ever offered by any company. Disney likes to pretend that Galaxy's Edge was never supposed to be more than it is. That it was always meant to be complemented by the Galactic Star Cruiser.
What's pretty amazing is to think about being in the rooms, seeing concept art years ago while
I want that
we're building Galaxy's Edge with this in mind.
But
You ruined it, Scott.
You have no idea what Star Wars is.
You ruined it, Scott.
I haven't forgotten the truth. Galaxy's Edge was publicly announced in August 2015 and promised all of these features to guests, complete with concept art. If the Galactic Star Cruiser was always part of the plan and developed simultaneously, why wasn't it announced at the same time? Why didn't they clarify then that the land's coolest features would exist only as DLC for the hotel guests? It wasn't until April 2017 that Disney distributed those first market research surveys about a Star Wars hotel. And at that point, from the concept art they released with the survey, we can see that they didn't know what the building was going to look like like yet, didn't know what it was going to cost, didn't have a full picture of it. So
Look at
no,
that.
it doesn't really seem to me like the Galactic Star Cruiser was always part of the plan intended as a complement to Galaxy's Edge. It seems to me like they had fully planned out Galaxy's Edge and logistically figured out the technology and budget it needed. And then someone internally seems to have said, wait, what if we just take away all the coolest parts and put them in a big locked building? And to get into that building, people have to give us a lot more money.
I think the depth of storytelling, the amount of play, the amount of engagement that a person is going to experience, I don't think you're going to question the cost.
Wow. The pride on these people.
Hubris.
It is just like it's just oozing with it's Star Wars. People will pay it. Whatever.
I actually think you're just going to have a lot of fun.
I also find it notable that the Disney parks used to have a popular interactive children's show called Jedi Training Academy.
Yeah.
Yes. It
You
was
remember all the
free.
funny
It
videos of
wasn't
the
free. It
kids
was
beating the crap out of Vader.
It was part of your ticket. It was part of your ticket experience.
Which predated even the opening of Galaxy's Edge. Kids would put on little robes and be handed training lightsabers, run through a number of drills, and then face off against a dark side opponent. Kids liked to do it, and adults liked to watch it because it was cute. The last remaining version of that show was canceled in June 2020, probably due to the pandemic, but even after Disney World started relaxing all its COVID precautions, the show never returned. Months later, the experience disappeared altogether from the website, and in July of 2022, they quietly removed all physical signage from the park. And so I think it's interesting that here we see a similar experience, again, moved behind the paywall of the Galactic Star Cruiser. This isn't only a pattern in the Star Wars part of the parks either. This has become the new philosophy of the Disney theme parks. More and more amenities that used to be free are now being put behind paywalls. I told you about the M-bands earlier and how they've had this technology at the hotels for a while. Well, you used to get a Magic Band free with a hotel booking to use as your room key, but now they make you buy them. The Fast Pass system used to be free, now it costs extra, and it doesn't include every ride anymore. The good rides are a la carte. You have to buy those separately. Meanwhile, lines keep getting longer and longer because now that Disney can monetize long lines, corporate actually wants them to be long. The Fast Passes actually have variable pricing, which is updated live in the app, so the longer the lines are, the more they can charge. And of course, they oversell the Fast Passes because now they have an incentive to do so, so those lines aren't even actually short anymore. They fire all the atmosphere entertainment and close all the little diversions because they'd rather everybody just pile into those lines because the longer the lines, the more they can charge. Why build new rides? Why increase capacity? It's actually better for your bottom line if you don't anymore. Why do anything above the bare minimum? Ride photos used to be free for pass holders, now they cost extra. Buses from the airport used to be free for Disney hotel guests, now they cost extra. Even the baskets of free bread they used to bring out at the expensive restaurants, now you have to buy those as an appetizer. So that's the dirty secret behind the Galactic Star Cruiser. It wasn't an idea conceived to explore a new frontier in immersive experiences. It was just a lot of ideas they already had already promised us, some which they had already implemented, which were then taken away, paywalled. It wasn't driven by curiosity or inspiration. It was born of pure greed, Disney's boldest experiment in exorbitant upcharges. The Disney parks have always been more expensive than their direct competition, even when parks like Universal Orlando started to roll out equally impressive attractions. And the reason people were willing to pay more for Disney was that even though the base cost was more expensive, all of those little amenities were included.
Yes, it's the attention to the little detail. That's exactly
Dude, she's
right.
cooking. She is cooking.
She's absolutely right, though. That was the thing.
She's nailing it, bro. Like, legitimately, she's speaking to my soul.
Yeah, I agree. They just did away with all the little things that were very special. Whew.
And that made people feel good. And now people go, they pay the high base cost, and then they pay all the little extra costs. Because really, why have an expensive, mediocre vacation when you could have an extra expensive, adequate vacation? They've already bought in, they might as well pay extra. But when they pay extra, they feel bad about it. And in some ways, this business model has been successful because, like I said, people are buying the amenities. Everybody's buying the Magic Bands and the bread baskets. Everybody's getting that Fast Pass add-on. And in some cases, they're paying extra to ride individual rides. And Disney is super happy because they get more money. Who cares how people feel if they're still giving Disney the money? I'm not going to pretend Disney is a smile factory. Obviously, they've always been a for-profit business at the end of the day. But I have to wonder what the long-term implications of this business model will be. The Thompson Thompson family might fly in from Iowa for their trip in 2024 and discover that they need to shell out extra money to go on the rides that they want and begrudgingly do so. But will that make them want to come back in 2027? The profits are high now, but what will they look like in 3 to 5 years? Maybe Disney doesn't care about that. Maybe if you set the price high enough, you can afford to have every family on Earth come only one time, feel kind of bad about their trip, and never return. Or maybe Disney's right and they're too big to fail, and people won't like it, but they'll just keep coming back and paying more and more for the same old things that used to be free and feeling worse and worse about it. But I personally believe that eventually, if Disney doesn't course correct, they're going to hit a ceiling. And I think the Galactic
Of
Star
course they
Cruiser was
will.
only the first symptom of that. I think it felt
Yep.
the strain first because it was so much more expensive. It was the ultimate monument to this age of Disney inflation, a singular product we can all point to as the moment Disney's new, more hostile business strategy became so painfully obvious. The very first time a luxury cruise ship has ever been symbolic of the hubris of man. And this isn't to say that along the way there weren't individual artists and actors and employees who were inspired and did give it their all. I feel sad for their sake that all their work has been for nothing. I even feel sad for this building, thinking of it sitting empty and sad, gathering dust, maybe.
I
Yeah,
mean,
dude.
it's just, but Bob Iger has come out and said that in the next quarter, they've already experiencing a huge dip, and that they hope that the parks will rebound.
Mm.
So it's like they're already seeing the impact. But she's absolutely right. People that usually go every other year, they're choosing to go somewhere else. And Epic Universe is about to open. I'm telling you, man, they watch this stuff and they just like, we're gonna get it right. We're gonna get it right.
This is Icarus, man. They flew too close to the
They
sun.
did. They did.
Used as storage
We're
or
almost
corporate
done.
meeting space. It's haunting. It was a unique experience and now it will be gone, and that's sad. But that doesn't mean it was worth the price. It doesn't even mean it was good. In fact, if the Galactic Star Cruiser had succeeded, it would have only emboldened Disney to keep charging more and offering
Yep.
less.
That is
It's a
true.
project that might have been catastrophic on a consumer level for the future of Disney parks. And for that reason, it deserved to fail, and I'm glad it's dead. Also, I'm still mad they sat me behind a pole.
Look, I was only there for 2 hours out of those 4, but holy dude, she cooked. Like Gordon Ramsay, she cooked. There was not a wasted word in anything that woman said, and holy cow, did she put that? Wow.
I feel a little vindicated, so I appreciate it. And almost 8 hours I've been sitting in this chair. So what's going to happen is this stream is going to go unlisted. I'm going to re-upload it to YouTube after I cut out like my pee breaks and stuff like that and just see how it does. Maybe this is the new drunk 3PO. Maybe I'm going to find long form videos. And because I was looking at another long form video about how Indiana Jones and the Dial of Destiny is the best Indiana Jones film. It's like an hour long. And I'm like, oh, dude, there's no way.
I
And
need
my
to be a part of
rage
that.
will just fly out, you know? First of all, I want to.
Are they being serious though?
Yeah. I mean, I have so many projects going on, man. Like if this, I could just do this once a week and enjoy everybody. And like, whew. First of all, thank you, X-Wing, for hanging out with me for 2 hours. I will never replace Mahler and EFAP. They are the kings. They will always be the kings. They will always be better at that than me. This was a special event. We'll see how it goes. Holy crap. For those that have been here from the beginning, I should give you a t-shirt or something. Jeez.
Troopers.
But I am like mentally fried. I think I'm done.
I've been here for half of it and I'm feeling it.
Cheers to all of you. Thank you guys for the super chats, the conversation, the questions, the member message. I mean, I don't even know what else to say.
That was 7 hours and 46 minutes right now at this point. I think you got 15 minutes left in though. You got to make it an 8-hour stream.
I love you guys. My battery is done. Jeremy wants me to play Fortnite. I don't know, man. People usually super chat me pretty well when I play Fortnite with Jeremy. So, you know, I'm in for the grift, but
Keep
we'll
him
see.
off the Fortnite. Let's get some gifted memberships right here. And Drunk 3 right now. You just got 8 hours of content. Have you ever even seen a man on PBS do an 8-hour show? No.
Thank you, chat, for the 2. Jay, good job. You did great. X-Wing, also cool. Yeah,
Thanks,
that
chat.
was, I don't know how people do this on a regular. I had to be like ready, you know. At least I got a nice chair.
I played 18 holes and then texted you. I'm like, you still going? You're like, yep, still here.
Get that woman on Welcome to the Rebellion for an interview. Yeah, maybe I'll reach out. We'll see. 100%. We'll talk about theme parks. She seems to have a detailed knowledge of theme parks. So
clearly an intelligent woman.
Ron, thank you for the get. No, she really likes The Last Jedi. That's what I hear. So.
No, that's you can still be smart, but not that.
Thank you for the gifted membership. I think I don't know. I don't know. Thank you guys for being here for so long. Oh my gosh. I don't know. I'm gonna go to the bathroom. I'm just kind of like, once I hit the button, it's over and done. Thank you for the super sticker. Thank you, Sketch, for the $1. It's over. I'm out. I'm done. Maybe I'll see y'all on Fortnite in an hour. I don't know. I love y'all. Thank you so much. Oh my gosh. Thank you. You guys are just thank you. Didn't have to do that. Holy crap. Maggie for the 20 says thank you. Gung Ho Max says 8 hours, hold the line. Crappy Jeremy can wait, but he didn't say. He calls him the P word. So no. I don't know if I'll be if I played Fortnite, it'll be late. But look at the chat just going crazy.
They don't want you to leave, man.
Jay wins the 24-hour stream. Dude, I barely made 8. I'm wondering if I overstepped that 8 hours. Adam for 5, great work. What's X-Wing's channel?
X-Wing. It's X-Wing.
X-Wing 05.
No.
Right?
Just X-Wing. Oh, I think it's X-Wing 5. Yeah, on YouTube.
Yeah, X-Wing 5.
Yeah.
You got to type it in there. He does video game content. Challenge EFAP to do a review. I sat here 8 hours, and all I got was this T-shirt. Oh, God. It's all good. All right, I'm hitting the button. I'm out. Y'all go do something. You should do those videos with Gina. I mean, I don't know. Much love to y'all. I'm hitting the red button. I'm out. If I miss a super chat, I'm sorry.
Next time.
Get out of here. Get out of here.